aende kufanya kazi sasa anakaa kwa nyumba. Ni kama remote sasa, ni TV ana change station. Anataka hii station anaiona. Sasa niende Kameme, aende kuona Kameme. No. This is a country. We have people who fought for this country. And we are going to do that again. And Ruto should know that. For Farouk Kibet, ajua kama tunamkujia. We are coming for him. The power he has, what he has, the money he has, they will not protect him. Uko Karen kwenye anaishi, tunajua. They can kill us, but they cannot silence us. Thank you, my brothers. Tutaendelea kuchat.
Thank you, sir.
Kiasi tu ni huyo msemo mwenye ametoka kuongea hapo. And I think Fabish ni kitu anafaa note. Yesterday kina Josephine kama mnaweza kumbuka. Tulisema kuna watu kwa hii place. Mtu anakuja anaongea language fulani. And then anakuja anamalizia na language kingine kakukani kama anawadisi. Unaelewa? Huyo mtu ni you don't, and I put it yesterday, you cannot be on the fence na uwezi kuwa uko. It's either uko hapa ama uko huko. Unaelewa? Never be if huyu jamaa umesikia vile ameongea. Such kind of people, I think as much as tumeallow kila mtu tumeallow ile democracy ya kuongea hapa kila mtu, but the one language yenye inafaa ikuwa hapa ni language ya revolution, and language moja. Unaelewa? Hawezi kuja ukatuambia vile hapana, kuna vitu zingine unakuja unaanza tu vizuri. Unaongea alafu unafika mahali. It means wewe umetumwa kuja kutusoma. Umetumwa hapa kuja kutusoma. So it is my appeal to the host of the space. Such individuals, I don't think they deserve the time. Whether kama mtu ni big wing aba si big wing, hiyo hapa si hatujui hizo vitu. It's either you are talking the language of the revolution or you are talking something else. Ni hivyo tu.
Thank you, Rasji and San, for those submissions. Emmanuel, you are to go next. And if you haven't spoken, you can just raise your hand so that I'll be able to track. So yeah, Emmanuel. Yeah, so it will be Emmanuel, then Josephine, then Mike. Yeah, I see mama wengine meongea. So okay, yeah, Emmanuel, go ahead. Emmanuel, can you hear me? So yeah, Josephine, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fabia and Ice, and thank you everyone. Good evening, and I hope you are all well. First and foremost, I want to urge you guys. I think we are around. We are quite a good number, and remember, guys, since when Francis Gaido was abducted and was arrested as not be alleged in court, and that means we are not making enough noise. Can we actually retweet that free Francis Gaido kindly? Because when we don't make noise, remember, once you are arrested, you are supposed to be alleged in court before 24 hours. And now it's already over 24 hours, and Francis Gaido has not been alleged in court, neither has he been released. Fellow Kenyans, we need to push that tweet and make sure that at least we make noise. Let's remember, any one of us can be abducted right now, because what we are discussing is not, you should not take it light. We are fighting with somebody who has the machinery and who is determined. The spirit of evil has gotten over him, and he can never remember anything else now. Remember, when a person who claims to be fearing, God-fearing, wherever they fall and gets into sin, that spirit which had left him goes out and looks for, try to source for other 7 more powerful spirits units who are more stronger than the one which was existing, so that it can come and find residence and get to know that that person becomes worse than how he was before. And that's exactly how Ruto is right now. He has become ruthless. He doesn't think whether there is God or no God. What he can see is that let people die, let me remain in power. So, fellow Kenyans, can we try to treat that? Let's not keep silent. Whenever you see something has been treated, somebody has been abducted, as much as we say it's not making any impact, it makes a lot of impact when we make that noise, because they know this person is well known and people are conversant about that person and needs to be released before people bring problems to them. Fellow Kenyans, kindly let's treat about Francis Gaido, who has been arrested since yesterday and has not been aligned to court. Please, kindly do that. Personally, I've been doing that throughout the day, but I'm surprised because I'm not seeing many people do it. Can we do it kindly? The other thing is that we can see what is happening. We can see everybody's crying. And those who were in this space yesterday, you remember I told you about a wise woman who does construct his own house with his own hands, and also a foolish woman who does destroy his own house with his own hands. And we can see, all of us, you can see, the fire is on top of the mountain. Let's keep the fire burning. Let's keep actually accelerating the fire to continue burning, because that's the only way Ruto will know peace. I understand he was going to bomb it. He has cancelled, nullified that function. And let's keep it up. That is the spirit. That's the way to go. Let him find no peace. Let him allow him to find no peace at all. Let us not allow him even to get an opportunity to increase his time to serve in this nation. Fellow Kenyans, I want to remind you, my dear, you have forgotten. The moment we enter to the parliament, that tells you that we do not have a parliament. So any man or a woman who is in the parliament today, that are in the parliament, they are representing themselves. They are not representing us like you. That's one thing and one reality we need to wake up to, and know that we need to uproot this tree plus all its branches. I remember I was talking to a colleague at my place of work today, and he was telling me, why can't you deal first with Mwangi Mutuse? And I was telling him, we cannot deal with Mwangi Mutuse. We want to uproot the tree plus its leaves and its branches to go and potelea mbali and we set it on fire, and it gives us space. And that's my focus. That I'm keeping my face on the goal. I'm keeping my face on that ball. I cannot afford to be diverted by anybody. And I've told you yesterday, and I'm saying it again today. Those of us who are thinking that we have anything in our hands, that we can say we have this, others have nothing. We have nothing, all of us. Until Ruto leaves the presidential seat, we all have nothing. So anybody who is the enemy of Ruto is also our friend. Can we avoid the situation whereby we are saying we want so and so to do 1, 2, 3, we don't want this? What are you protecting and you have nothing anyway? Fellow Kenyans, what are we protecting while we have nothing? Do we go first and get what we need? Can we have everybody on board get what we need? Then from there we make our noise. What are we making a noise about? I'm surprised when I hear somebody saying, sitaki mtu anakuja hapa nataka, sitaki mtu anakuja hapa nataka. We have nothing. Fellow Kenyans, we have nothing. We need to go and redeem our country. We need everyone who is against Ruto to be part of us.
Give me 100.
Please. Can you hear me?
I lost Josephine, so probably she's still speaking.
Thank you.
Can't inform.
Yeah. This is what I'm saying. Kindly treat yourself as if you have nothing. Some people think that they know so much. We don't know. All of us, we are at zero. That's why we are uniting all our brains together. Whoever thinks they know much, whoever thinks they know little, whoever thinks they know nothing, even that nothingness means something to us once it's combined with another something. Can we bring all of us what we have and we avoid the situations whereby we are saying we don't want so and so because of this and that? Kindly avoid saying I do not want this person, I do not want the other. Remember one thing, there's one thing you do not know. Right now, even if right now the country goes to dictatorial scenarios with the president, I can tell you it will not matter who else was in the opposition. All of us will suffer the same fate, whether either we like it or not. So the most important thing is that we need to bring everybody who is not in the Ruto's government onto our side, and we fight this battle together without giving conditions, without giving anything. Can we have no conditions for other Kenyans, please? Please. And if you are coming here to tell us to give us condition about something, go home and stay with what you think you have, and then we wait and see whether you have anything. But allow those who are here willing to allow everybody and to work with everybody, regardless of their status. We work together for the goodness of this country and for the redemption of our country. Thank you so much, and may God bless us. May God bless Kenya. Let's have a good evening, all of us, with God's grace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That is what we have been discussing here. We said we cannot, it can never, it should not be that our business is to be treating so and so, release so and so, hashtag. No, we cannot continue pushing the hashtag. This one for Francis Gaido.
You can go ahead, then General, then Pano.
I think Fabi was talking. This would be, this will be the last. Now we need action. We need to protect ourselves. We cannot just be subjecting ourselves to be kidnapped and be abducted like goats. We have to stop this. Impunity begets impunity. This is what I've been saying. The country is at war. There is no any other definition. The country is at war with William Ruto and his rogue regime. We must understand that. Na hatuwezi kufanya mazoezi kwa uwanja wa vita. We need now to arm ourselves, have the uprising. This is what we need now. The revolution now is about the uprising. That is the only language that the butcher of Suwe can understand. Yes, Mike.
Thank you so much, Fabish. I wanted to talk about a few things. Number one, when you see your enemies fight each other, you don't interrupt them. You let them fight each other. Now, right now, kuna history ya impeachment. Kenyans, we need to stop focusing on impeachment. These are enemies fighting each other. These are our enemies fighting each other. Let them fight each other. In fact, what we should be doing is taking advantage of our enemies fighting each other. Right now, watu wa Murima, they are disgruntled. We should incite them and tell them, look at what Ruto is doing to your person. Angalieni. Kujeni pamoja tutoe huyu mtu. We should always take advantage of our enemies fighting each other. Another thing is, this history ya extend term extension. This might be the thing that really triggers a very organic.
I can't hear anyone.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, let me refresh the space. I think maybe there is kind of miscommunication. Yeah, but we can hear you. Okay. Just go.
Okay. Now, as I was saying, this e-bill ya extend term, this might be the thing that organically triggers Kenyans. Many Kenyans. That is why we need to stop focusing on vitu kama impeachment. We need to focus on things like teaching people about history ya extension ya term limit. And civic education is the easiest thing you can do. When you're talking to your father or your mother, ama watu wa ushago, unawambia umesikia Ruto nataka kuongeza limit na vile tumechoka. We have to take advantage of these things that are happening to incite people against Ruto. Haya, number two, I agree with a lot that has been said by General China, Ras G, Fabish about, and all other people that have talked about. This revolution has to move from being a peaceful one to being a resistance. Now, if you don't understand what a resistance is, you can watch a movie like The Matrix. That is a resistance. And resistance comes with a lot of things. It comes with people will die. It comes with betrayal. But at the end of the day, once that seed of revolution is planted, of a resistance is planted, it cannot be uprooted. Hata uwe watu wangapi, it cannot. And this is what happened on June 25th. That seed of resistance was planted and it will not die. Today, I think I saw a video of some abductors abducting a woman, and they didn't seem to even have guns, and Kenyans were just surrounding and looking at them. And I got really angry. I was like, when did we become this toothless? When did this happen? Yeah? We need to start sending them messages. Wakikuja na hizo Subaru zao, we light it up, tunawapiga. Wakituliza, wakisema ni polisi, tunawaambia sisi, you don't have uniform. We don't know if you're policemen. We thought you were thugs. We have to start doing such things. Otherwise, they will start executing people in public. Trust me, they will start doing it. Because we have let them abduct people mchana, watu wakiangalia. So we need to stop this idea of thinking this revolution can be peaceful. It cannot be peaceful. Ruto does not understand peace. It is a gunfight. We cannot go with our sticks and our mkuki in this fight. No. This is a gunfight. We have to take out the guns. So what Rasji talked about, forming like a group of 30 people or something that would help people out when maybe they're being abducted, that is a really good idea. We have to start forming a militant group. And yeah, we protect each other. Because sasa hii imekuwa, it's ni vita, it's a gunfight. Now, the last thing that I want to talk about is, and I've been trying to really put this across in every space that I've been speaking, is the only way we can completely change our country is by completely, entirely replacing the old regime with the young generation of leaders. I really want people to understand this. The only way we can uproot this corruption and all these punitive people is by completely replacing the old regime with the young generation. And this is why I think this would work. It's because the old regime understands only one thing: corruption. They grew up knowing I have to bribe people so that I can receive. I have to give people some money so that when I go to the government, I can steal. The old regime grew up knowing that. Sisi, the young generation, do not understand corruption. We understand it theoretically, but practically we don't understand it. And that is why it really shocks us tukisikia sijui pesa ngapi imeibiwa. It really shocks us because deep down we don't entirely understand corruption. So the problem is not one person. The problem hata si Ruto peke yake. It's the entire system. Right now, if we take General China tukimweka government, you cannot put him in that kind of system. He will either become like them or atatolewa. So, the only way to completely eradicate this punitive government is to completely replace the old regime with an entirely young generation of leaders. Do not land on the job. So even us, we can learn on the job.
Everybody in this country is corrupt. Ni nani ambaye anaendanga anakosa kupika on time na anaenda kutoa shilingi 20 kusudi apitishwe laini? That's what we call corruption. And everybody in this country is corrupt up to the core. Let's not lie to each other. Kwa hivyo, every one of us, if that's what we are capitalizing on us, we are lying to ourselves. We are all corrupt. We are the people who don't want to be taken to court because we will take more time in court, rushing, going to do nothing. Yet, unapeana 3,000, na hata ungeenda kotini hata jaji angekusamea kuna msamaha wa koti. But because you don't want to be aligned into court, you are giving 5,000 shillings, 10,000 shillings, so that you don't get to court. Fellow Kenyans, let's call a spade, not a big spoon. We are all corrupt and we should be ready to embrace each other the way we are so that we correct our mistakes and acknowledge that we are all corrupt and correct our corruption and work together to uproot Ruto for mismanaging our country. That's the key thing. Everyone.
Let's go to what we are saying here is our common enemy is William Ruto and everyone that is associated with him. Anybody that has ever worked with William Ruto can never be different. We Kenyans being corrupt sometimes, it is because we are forced by the system that we don't have any other option. You are being stopped by the police and you are threatened, and even when you go to court, you cannot get a good justice system. You will be put there the whole day or even 2 days before even your case is heard. And that is why you will end up with no otherwise. So we cannot blame ourselves because the system is supposed to work for us. So what we are saying here is William Ruto and his cohorts, his friends, his allies are all our enemies. If you are working with William Ruto, you are William Ruto. Show me your friend and I will tell you who you are. So that is why we are saying when we are uprooting William Ruto, we are draining the old swamp. That is our mandate, to drain the swamp. So you cannot tell us that, oh, William Ruto is my friend, but I'm not like him. Birds of the same feather flocks together. But here now we are looking for instant solution because we cannot be keeping ourselves, wasting a lot of time in our spaces, midnight talks, morning talks, afternoon talks. Kuna watu hata wameshindwa kutengeneza watoto in the night because we need to debate about our country. But now we need solution. Kwa hivyo tumesema kitu ya kwanza, now we need to start protecting ourselves because the regime, the government has failed on its mandate to protect us. And instead, they are even the one killing us. The government that is supposed to protect us have turned to be our enemy, have turned to be our killer. Nowadays, you are afraid of government more than a criminal. At least jambazi anaweza kukujia ukamwambia we chukua hii pesa niko nayo na ukakuwa safe. But this one will come with intention of killing you. Nothing you can bargain with him. So now we are saying that we need a resistant movement. And we are going to imply the tools they have been using. So those vijanas that they have been using, it is us. Kwanza, need to resonate that. Wale vijana ambao Raila huwa anawatumia kwenda kufanya maandamano, sasa ni sisi. And this time now, it is us now that we are against them. Wale vijana wa Githurai, wale vijana wa Kibera, wale vijana wa Ruben, sasa ni sisi hawa. It is us. So this is a clarion call. Hatuwezi kukaa kila siku tukitweet. We cannot operate in a constitution when themselves, they don't want to subject themselves to the constitution. Tunasema kwamba impeachment is not our priority, it is not even our concern. Ile kitu iliwaunganisha hatujui na ile kitu iliwatenganisha na hatujui na hatutaki kujua. kwenda kudanganya watu wa Mount Kenya na kusema unajua tumewarudishia, tumewapatia kijana yenu. It is not a matter of tumewapatia kijana yenu. Kazi akipewa ni Kindiki, sio Meru. Vijana wengi wa Meru wamesoma, madaktari, walimu, wanataka kazi. Kindiki akipatiwa hakuli mshahara na wao, anakula peke yake na watoto wake. So tuache mambo ya kudanganywa. Joe akipatiwa, amepatiwa kwenda kuiba peke yake na kuongezea ile 4 billion ako nayo kwa account. Hakuli na wakost. Ruto saizi ni president, hakuli na watu wa Rift Valley. Watu wa Rift Valley wanang'ang'ana. Maisha ni ngumu. Wanakula yeye na Rachel na kina Charlene na kina Nick, wanunua matatu wakuja wasumbue watu. So this must stop. Sasa ile kitu tunasema kuwa ni kuwa kabila mbili Kenya sasa zinapigana. We are now in a tribal war. Kabila wa Kenya na kabila ya the rogue regime. These are two tribes that we have in Kenya. Kenya is not made of 42 tribes again. It is Kenyans versus them. That is the reality. So, mimi sina sympathy hata kidogo na Gachagua. Watu wanakuja kusympathize, sijui, we are not advocating for Gachagua, but it is because of the constitution. Constitution what? Wakati kina Rex waliwawa, hiyo ni constitution gani ambayo ilipatia wawawe? Hii ya kufutwa kazi peke yake ndio ni constitution, and you are a millionaire. And you are in the same government. Wakati watu walikuwa na wawa na kuwa kidnapped, you are in the same government. Then saa hizi unataka kuja kutuletea crocodile tears. Go to hell. So sisi wa Kenya saa hizi tunasema kwamba tumechemka and we know our rights. Kenya is ours. We can decide to even suspend the constitution. Tutaandika tena ingine baadaye. That is our right. Hata kama tunasema constitution is the supreme. But I don't agree. It is Kenyans first that are supreme before the constitution. Kenya imekweko before the constitution. Constitution huwa inaenda ikibadilika. So Ruto hata tukaamua kwamba tunaingia kwa hatuwezi kupigana. Somalia walipigana, sasa hivi wamemaliza, sasa hivi wanaanza kutengeneza nchi. Sudan wamepigana, sasa hivi wanaanza kutengeneza nchi. Kwa hivyo kama ukuje na amani, ili tukuje na wewe na hiyo force yako, then tumalize, mwenye atashinda mwingine haheshimu mwingine. That is it. So wakati wanataka kusema kwamba we are instigating violence, we are not instigating violence. It is you that already bring the violence. You did not even instigate it. You already bring the violence. So now we are in the strategy. Hatuwezi kuwa tuna keep tukitweet in someone that we know is a tone deaf. Who is son of Gagimwale?
Yes. Fabish.
Yes, go ahead.
Now, swali ni the issue about tribal and everything. Now, nataka mtu aniambie between Gachagua and Ruto, what is the difference? Gachagua is good in tribal kukuongea. Ruto is good in tribal appointment. Ruto now is worse kukuua. Ruto ni muuaji. And for him to kill, it's like wewe kwenda kukanyanga, unajua unagonga mbu na land kwa mwili yako, unagonga na unasahau, una rub, hiyo damu unapanguza inaisha. That's who Ruto is. Are we going to live in that country? Yenye kwamba hatakoa, because that is now what they are going to do. The same katiba ambaye alikuwa na oppose, it is the one kwamba hana shughuli nayo. He doesn't, because he doesn't follow it. He doesn't respect it. Kwa nini? Hakuipenda. Now sasa wanataka kuibadilisha sasa. Now, for tangu aingie, he has not done any single project. Hakuna. Maisha ni mbaya. But now they are fighting for extension. Seriously? And we are just there. Watu wamenyamaza tu. Watu bado wanaangalia sijui Mrima, wanaangalia mara sijui impeachment. Even if they go, you know the movie of the cowboys and everything. Wapeleko kwa uwanja, wapatia kila mtu gun. Kwenye atashuti mwenzako ya kwanza, I don't care. Ama they do the Russian thing and the Israel looks you, I don't know, Palestine, walipwana wenyewe kwa wenyewe, I don't care. In the fucking saying nikawewa kwamba Ruto saya ameanguka pale, I think kwenda juu ananiwekea mawe kwa mfuko, siwezi enda juu. Nikijaribu kuswim ameweka nini anka kwa chini inanivuta, siwezi swim. Why? I have kids wananingoja. Sasa kama mimi napambana saa hii, nateseka saa hii, and someone is amassing billions and billions za saa hii kuweka nini offshore accounts, kujiwekea mahali na watoto wake na bibi yake, mimi niko hapa nifurahie ati Ruto. It's so shameful. Gachagwa's wife was crying the other day. What wakiuliwa, did she ever speak when the young men were being killed? Did she ever speak? Did she cry? And then a fool somewhere, seated somewhere, ana sympathize na yeye, ana sympathize na Gachagua. Ati Gachagua ametumia sijui, I don't know, ati asuv kwenda wapi. Na yeye mwenyewe anapanda matatu. Wewe unarudi mtu anatoka hospitali, akipanda gari yake, akiendeshwa na dereva na bibi yake atamfungulia mlango, wanaenda wapi? Wanaenda Karen. Na mwenye wewe unamhurumia, unapanda matatu, maybe hata umetoka hospitali, sasa hiyo hospitali hata pesa za kupanda kwenda nyumbani hauna. Hiyo nyumba unaenda hata hujui unaenda kukula nini. But you sympathize with somebody ambaye kwamba anatoka aenda Karen, aenda kufungulia mlango wapi na watchman. Aenda kutana kwa machef kama watano pale wampikia chakula. Kwa 10 bedroom house iko na SQ. Wewe kwenye unaenda hata hujui nini, hata stima kwako hauna. Unafungua mlango hivi toke na kuita ti hakuna kitu. And we are here tunataka kusema mtu wetu. Mtu wetu ni nani? Nani mtu wako huyo? Ushaimwona anywhere mmekuwa na yeye? Even their brothers wako kama wao. They are not. The best example is Kibaki. Kibaki brother yake alikuwa anakaa aje? So uko hapo unasema tukomba mtu wetu, sababu mnaongea ndimi moja. I don't care. Hata kama tunaongea hata kama even if you're my brother and you're doing the wrong thing, I will speak of it, nakwambia. That is if you're smart and you have that humanity in you. You have the humanity in you. I told my cousin, they were going to vote around 2022. I told him, my brother, mtakuwa unasema ndo campaignia. Believe me not. Tunakuja kulia. Akasema, hapana, nikamwambia okay sawa. Okay, by that time I was supporting very useless. I regret because I think even he could have taken over. It wasn't even worse. Because he just showed us. He did what he could not do, and then he hijacked. Sasa enda ako pale sasa ana dance. Uko pale uko fence. Na kia uko pale katikati ya dancing floor, ndio ana dance. And then mtu anakuja na mbele mimi support wa Ruto, mimi support wa Raila, mimi support wa Gachagua. Wakitoka hapa, unakurana Karen. Uende kuchukua kwa wewe kwako hauna mbele hauna nyuma. Simply because uko na kazi, you think una ile kazi ambayo unapata end of the month kama mshahara. Forgetting kwamba hiyo kazi ikikatwa hivi, you have nothing. The small business that you have, these useless people, they are bringing it down kabisa. What they are doing. Akina Sudi ndio wale pale. Sudi mtu ambaye hata sijui hata sijui alitoka wapi. But sasa he's a billionaire. Yeah? He's a billionaire. So guys, let us be serious. Let us be serious. Tafadhali. If you're not for the movement, tafadhali, enda State House. Na ile siku utaje ufolea kutoka State House huko, utajishika kichwa sema, I wish I knew. be too late for you. Too late.
Asante.
Thank you.
Your mic imetusumbua kidogo but inject. Yeah. Co-host, who is the next?
Oh yeah. Yes, ametuambia ukweli ambao probably hatupendi kusikia. Acha tu niendelee kuambia watu vile watu speak in what. So we have general, then panwa, then a papami, kisha honey flower, and probably if possible let's keep it 3 minutes so that at least clam turned around, then if you have rebuttals you can come back.
Yes, thank you very much. I like it the way people if I feel people injecting it this way, I always feel like eating like 3 times in 1 hour. I'm so happy. So I've liked the way our brother San has injected it. That is how it should be put. Right now we are telling you the truth. You cannot stand in 2 ways. One way, Gachagua. My friend, if kama unahurumia Gachagua, enda uchukue gari town. Gari yenye naenda Nyeri. Then uambie ushukishwe pale na ukifika Nyeri utafute Madhira. Uende ulie kwa gate ya Madhira huko about the injustice yenye anafanyiwa. Someone who is driving in millions, someone who declared that is worth 5 billion. How can you come to tell us that is injustice? Enda ulie Karen. Come to Karen, I'll take you to Gashagua's gate. Ulie hapo till morning. Tuone utapewa nini kama si mchele na nyama utaletewa hapo. Sasa tutaki mchezo. Mimi personally I come from Nyanza and I'll be the day Raila will fail you. I will celebrate and in fact nachinja kuku mbili, nachinja kuku mbili na naweka sherehe to prove to Raila that the stupidity is over. The stupidity of entitlement with tribalism is over. Even 2 hours ago, we were making a joke with my dad. My dad amenipigia simu ati he want 2K. Venye amenitumia 2K, nimemtumia namba ya Raila kwa WhatsApp na nimemtumia namba ya Kasmuel. Aliniambia Kasmuel amebadilika, amerudi nyumbani. Nimemwambia pigia Raila Amolo Odinga kutumie 2000 and don't call me again. Nikakata simu na nikazima. Ikifika saa hii jioni amenipigia simu nikamwambia ingia movement is when we will comply with you. We want to transform this nation. Na si mchezo na mzaa tunaleta. Kama bado una lie to Raila Amolo Odinga na you want us to collude, go to Opoda Farm. When the Opoda Farm, they give you whatever you want. They give you whatever you want. Every consultation you want, you go there. The same people who also praise this regime. Mimi Ruto siwezi mhurumia. Gachagua hata bibi yake alie. Mimi hata angeanguka chini kama analia. Hakulia vizuri. Angeanguka chini apige mayowe. Venye watu wanasemanga wapige mayowe mpaka watoe nguo. Angetoa mpaka nguo. We don't care. We don't care about those people. Hata who cares? Hata kama aliendeshwa na tuktuk, kama alienda nyumbani na tuktuk, who cares about it? Aumie kwanza, hata koti imuumize huko. We don't care whatever the fuck inaenda the other side. We don't care. Sisi tuna move as our own. Me, I'm telling you, that day Raila will fail and I'm confident he's going to fail. I'm holding a celebration. Trust me, and that one should be noted somewhere. Me, I'm fully in this. Tumebebo ya kutosha. Ati mimi sahi uniita tuniambie, hey, I must be loyal to Raila. Who? Do Raila pay my bills? Do he pay for my electricity? Do he pay for my water? Lazima sahi tu inject. Kama unaona hii kitu yenye tunafanya ikufurahishi, enda State House. Ambia na msichana hapo kwa gate anaitwa Abdi atakufungulia gate uingie huko ndani upeleke grievances yako. Kama shilingi 2000 utapewa ukitoka huko. This is the revolution and we are not sparing. And the brothers who are here, we are almost 60. Me, I've called the DCI right now. I've called them like 10 times. Hiyo namba yao yafichwa kwa DCI. Nimeuliza, I'm inquiring a missing person and everyone should do that. We are looking for Gaido. Nimwambia natafuta mtu wangu anaitwa Gaido. Call them. Na bado tunatafuta namba ya Vigilance house. Leo mpaka boss tunampigia. Before you sleep, make sure you call them. Another way ya kushtia watu ni kuwasalimia. Watumie message. Mimi nimetuma message na nimeongea vibaya sana. Nikwambia nitapiga tena saa 3. They must tell me where Gaido is. Because it is our right. Sahi hakuna nini ya kucheza na hawa watu. Wakileta hiyo design, tunawapeleka hiyo design. Hakuna time ya mchezo. Alafu I'm very happy about that RSG idea of kutengeneza hiyo nyumba 10. Hiyo tutaita nyumba 10. Yeah, the moment mtu amepiga tu alert, tap, they have arrived. The fastest way possible, we are there. Tunaambatana papo hapo. Hakuna kuogopa sahi. Mimi nasema the moment the penye inchi imefika sahi, I rather die in the hand of the government. The government has killed me. I will be very happy because I would have died an hero rather than dying when I'm scorching in poverty with the self-belief that someone's son can uplift me, someone's son can improve my life. Those are all fallacies. That is why people are suffering in this country because of false belief. Believe that if this wewe ukisema hapo unatetea Gachagua, wewe Gachagua personal amekuletea development gani on your personal life? Tuache hizo bana. Hakuna kuwabembeleza. Mimi sasa hata nisikie Ida Odinga amelia town, alie mpaka achukue maji ya mtara panguze nayo maji. I don't care. The same to Bibi Gachagua. In fact, kwanza ni hypocrite. They claim they are the bishops of this nation. Are they the people who misled this nation by the narrative of Christianity? Sijui maneno ya kanisa. Kanisa ilipowekwa mpaka pesa ikatenganishwa. Public money. Tukaleta pastor fake hapa Kenya. In the name of Kusalveji, the pastor came, and after the pastor came, we have been experiencing problems in this country. We call people who never cared, people we don't know even if they are supporting, they are worshiping real God. We spend millions of taxpayers' money tukawaleta hapa kuwa entertain at the expense of mtoto wa Turkana mwenye hawezi enda shule, mtoto mwenye anaosha uso na mkojo ya ng'ombe, alafu unaleta pastor, then you pay almost 1 billion. Do you think we are fools? Then you want to tell me about Chiata ya Ruto, you want to tell me about Chiata ya Raila, you want to tell me about Gachiata. I don't care whatever happened to them. Sahi sisi tumeamua we are on our own. We are on our own. Na hakuna kuweka mguu mbili hivi kwa barabara. Uko na sisi ama ukue nao. Kama unaona chakula yako ni straight out, go there. You will meet. Kama yako iko Poda Farm, go to Bondo. Go and get your food there. Kama yako iko Sugoi, enda ukampa hapo kwa Sugoi. Utakaa hapo mpaka jioni ndugu yangu. If you have any idea, kama una business idea, na wewe pia kuja na milioni zako, you will be left there by 1,000 Kenya shillings. Hata upewe 200. It is high time to rise. We want to awaken this nation. Hii si matime ya kucheza. Atuniambie justice. Which justice? Gachagua hata wangemweka cell, awekwe cell, hata kama awekwe cell, I'll still celebrate. What is that to worry about? This we are even praying. We can't wish for someone, but if God's mercy are going to Lord's mercy, you could have understood as the problem. We are tired. We are tired. We can't be spending all our money. They tax us like we are working for them, and they're using all the money for luxuries. Wewe ukisikia governor amepatikana America, amepatikana London with almost 650 million kwa cash money, na akiulizwa anapinga, then he comes anasimama juu ya gari anasema anapigwa. Hiyo wakati wa kubeba ujinga imeisha. After stealing from us, wanakuja kwetu ati for sympathy. Where? It won't happen. This is the last one. And we are saying, wanasemanga wale mkora Raila amekuwa kishinda akisema this is the final revolution. It is us now, we are doing the final and the last revolution. Tunaokoa hii nchi and we make a stand. We have made a stand. Have your stand. Usikue huku, ukue huku. Leo hii lazima tukue uko hapo hapo. Mimi surrender wafanyia hapa if Raila fails as a way of punishing him. We must know the truth. Mtu amekuwa akipumbaza ujinga amefungika akili. Mwerevu akirevuka. Ule amekuwa kimbeba ujinga ako matatani. And that is what they will feel. We don't care. We don't care for these people. Hata tusikie wako admitted in away, wako hata admitted huko India wanafanywa brain surgery. Tunaomba hata surgery iende hiyo. We don't care. Because they don't care for us. Sahi fathers wababa wanaenda hospitali. Money for dialysis that was there in NHIF, it is not there. But with them, they can do that dialysis whenever they want. Their parents are covered. Their children are covered. Kwani sisi ni mang'ombe? Alafu niambie nafuata nini? Mimi nimefungika akili bana. It is high time. And this is the message we want to send. Mi nitaanza hata program nikienda Ushago. I'm starting it from primary school. Nataka kuenlighten watu kutoka primary to high school. Mimi I'll not spare ati naongea na watu washafika 18. I'll start inflating this from the young people. Ili wakifika this our age, they don't make the mistakes that some of us did. We will start reasoning rationally if we make the... Naanza kwanza huko chini kuinject huko chini. Because it is something that is going on and has started. Na hatuchoki. So wewe ndugu, hii ni safari imeanza, my brother and sister. Kama bado mguu yako moja iko Madera, enda Madera, upewe gunia moja ya mahindi na kuku. Wende ukule huko. Sisi tunapigania inchi and we are not getting tired anytime soon. So I urging you, my brothers, enda kwa namba ya DCI, call those guys. Waambie unatafuta guide. Before saa 6 usiku ifike tutapata ya Vigilance House. We will also call them. Ikiumana, we will start work. Kwa hizi tutaenda Vigilance House. Personally ourselves tuseme we want we want an appointment with the IG. We want a special appointment with the IG to explain for us, because guy that was arrested by the cops, we must be told wherever he is, rather than concentrating maneno ya bibi ya Gachagua kule. Bibi ya Gachagua hata kipenda sasa alipuke uwi, nitaeka screen to, nitaeka ringtone. Alipuke, apige uwi kama hiyo badi na muuma, niweke kama ringtone. We don't care. I don't care for these people. I don't care. Ati mtu ananiambia ati mbunge wako ni mgonjwa, anasema azidi na Mungu huko. I don't care. Someone who doesn't care for you, why should you care for him? Someone who is riding SUVs, mtu wako na business, alafu wewe hata shamba ya matunda una, then you are coming here telling us what? Haifanyiki. Tume make stand. If this our stand will claim our life, let it claim our life. But will be engraved in the history of this country that we are fighting for something that is worth. And that is it. There will be no change. There will be intimidation. There will be all those. But sisi pia sahi tumeamua, we have been so peaceful. Na wakati wa kuongea peace imeisha. You can't go to the table na mtu amekuwekea gun na wewe umekuja na Biblia. It won't happen. Hatuwezi enda kwa meza na mtu amebeba kisu, wewe umebeba kalamu. It won't happen. Itakuwa kama watu wanaenda kwa meza na kisu, kila mtu amebeba kisu. Kama ni kukaa kwa table, kila mtu akona bunduki yake, kila mtu akona yake. Hakuna cha kubembelezana. It is high time. Hiyo imeisha. Wakati wa kubembeleza, ndio maana nilikuwa nasema we want to make a policy side everywhere we go. We leave a mark. That is now the philosophy. Leave a mark wherever you go. If you invade somewhere and you want to show the person you have invaded his place that it should be serious, leave a mark there. If you don't leave a mark, he won't take you serious. You will just, these are normal paperwork. But if you leave a mark, hiyo mlango yake ya kioo yote iko chini. Kila kitu imesambaratika hapa, atakuja aanze ku reason. Aseme there were people here. There were people present here. But if you just leave a paperwork, your presence will not even be felt. The parliament invasion was only felt by the fire and the destruction of the properties. And those are our properties. We are the taxpayers. And they say they have insurance. That is a good end. Now we will be invading and leaving a mark. I leave it there, bana. Inachemuka ikichemuka.
General China. Umesema hutaki mambo ya maji rebellion. Hakuna chati maji na mtu amekuja na guns. I think that's the spirit we should be going forward with. And nimesikia vizuri sana. Hey, I'm inspired for days. Hakuna cha kwenda kwa meza na Biblia na mtu amekuja na gun. It's guns for guns. Tunasema aura for aura. So this is guns for guns. Who did we have next? I think it was Mpano, then Apapa, then Honeyflower. So Mpano, if you can hear me, kindly give your submission. Okay, Mpano, if you can't hear me, we'll go to Apapa, then Honeyflower, then Doch.
Okay, thank you, Bay, Fabish, and all the listeners. I think I had a lot to say, but lucky enough, it has been put it even more correctly by Generali and Fabish. So mine is just to concur with what they have said. Yeah, we can never bring change by begging the government to do things for us. I don't think it is going to happen. It will never happen. We must decide that it is a war and we should be ready for it. Let's fight. Imambo ya komba nini, please ishe. We can never be soft on with someone who is carrying a gun. It has been correctly put. Now, mine is just to ask all of us, hiyo ruma ndogo tunasikia Gachagua, sijui mara Dorcas, sijui mara nani, please, can you just put it aside? Dorcas has been there since the 10th of September 2022. Amefanya nini? Amesaidia nini? Kando na kuomba, kando na kufast, what has she done? Then,
it is the same woman utamwona 2027 anakuja kuomba kura, anataka kuwa governor. Unfortunately, watu tutampigia kura. Please, hizo huruma toke kando. We are fighting for our country. So mine just to say, let's forge on, let's move on, let's be strong, let's be united as never before. Thank you guys for the space.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, that is the reality. Tuanze kujihurumia sisi wenyewe. Huwezi kuwa uko kwa shida alafu tunamhurumia mtu mwenye ako kwa raha. You know, that is foolishness of highest order ambayo ina mwenzake. Vile generali amesema, unatembea mguu umepigwa na vumbi, umepigwa na jua, mtu anakupita na SUV ako ndani ya AC, ati alafu unalia ati anadhulumiwa. Wakati wewe unadhulumiwa, maskini wa hahe, alafu hujihurumii. Wacha kwanza tuanze kujihurumia sisi na watoto wetu kwanza. You know, hata kwanza sisi tunajidanganya. You cannot say that you love a country when you yourself you don't love yourself. You start first by loving yourself, then you love the community, and then you love the country. Kwa hivyo kwanza tukue na huruma na sisi wenyewe. Wacha na watu kabisa. And hata ni Mungu anajibu maombi yetu, and then we start again fighting God. Ukiona wakipigana, it is God that is confusing them. And now we want again to start sympathizing, sabotaging the same prayer that we have been praying for. This is how God brings down the leaders. He starts by confusing them, bringing confusion into their heads. So our prayers are being answered. And yet again, you have to sabotage the same prayers that you have been answering. This confusion is part of the spiritual war. Because we say that we are fighting Ruto spiritually, we will fight him politically, and now we are going to fight him physically. So the spiritual part, we are winning. This is a spiritual part now that we are winning. Confusion. And that is why you see even these bills that he's bringing to strangle himself, come here extension of term limit. This is what even will help bring him down. Confusion. This is spiritual, in the spiritual aspect, we are winning. Kwa hivyo tusijaribu kabisa kusabotage our prayer. Hiyo kwanza imejibiwa. Sasa Mungu ashamaliza kazi yake. Sasa inabaki yetu. Because Mungu ashamaliza yake ya spiritual, na sasa imebaki yetu ya politically na physically. So we need now to finish our own. I think ulikuwa umesema after a papa, it was to be Annie Flower.
Hello guys, I think you are fine. According to me, even the churches are feeling the heat because the way they have been handled, they are feeling it because they are the one who put that government. Most of them they are used during the campaign to put this government in place in one first place. So they are feeling it. They are feeling the heat now. Sasa sayata I don't fear even die because I have nothing to sina kitu cha kujisimamia to naogopa kifo. Let us go and fight for our own country. If we will die when we are fighting for it, then let it be. Unaona? Hatuogopi kitu chochote tu. Sasa hii tumefinyikwa design nyingine hata wezi afford chenye unataka personally. Kwa afford kitu unataka sahi ni ngumu. Unajisukuma ndo upate. Pesa zenye zinasanywa sahi zinapelekwa kufichwa nje za nje. Kama mtu anapatikana pesa kuenda kuficha nje, unaenda kufungua ati account ya kujengea hospitali county, unaenda kuficha nje so that we no circulation of money in our country. Wanataka kila mtu akue maskini, kila mtu ani pesa ikosekane kabisa. This regime, I'm very fucked about this regime. This regime inafaa tu sasa kijembaki tu ni kuamuka tu wote because sasa unaambia mzae ati this government is bad, mzae anakuangalia naona ni kama wewe ni mtoto mdogo hakuna kitu unajua. So ukimwambia the government is using our properties, is mistreating us, is abducting people and killing people, sasa wanatuforce hata sisi to stock nje. So inafika sometimes sasa anakwambia utaenda uishi kivyako, ufanye mambo yako vile unataka. Hapa hivi serikali ndio inaongoza na hakuna vile utasema. Umeona? Sasa kitu kama hii inaanzia kwa wazazi wenyewe. Hata wazazi wenyewe wachoki, wako wanafuatana ati sisi tumezaliwa juzi, tumekuja na kierere mingi. Sasa hata mimi nashindwa na vitu zingine, mpaka wanasema tu we are different by the way, let us inject it, because hata mimi siogopi. Acha Ruto penye yako ajue tu kitu yenye iko. Hakuna mtu anamtaka, ni watu tu wachache tu peke yake ndio wako nyuma, but most of us hakuna mwenye anamtaka, and he must know this. Watu wanaenda hospitali wanataka cash. Sasa atishaifanyi surely. Hospitali mtu anakufa tu, yani anakufa tu juu wamekataa kumhudumia, hajatoa cash. Imekataa kufanya, nothing is going on. People are being I don't know how I can explain this. It's very painful. Angalia hapa kama hospitali. Nilienda hospitali juzi. Vitanda, watu wawili kwa kitanda moja. And the people are in a critical condition. Very sick people. Some have big injuries and they are sleeping in the same bed. How come if somebody turns and ni ngumu. Mtu akipenduka tu hivi kidogo anakufinya kidonda. And all of you are sick, you need treatment. I'm fucked about this regime, by the way. Mimi nimechoka nao, because wanatenga pesa ya kufanya kitu fulani na hiyo pesa ifanye kitu. I just pocketing in their pocket. I'm tired. Even you say today or tomorrow we are going to the street, I'm ready. I'm fucked up, Bana. I'm fucked up. I'm ready to die for my country. But I die for my country than I wait dying, looking. Siwezi ngoja kufa. Siwezi, najua hii tukitulia hivi ni kama unajinyonga, unajiwekea kitanzi mwenyewe. Unajiwekea kitanzi. Ni afadhali tu sasa, itabidi sasa ajue kitu moja. We are tired of his regime. Tumechoka kabisa, tumechoka, and we are fucked up. How come? Yani mtu, you come in a way that watu wanaona ni kama wewe ni Mkristo. So unaenda kushika watu akili wa kanisa, unawashika akili, unaomba kura, unakuja na hiyo slogan ya bottom up. Utainua watu. Vijana watapata kazi. What the fuck? By the way, we did a mistake. Our parents did very big mistake to trust this man. Now we are feeling school fees now is hiking. Some people are putting in band 5 and are supposed to be in band 1. So joining university is very difficult, very surely everything is going in their way, the way they want. Unapata kama watoto wa MCS, my MCs au wanaenda kwa band 1. Na mtoto wa maskini anaenda band 5. Everything is being ruined. Yani Kibaki alikuwa mjinga kuleta masomo ya bure. Kibaki alitoa masomo ya bure. Kama alitoa masomo ya bure, inamaanisha serikali iko na pesa. Hapo nyuma ilikuwa wakati pesa, yani pesa iko na value sana. But for now money is value. Sasa pesa iko value. Wanaanza kuchaji masomo. Imagine Kibaki anakuja aneka kila kitu free. Uhuru akuja akaweka university. Yani vitu ikachange. Sasa imekuwa vice versa. Paying school fees, yani a primary school fees, you think that is a university. This thing is painful. I'm fucked up about this regime and I'm tired of them. Really, I don't even listen some news about them. They are praising them. I'm tired. You see, I have to fight back. If they come this way, even today, yesterday, they abducted some people in a daylight abduction, and some people are looking to doing nothing. Any squeeze watu wamekatwa makucha, even they can't speak, they can't talk. You know what? The government is putting fear to people by abducting and killing and doing such nonsense things to its citizens. these things are so embarrassing. Putting to people fears. Preachers are now being put fear. Hakuna kitu preachers sahi, tuseme for example preacher ata preach nini sasa. Even now, chief, these CIs, these criminal investigation officers are just putting in the church like malls to investigate what the preachers are being teach in the church. You can't. This government was put by God. It was put by God. Even the preachers are being saying like that the government was put by God in place. So those pastors now, they are turned that this government is not government that they were thinking it will be. Yani inaenda kinyume vile walikuwa wametarajia. So now nothing is going back. We are going forward. Let us push them the way they are pushing us. So what I can encourage my fellow youth. Sione mtu anakuwa abducted na tunanyamaza. Ati tunaangalia sasa tunachukua photo ndo tupost. What? Hiyo ni ujinga gani sasa? Mtu anashikwa, anaenda kuteswa na nyinyi mnachukua picha ndio mpost mpate views. Tusimame imara, si wenyewe tujisimamie cause watajua sisi ni wenye viburi. Wanasema hawa sasa wametushinda, so tuachane. Tukiwa waoga ndo wanapata nguvu, lakini tukiwa na nguvu wanaogopa. When fear is gone, they fear us. Umeona? So nyinyi tukiwa waoga wanajua watu tunawatisha, tunawanaishia. Kama watu wanakuja bila uniform, na sisi tunanyamaza tunaangalia wakishika mtu hivi na mnachukua picha. Nonsense. Barikiwa wase.
Every time you
nani huyo ni mpano. Okay, ya kidogo ulikuwa now.
Okay.
Nataka kwanza I want to bring to your attention so that you understand that now it is not business as usual. We cannot just be wasting our time on spaces discussing and not bringing solution. So the solution number one that we have said is now we are going to form a formidable resistance against this regime. And the first area that we are going to identify, we now want to start protecting ourselves. We have youths on the ground that now we want to start to rally. And now these Subaru boys, we need to start identifying one after the other. We need to make sure that we unmask them. Now, when we unmask them, we will be going for them individually. Those, our youth on the ground, will be going for them individually. By the time that we are done with 5 of them, they will now rethink of coming to kidnap someone. You will kidnap us when you are in your group and when you are armed to the teeth, but we already unmask your faces. You have somewhere you are living, you have somewhere you are doing shopping, you have somewhere that you go and enjoy yourself. We will get you from there. This message I'm saying here, it is unfortunate that I did not start by recording this space, but as from tomorrow, I'll be recording because for the interest of also our Kenyan brothers and sisters who are in diaspora to be following. If you are a DCI, NIS, that you are here, pass this message. It is over. You cannot continue abducting and kidnapping us. That window period is over. What we are doing, we will be coming for you at your personal level. Not unless you want to live in that police barracks for the rest of your life, that you will never go anywhere. This one I'm saying without fear of contradiction. You can record me, you can take me to any court of law. There is no law that subjects someone that you cannot protect yourself. Since you are coming in a criminal way, we will deal you in a criminal way. And we will come for you in an individual level. Now we are unmasking our troops. We are strategizing that they are going to unmask you. With your faces, one by one, we will know where you are assigned to be working. We will know where you come from. your family, and now we will start dealing with you individually, one after the other. This message is very clear. Now we are drawing the line. Sisi pia tuko na roho. Sisi pia ni binadamu. Sisi sio mbuzi wa kupelekwa tu kichinjwa na kwenda kuchinjwa. We have not committed any serious crime in this country. And even if we had committed a crime, we have our institution. If you don't believe in those institutions, utuambie haina haja to waste our taxpayers, tufunge makoti, then tuishi sasa kama wanyama msituni. And you are ready for that. Kila moja sasa akuwe na bunduki yake, hawa anajilinda. If that is the direction that the butcher of Sugoi want to take us to. But currently now, it is aura for aura. Enough of talking. Tumeongea kwa spaces nyingi. There are people that are holding spaces to create content and to start earning out of the space. I cannot do that. There are people that create spaces to start manipulating people to send their funds. I cannot do that. I cannot waste my time. Siwezi kupoteza usingizi tu tunaongea tu stories ajaba. And I thank God that all of us here, we are speaking the same language. Today it is Gaido, and we'll make sure that it will end with Gaido. So, yes, Mpanwa, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Fabish, for giving me this opportunity. First, I want to appreciate the kind of guys, the kind of time you guys have taken, and the kind of job all of us have done. It's credible. First, I want to really reiterate that word we are talking about, having vigilante groups. We need, hiyo ni kitu tungekuwa na kutoka kitambo. Ni kitu tumechelewa hata. Tulikuwa tunafaa kuwa tumeshika hiyo. Kutoka kitambo tumekuwa na those vigilante groups, so that these guys, ni waoga ndio sababu wanakuja in groups na wanakuja masked. We need to unmask them, and we give them what they give. What they're giving us, that's what we give them, because they're not giving us a law. The Constitution actually is not there, so that's what we really need to do. Then number two thing that has been disturbing me, hii mambo ya tumekuwa tukikosana. Of course, unasikia huyu sijui hataki mtu akikuja na hii mwingine anakuja na nyingine, yo divisions. I believe hata kama sio strategy ya Gava, sio strategy ya Ruto, it's making them happy. And whatever is making them happy is bringing us down. I would really request from the depth of my heart, nyinyi wale watu influencers, whichever way, in Nairobi, kama wale mnajua na kina people like Eric Omondi, Morara, nimekuwa follow Morara, lakini saa zingine nasikia kama moyo unaisha, but because we have a target, inanibidi niache your pride, nirudi tu. Kina Morara, KOT Sonko, I like KOT, the kind of job he's doing, and a few other people. Actually, I don't know any of you. I don't know any of you in person, but munajuana influencers. So I think if we can have a way of you guys coming together, muongee vizuri, then in your own spaces baada ya kuongea, you forge a way forward, and that you may forge you forward. Munashikana na influences of other places, other regions of the country, so that we all speak in one language. Tukimove tuna move. Kama tukisema ni protest ikianzia kama ni Nairobi, inafanywa Nairobi, inafanywa Runyenjes, kila mahali, hata Kisumu. Mungu tusaidie, but there is a problem. There's a problem, but God can help us. It's a spiritual problem kwanza hapo kwa Jaluo. I'm a Suba. And I really feel bad when I see mtu anafurahi ati Mbadi amepatiwa. I mean, Mbadi is my MP. Mbadi amepatiwa sijui sio ati tunafurahi ati pesa inalala Homa Bay. My friend, Mbadi anapatiwa pesa, anaiba ameshaiba, of course, ameshaiba mingi. Ukienda Suba, ukienda huko hivyo hakuna barabara. Then ukienda hapo hivyo, sasa usikia watu wanasema pesa inalala Suba. Mtu anasema hivyo,
Yeye mwenyewe anakata ajui hata bei ya sukari ni pesa ngapi, kilo hata moja juu ni pesa ngapi. Why? Not because hataki kujua, sababu hawezi afford. Hata kuna njaa, watu wanateseka huko. Na unasema pesa inalala suba. It's just a fallacy. I don't know, it's stupidity. So Mungu atusaidie Nyanza. We come up together. Hata kama kuna story mingi sana watu wanakuja nazo, lakini let's forget about this and we face one demon that is bringing us down, which is Ruto and his regime. Na si ati kwamba regime zingine zimekuwa sawa, but this is the time that we have to deliver ourselves. We have to unshackle ourselves from the hands of the oppressors, from the hands of these demons that have stolen our futures. They've already stolen our futures. I'll really appreciate if nyinyi kama kina Fabish and these guys, the influencers, hata wale walikuwa wameenda kama tunaweza wavuta, unless ni mtu tuko sure anatuuza, lakini si kama mtu akutuuza, kama ni mtu tulikuwa tunafikiria tukuje tu pamoja, watu wakuje. We have a common cause. If you have a common goal, which is to kick this government out of power, because 2027 tukisema, my friend, inaniumiza roho nikisikia watu wengine nasema tujipange 2027. Hiyo hakuna 2027. Tusiongee mambo ya 2027. Hakuna. We cannot negotiate anything with Ruto. We cannot negotiate anything with this government. There's absolutely nothing that can be discussed. Atitungoje 2027 tujipange. This guy is not a master planner. This is a prominent thief. He's a criminal. He's a criminal who is willing to do anything and everything to stay in power. Of course, he has nothing. He has nothing to do with Kenya. Hakuna kitu anafikiria afanyie Kenya, hata kidogo, hata moja. So, Fabish, wewe na all the other influencers, it's just my humble request. Kama mnaweza kuja pamoja, mshikane, mkutane kisiri, hata mali mtakutana. And in fact, kama nikukutana mie, I can even support hiyo kutana kwenyu. Mkutane tu over a cup of tea, hata kama tu ni nini. I can even support, if you can let me know. Then, mkikutana muongee na mshikane na wengine wa coast, mshikane na watu wa everywhere in the country. Then, mtu kazi yake ni rahisi, ile tukishika watu, tulikuwa na protest moja Kenya mzima, hivyo ndio vile ameisha. Hivyo tu, haitahitaji siku kama hata 5, because hana pesa. Kenya ina pesa sana na haina polisi. Tumeshika. Tukishika protest moja imeshika Kenya mzima, tumeshika police station kama zote. Hata tushike sisi hata zote. Like 75% of it, we are done with this government. Hata Raila atakuwa na nguvu ya kusimamisha hiyo. So my greatest humble request ni hiyo watu kuja pamoja. Alafu hizo vigilantes bana, vijana tusilale bana. Hii kama hii kuna video nimeona, sijui ni gaidha ama ni nani. Kuna mtu nilikuwa naona kwa there's video, alikuwa anashikwa. Alafu we are taking videos, mmekaa hapo mnaangalia, watu wanaangalia nini? Sio kuangalia bwana. Unaangalia, kesho itakuwa ni wewe. Huyu afadhali kuna watu wanamshika video. So tukinyamaza hivi, the next time they're coming, hautakuwa na watu kushika video, kusema ndio huyo Don ameshikwa sijui nani. They'll kill you. They'll simply come for you and they'll get you killed. So that will be my submission for now. Thank you for this time.
Thank you so much. As we go to other speakers, one thing also that I'd like, let us remind ourselves, Ruto has been playing gimmicks on us. He has been playing chess, and we are falling to his trap. Now, ukiona these bills he keep pushing on us, sijui shisha, tomorrow, I don't know, agriculture bill. And then we will be busy on spaces discussing about those bills, and he will be unleashing his goons to go and kidnapping and killing people on the ground, and at the same time, advancing his agenda. Let us be cautious that Ruto has even unleashed people who look to be influencers. They are on our spaces. They are even hosting the space and diverting you to discuss a certain bill that suits the agenda of William Ruto, because that is what he wants. So that country needs it look like they are advancing. You know, they are discussing these bills. The country is discussing about the bill. This is bullshit. So please, now it is now. This is the time now to be radical. There is nothing good that will come out of Ruto. Tusidanganywe. When I see people holding a space to discuss a bill that emanates from William Ruto, and yet again you are saying he must go, I start to question even your sanity. Are you sane? Are you insane? Are you normal? You know, let us not be gullible. Let us not waste our time. You waste 5 hours, 6 hours sitting on a space discussing about bill that is generated by Ruto. And yet again we are saying that Ruto must go. How? This is exactly what Ruto wants, and that is why he keeps pushing many things at the same time. Even when you see any bill that comes, some of them he does not even care whether it passes or no, but he just wants to make sure that he keeps us busy. So we should be wise. Anataka tu kutufanya busy. That is why anatusukumia shisha, anatusukumia, I don't know, shisha, andani, anatusukumia, agriculture bill, anatusukumia, term extension limit, anatusukumia zijui, another one that was yesterday, critical infrastructure protection. You know, all these bills is to keep Kenyans busy on spaces, because if there is something that Ruto is scared, is these spaces, because these are huge platforms that even them as politicians, they cannot be able to mobilize it. And now we are falling to their trap. This is a time that we should be radical. Taking the country we cannot be given. We have to take it. Let's be wise. Tutaenda kwa Doc.
Fabi,
Yes.
excuse me. Yeah, with your permission, kindly allow me to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, please let us remember that as we continue the conversation, the last time I read from the guy called I Am Chege on his TL, alireport kwamba the guy called Joseph Kamau is still in police custody. I'm aware that the guys who are arrested on 20th, some of them were released on that 20th at night, a bit late evening, and then others from Kamukunji were released during the day. But I don't know what happened that Kamau was left behind, because the Khalid and the team were the ones who went to release the guys at Kamukunji. So I don't know what happened that Kamau was left. So please, as we continue the conversation, let's have that in mind, and also let's see a way forward to rescue that guy. You know, his own guy who has always been in the streets with us, and ni jamaa moja ameshikwa mara mingi sana, so we can't leave him behind. Can't let us do something about it.
Kindly remind me, umesema kwa which police station?
I Am Chega report kwamba yuko Capital Hill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alishikwa lini jana?
Alishikwa on 20th.
On 20th?
Yeah.
Has he been taken to court?
From what I Am Chega reported, no.
Kindly, if you can get the details and then DM me, and then we can see how we can rally that.
Okay, thank you.
Fabi.
Yes.
Kindly, just I want to pass something before we proceed. Just about 30 seconds.
Proceed.
Okay, I just want to comment on what Mpano has said. Kindly, just once a soldier is held captive somewhere during the war and they are released, they never are taken back to the squad to go and fight or do what. So for the influencers who left, they left us and they went. Kindly don't have anything to do with them. They left us in a war. Going to
with our oppressor. But whatever they want to do, they know themselves. So kindly let us forge our war and fight it. They're not the only ones who can make us do what we want to do. Thank you.
That is very nice. You are very, very right. If you have ever rubbed your shoulders with our oppressor, we will count you as one. So it was a Doc, and then we come to Kenya. And please, guys, let's keep on retweeting the space. We need to hear from as many Kenyans as we can, because we need collective voices. The power of revolution is with the numbers. We need to discuss. We need to talk. We need to amplify our voices. We need to have one unifying voice. The time of show off, the time of content creation, the time of wanted to look like you have a huge platform, it is over. Now it is the time to fight for our country. So please, kindly let's share this space so that we can have, as Kenyans, as many voices as we can, and as we are looking for solution. Share in your DMs, share in your wall, share even in your WhatsApp, so that those people that you are offline, they can be able to join. Share wherever you are. Kindly retweet. I give you 30 seconds to retweet. That is the simple task that I request from you. I'm not asking for a tip jar. The tip jar that I only request from you is to share the space, because we need to get as many voices as we can. Just do that simple task. It will not take you even 5 seconds to do it. I would want to see as many retweets as possible as how you share the space. Now let's go to Doc.
Papa, may I interrupt, please, Fabish?
Okay. Papa.
I'm reading from I Am Chege's timeline. I posted around 30 minutes ago that Kamau has been released courtesy of Defenders KE. So it is Kamau who posted around 42 minutes ago that is out. So it was shared by I Am Chege.
That is great. That is great. And we want to applaud I Am Chege is doing and has been consistent in what he's doing. And this is how we are supposed to keep the movement. If you have observed his timeline, he has been always consistent, and he keep on giving us accurate updates. When someone is abducted, he will post when that person is released. So he always follows up to the letter. We need that kind of spirit. I think in the coming few days, I want to host him so that we can encourage him and give him his flowers. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. And also thank you, Papa, for updating us. Doc. Doc, am I not pronouncing your name correctly? Okay, Chokosh. Or anyone who went to group of schools, maybe I'm not getting it correctly. My co-host, I know he went to group of schools. Can you get his attention?
Anaitwa Doc na bado ni Chokosh. Sasa hapo kwa group of schools ndio sijui.
Okay, nimefikiria hapo mimi ndio sipati. Unajua sisi wengine tulienda kwa polling station as a school. Yes, Doc. You know, some people muna create names ya kutumia kwa spaces, and maybe even you forget that is your name. Doc. Kimemia Daniel. Kimemia. Okay.
Problem nalala mpatie Mkenya.
Mkenya, go ahead.
I think Doc kuna shida na net, na connecting.
Okay. Mkenya, go ahead. And those who are the listeners, request the mic. Utapatiwa mbio because tunahitaji kusikia kila sauti. Usikuje tu hapo kaka. And if you are in a position you cannot talk, you can give your views, your comments on the comment section, and we are going to read. My co-host here will have some few minutes to read the comments so that every voice can be heard. Thank you.
So, Fabi, thank you very much for the opportunity and for hosting this space. To everyone else, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. wherever you're listening us from across the globe. Now, first things first, Ruto must go. That is the paradigm. When I wake up in the morning, that's what I'm thinking about. When I'm sleeping, that's what I'm dreaming about. When I'm driving, that's what I'm thinking about. Now, you guys have discussed something very elaborate. I've been listening in for a while. Now I have a practical question, and I'm courageous enough to ask. Now, someone is being abducted. Now let's get practical. We're all in agreement, it's unconstitutional. If you want to arrest someone, you issue orders or do it in an organized way, and as the law provides. Someone is being abducted. These cops, or these, let's call them goons, are brandishing weapons. We have 2 or 3 Subarus. Now let's get practical. We are Kenyans. We have our phones, we are watching, we have our flags, whatever, name it. What will we do? What can we do? These guys have weapons, AK-47s and what have you. Some are brandishing. If they're not brandishing weapons, we can easily pounce on them. So my question is, and it doesn't have to be limited to the speakers, just to, we're having a conversation. Thanks, Fabi.
Okay, thank you. That's a general question. I'm sure as other people are coming to give you an answer, I will give you my own answer. First, when someone is being abducted, even if they have the weapons, those people, they cannot just start shooting randomly. Okay? So what you need to do is you create commotion. People around there, make sure that you create commotion. As other people are screaming, others are putting, are trying to block the road. Carry everything through on that road, So when you create that commotion, it will give them a very rough time. And even out of that commotion, that is now where we can even get time, even if it is to touch that car. So when someone is abducted, instead of us rushing to your phones, you scream, you shout, you do everything possible. Throw some objects on the road. Make sure that even that car will have difficult to pass.
Fabish.
Yes.
Can I add on something?
Yes, go ahead.
There is always that just fear of what are you going to do. But believe me not, once one person starts a commotion or just throw something, believe me not, everybody's going to join in. If you can remember during the demonstration, there was a time a guy was about to be abducted and be put in a Subaru. Guys went there. The guy was freed. Hawakumchukua. Why? The power of people. Walienda. Just that move, ikienda. You normally see, hata kwa wanyama, if you normally see the buffaloes, mmoja akivamiwa na simba, si ndio? Hata kama ni simba watano. When they charge, mmoja tu aende, ndio hivyo. So guys, it's just us dealing with the fear that we have. Believe me not, they are not going to shoot random, as Fabia said. So the fear that nobody should come here ataanza kutuzia fear kwamba nini is a very genuine question and is a good umeuliza. So that fear ndio kwa tunasema kwamba we have to tuitoe. Tujue kwamba in such a scenario what do we have to do? And alarm, believe me not, everybody at a joining. Thank you.
Maybe, Fabi.
Yes.
Yeah, even if I can add on that, unaona gari abduction huwa ikikuja. The first thing when they approach you and they want to arrest you kama public iko, wanakujanga kwanza wanakuhold hivi. Hiyo kuhold hivi kama bado wamesimama, wanatesting the people who are around. Kama kuna any resistance, kama kuna resistance ndio unaonanga kuna hiyo rush ya kupelekwa kwa gari. Let me tell you, akunanga watu waoga kama watu wa Subaru boys. wanaonanga tu ground, wanafanya hivyo, watu wanaanza kutoroka, wanachukua advantage, sasa ndo wanakuwa aggressive. The moment wameshika tu mtu na mtu mmoja tu, hata anzange tu aseme hapana, you will see them retreating. Utaona wameretreat, wanahand ulo jamaa like karibu anamwani gently. The moment mtu mmoja alipuke na sound itoke more than 3 people, they will never arrest anyone. I'm a true witness ya the story son is saying. Ilifanyika town, ilikuwa town yenyewe, demonstration ikiendelea. There was a young guy who was supposed to be taken. Walimshika hivi, the group ikakuja tu hivi like it was just a commotion of 2 minutes and they drove off and they left him there. So inakwanga fear. First, if they come, they must test the ground. They will hold you. Watakushika hivi. Si nakujanga tu hivi mara moja. Wanakuhold hivi ni kama umeshikwa. Then hata wewe mwenyewe ukianza kukua aggressive, then you get a external support. It stops there. The only thing inafanyanga watu wanaonanga umeshikwa hivi, people start running. So when people start running, they always take like they have controlled the ground. That's when they drag you into the car. But just in case there's any resistance, those people at the you have just said here, those people because they always come in a group and wako armed, hiyo ndio inafanyanga tu hiyo bravery inakuanga. But the moment wameonanga tu any opposition, just a slight, no one will go. Trust me, mimi nimeona ikifanyika, some we have done around Mudhuru, even there was also an arrest there ilikuwa inafanyika hapo. Watu walitoka tu kwa soko hivi, hata ilikuwa tu wamama. It never happened. So inakwanga tu feel like wakikuja watu wanaona Subaru, they run away. And the issue of not even putting the number plate, ikwanga ati people can track. They can put a plate there and it is fake. Hiyo plate wameshajua there's a fear that umejenga kwa wananchi, like ukiona Subaru, those are killers. They will kill you. So this time wametoa a number plate ili wakikuja hiyo fake kuingiza like, hey, the vehicle is not even having a number plate. Where will they take me to? It's just a fear mechanism, I'm telling you. These guys, if they come, venye mlikuwa mnasema there's a group, hata wafike kwa compound hivyo wanataka kushika mtu, then another group ikuja hapo kucounter. Trust you me, they will leave. They always leave. They always take advantage where people are fearing. Like the moment you fear, they take advantage. But where people are radical, why are these arrests? There are places that they cannot happen. You know, places like Kibra, around Olympic, that you cannot arrest. Even an officer cannot always arrest because they fear of what might happen. But they always take advantage. But one day will not, when they're attacking someone, hawakujanga tu hivyo wamekugrab, wanakujanga hivyo umeraundiwa, just to test what the ground, the reaction of the ground. If there's no reaction, they grab you away. But in any case of any interruption, you will see them leaving because even themselves they fear. And they cannot start shooting anyhow because awako kwa battlefield wanapatana na Al-Shabaab. It is citizens always shoot anyhow. They always escape. So inakwanga tu fear. If we put fear aside na to confront, if you see such kind of thing happen, watu watalipuka. And in fact, I love these border guys of town. They are very, very cooperative. Hao ikianzanga hivi, hao ndo wanaanza kupandishanga juu. Na moment wamepandishanga juu, they run away. Those people are cowards, but they take advantage if you fear. Wewe ukishaingiza uoga hivi, they drive you away. Kama wewe ni pia mtu ameshikilia, unashikilia hapo, ukishikilia hivi, ushikilie kama wanakugrab hivi na wananchi waingie, there's nowhere you will go. Yeah.
And then Fabish.
Yeah.
Just to add on. The day we will ban one of those Subarus, believe me not, those abductions, they will decrease. Trust me. Because they know now the fear is gone. And that is what we are supposed to do. Remember, the government should not lie to us. They don't know who the abductors are. Just recently, they abducted the Turkish guys, right? The government admitted it is them who abducted them and they gave them out. So, what else are they going to tell us? They don't know who the abductors are. So our key point is we have to mark those cars when they come. We have to touch 2 or 3 or 1. Trust me, guys. We have to wake up. Thank you.
Yeah, so I also want to agree with the Sun and General. We should actually make sure we ban those vehicles. Chomea, hizo magari, how what? I think there's a time I mentioned that you should, as a person mahali tumefika sahizi in this country, you should also walk around with some kind of personal protective gear. For example, unaweza kuwa na zile two pocket knives, unaweza kuwa na zile stun guns, those things that inatoanga inapiga mtu shock. I think niliziona zinauzwa hata huku Kenya. I think we should do that because, hey, mali mefika, you should be able to protect yourself, defend yourself, kwa sababu tuko in war, as we've mentioned. Na when you're in war, you don't go with a Bible, you go with weapons. So hapo ndo tuko. Then the other thing, of course, we need to also pray to God that sijui mbona na mention God anyway. Yeah, we need to be able to overcome the bystander effect. Hiyo ambayo when something is happening to you or to someone, people just stare. And I think that is something that is very common, especially in Nairobi, whereby mtu akifanyikiwa na kitu, people just stare. And I think hii inakuja from the point of fear, where watu walizoea kwamba when mtu akibiwa kitu chao, mtu sema mwizi ni part of the team ya huyo mwizi, and then you might even end up being attacked we mwenye uko innocent. I think those who've been in Nairobi, they understand how those things happen, and so people have that fear of interfering because they know mara mingi when you interfere, unakuwa sawa ndo unakuwa target ya hauwezi, na kwa hiyo commotion unaweza enda po uenda kuchomwa, yet you are probably the victim, ama wewe ndo ulikuwa unajaribu kutetea the victim. So yeah, sometimes I try to understand Kenyans kwamba, especially Nairobians, I think ndo challenge tunakwanga nayo, whereby tumekuwa traumatized na hizo situations where wezi wamejipanga in that manner. So as much as tunataka kublame people, yeah, we also understand that kuna hiyo shida, and let's hope we are going now to be more woke and be able to overcome that. And ukiona mtu akijaribu kusukumwa ndani ya Subaru or whatever it is, wewe shout, bring commotion. Pia wewe mwenye una kidnapiwa, try to fight for yourself, by the way. Uma mtu, for heaven's sake, hey, you have teeth. They're meant for defense, pia si kukula pekee. So even bite that person, ndio at least uweze at least kujisaidia, cause you never know, you might go and never come back. Na watu wengi by then small wig. Imagine if you has that small wig ambayo watu watawezi jua kama umechukuliwa. What happens to you? You'll never be found. So yeah, try to really bring commotion ndio usaidike. Then of course pia protect our fellows. Ukiona mtu anachukuliwa usikue bystander. Just try to also fight back for them. Yeah. So thank you, Doc. Choko, shendele.
Yeah, I want to agree. Kwanza, wewe kama wewe ndio umekuwa victim, unaenda kukua kidnapped. Kwanza usiingize uoga. Don't be easily kuwa carried evil. Pambana, react. What is important? First, react while you are screaming. Jaribu ulale chini. Kama kuna post hapo, shika hiyo post kabisa. You know, make sure kwamba wewe pia you fight while screaming. You know, you first as a victim, you'll be the one in the first hand to bring a commotion. So scream. Kama kuna post ya steam hapo karibu, shikilia hiyo post. You know, scream to people around you. Tell them that wanani black ni goons. You know. So when you keep on shouting and screaming, you know, unalala chini, unagaragara, unakataa kuingia hiyo gari, unakanyaga mguu, then you will help create that scene of commotion. So and for interest of unity about the movement, we will listen to the speakers ambao wako tu kwa speakers panel, and then because me I believe in unity of movement, then we will finish and go to TG space. TG has just opened the space to update us on a resolution that was in the court about the Adani deal. Yeah, go ahead.
Fabish, before you maybe end, I think I have I think it's a question or something, or actually I'm seeking an opinion, especially regarding the submission of is it submission of whatever is being submitted on Friday, extension of term limits and everything else in between, and probably this maybe Nikitu mtu anaweza enda akifikiria, because we saw what people did on the Gachagua story, and this is something I've always talked about, whereby I've always said that hizi mambo ya public participation tu ni it's a PR exercise whereby whatever we do, whether you participate or you don't participate, hakuna tofauti, because at the end of it all they will do what they want. And I think that was very clear wakati huyu jamaa alikuwa anakuwa impeached, and even in very many other avenues that we were supposed to have actually participated, and we participated, and then in the end haimata kama tulisema, they just end up doing whatever they want. Because I think when you say that, they say public participation inafaa kuwa unaniuliza ninataka ama sitaki, and then whatever I say ni kama ile and whatever inachukua siku ndio inakuwa hiyo, but for them we say no, and then they go and actually implement the exact opposite of what we have suggested. So I think this is something that it's an opinion, because me I feel here public participation is just useless, to be honest, useless. By the way, sioni kama iko na any effect or impact. So yeah, probably this is something we could discuss in the next space, after this one, or even in the next time we do a space, because hii kitu by then niudhi sana. So yeah.
Yeah, do go ahead. Thanks, Hannah Hayabe. Yeah. Dok, sikusikii, sijui kama ni mic yako ama uko na problem na network. Kuna mtu anamsikia?
Pia mi simsikii, so I think it's the network that is problematic.
Okay. I think generally Simoni alikuwa amesema anataka kutupatia final submission, but it's okay. So for the interest of time and ili tuweze kupata nafasi ya kusikiza what happened in our courts, in our judiciary about the Andani deal, those who will have time tutajoin huko kwa TG so that we can also be updated. And yes, now because we are gathering momentum of our revolution, we will be holding this space nearly on a daily basis from 3 o'clock Kenyan time. So tunapitia, we keep on sharing, updating ourselves, and bring everybody on board. Now, the resolution of today about how we are going to reach our youth katika those areas. Generally, ulikuwa nataka kuja kutupatia maombi ya mwisho, come to the speaker. Yeah, so vile tumesema we are going to reach to those youths in the estates na wale ambao wako those places ambao wanaita ghettos, and then we will see what we are, how we are going to do about unmasking these Subaru boys. But in the meanwhile, don't forget, don't allow anyone around you to be abducted, even if you don't know that person. Let's stand for each other. Even if you don't know that person, whether it is in a bus, whether it is on the street, whether it is in a club, whether it is in the church, whether it is in your neighborhood, don't allow anyone to be abducted. Create commotion, scream, make sure that you do everything that those abductors don't have chance again. Okay, generally.
Yes, just requested. Yes, I just requested that if you are closing, today I wanted to close it with the word of prayer because I'm so high today with the spirits of revolution.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. We are closing.
Okay, so
Vincent? Vincent, can you hear me?
Tony, I can hear you. What about the next speaker?
There seemed to be an issue today, TG, with the space, because now I'm no longer the co-host. So I can't bring in more speakers.
I'm telling you, this has become, I can see you as co-host, but you are saying you are not able to.
Yes, I'm not able. Let me drop and come back in.
Okay. Vincent, can you hear me? Nico, anyone hear me? This space is really a problem today. If you can hear me, give 100%. Can you hear me? Oh, good. Maura can hear me. Good. Excellent. So, Vincent, can you hear me as a speaker? Vincent, go ahead. He's also disappeared. Oh my, 1 second. What's going on? Isaac, can you hear me? Isaac, can you hear me? This space has really been compromised. Vincent, can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you, Gashoka. Gashoka can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so you try and give it a go as I try and bring in the other speakers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you, everyone. I think this is a technical hitch, and everyone actually goes through this once in a time. So this is my point for those who can hear me. Number one, we are going through a time when so many things are happening at the same time. And one thing, I don't know whether this is by design, that we are going through what we are going through at this particular time. Looking at the issues that are in the court, looking at the political situation right now, and even the issue of Adani, and it's not by default that Adani was able to sign several contracts when Kenyans were actually kept busy with the Gachagua thing. And I might say that the guys who are dealing with this, they're very, very smart in trying to fool us and also take our attention to what is actually happening at the moment. And it's not long that Adani might actually host captive. We might be hosted captive of our economy based off of what is going and what he might actually do, even to other projects that we just don't know what is happening. And here's the thing, I'm getting worried, and here's why I'm getting worried. If the executive is going to get absolute power, I'm sorry, we might not be able to have any form of protest for what is happening, right? And when I mean absolute power is when the three arms of government
are all speaking, singing the same tune. And this tells us there is nothing we can do as individuals, and we are on our own. And I was in the other space and I was telling guys, look here, if your member of parliament can make decisions not based off of what you send him to do, then he's not representing you. He's representing other people, other favors that he's actually getting. And to be honest, we had, the judiciary as our only hope, especially during the Maraga period. I had a lot of confidence in the judiciary during Maraga time. But to be honest, this time I'm losing that confidence. And based off of what is happening, even with the filing of cases, I don't support Gachagua in any way of what he says, but the way he's being treated, the way his lawyers are being treated in the court, and with the filing and the procedures that are actually used in the courthouse. I've been following this closely, and I can see there is something going on that it's just about time to happen, right? So what I can say, I know the topic today is about Adani. I know Adani is already here to stay. He's already here. If he's already signed, we're talking about Ketraco, we're talking about the JKIA, and it's already gone. He's already here to stay, and it's just a matter of time he's going to take over other, institutions that we have. So we as Kenyans, and you can see when I say the judiciary, the executive has actually held hostage of everyone, even the Raila guy. Right now he comes and sanitizes Adani, and he says that, based off of my experience, Adani has done significant projects even in other areas. So it shows that the only critic who the government was afraid of was Raila. And because now Raila is in their pocket, then you can see it is something that it's already scripted, and they know that, that there is nothing we can do. So here's where we are as Kenyans. And I hope, and even when you're looking about, sorry, I'm jumping from topics to topics, but when we are talking about even the extension, the term limits, they are testing us. They just want to see at what level are we? How can we protest? How far can we go? They're just testing the waters. And it's just a matter of time this is also coming to pass if you're not very careful. So if you haven't signed, I've already signed my petition, not my petition, but my view on the same. If you haven't received an email, if you need to sign this, please send it over to the Senate. I don't know if we can send it to the to the Parliament, but please send it over. Show your involvement, because they are taking advantage of our silence, our ignorance as Kenyans, and things are happening behind the scenes that we will come to regret as a nation. And I'm telling you, the moment they will approve the 7-year limit, oh my God, I'm going to the street with my grandkids, I'm going to the street with my wife, everyone will be on the street, and I'll be sleeping on the street. They'll come take us off from the street because we have just been pushed to the limit. We are right now on the limit. The housing, everything. I'm sorry, I'm kind of ranting right now, but I feel like we are fucked. I'm sorry to use this language, but I'll let other speakers to go on. If your mics are not working, if you can hear me, it means the space is not working. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Asante. Tony, you can hear clearly?
Yes, TJ.
So very quickly, for the purpose of the last speaker, I think some people didn't get my brief on Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. And I want to be very brief in terms of, because I've undertaken to give a report. I appeared in court on the 22nd at Milimani High Court. And the case was coming up for directions. Unfortunately, our lawyers were not available because they had been dragged in to the Gachagua matter. But luckily, His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa were able to attend court on behalf of the petitioners for the airport. And during the hearing of the case, the following three things were confirmed. One, that the Law Society case, which comes up on the 25th, continues to enjoy conservatory orders, maintaining the status quo at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, and that the application that will come before the court on the 25th will be an application seeking to increase the bench to 3, and therefore it is unlikely to affect the conservatory orders. And the judge, therefore, on that basis, asked us to come back on the 11th of November 2024, when we will be making a fresh application to have another conservatory order or consolidate the case with the LSK one, so where there is already an existing conservatory order, and we can also do our petition before the 3-bench judge. So in that way, we hit two birds with one stone. And therefore, I'm confirming to Kenyans that the status quo at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport at the moment is that everything is as though Adani had not come. And that is why I wanted to correct the last speaker. The airport is different from what has happened with the Kitraco or what has happened with the SHAF, the health service. And I was trying to explain to earlier listeners that one of the most dangerous things the Ruto regime is doing is to introduce a very little known apparatus in government called PPP, which means that everything they are doing, they do not advertise. They invite a single source and they go and start negotiations, enter a contract. By the time the public know, it's too late to go to court. The luck we have as Kenyans about the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport is many whistleblowers, including Nelson from the Netherlands and the rest, were able to blow the whistle ahead of time. And it has taken me more than 2 months to build a proper petition because of the amount of evidential material that you must put in a petition for it to be successful. Because if you just file a petition that cannot be argued up to the Supreme Court, its chances of survival are gone. What I can guarantee Kenyans is 2 things. Number one, the petition that we have filed is airtight. It is world class. It is a petition that Adani cannot win, as we have filed it. Secondly, Kenyans are unaware that a critical player in helping in this petition and even participating has been the Kenya Aviation Workers Union, who are also parties. We have joined them in the petition as an interested party, and they have appointed one of Kenya's top lawyers, Fred Ngatia, to represent them. So in this petition, the people of Kenya, the people or the workers of the airport, and the petition sponsor myself are all on one corner against the Adani group and the government. And therefore, kwa hali na mali, we are with them, including a strike option. So there are so many things which exist, but they exist because we are going through the legal aid procedure. But on the Adani Jomo Kenyatta Airport, I can confirm that we are ahead of the government strategies. And I can confirm, instead of competing with the LSK, it is better for us to consolidate the matter so we can enjoy the protection of the conservatory orders they already have, as we prosecute now the case on the constitutional questions, which mean there was no public participation, there was no approval of parliament, and so on and so forth. And all those things are contained. Finally, I want to use this forum to thank the Association of Workers of the Airport. I also want to thank Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa for stepping in, because we were in a really difficult place on the 22nd, because the 2 key lawyers, Degwa Njiru and Kibe Muigai, left me alone and went to the Gachagua case, and we were really exposed. But the court could have easily dismissed our petition for want of prosecution. But Kalonzo is no longer a watermelon. That I asked him about that thing, and he told me that watermelon name came from Raila Odinga, and who is now the watermelon. He tells me, TG, I'm a straightforward guy. Anyway, he showed up in court. Anthony?
TJ, thank you. I think for the sake of the listeners who are not here, let me just give you a chronological event of what happened. So in the morning, Tony Gashoka sent me the letter saying that we don't have lawyers. And we were like, okay, so who else is mentioned? Who else can represent us? And that's how Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamala came up. So at 9:50 thereabout is when Tony asked Kalonzo, we're in court today and we don't have lawyers. And Kalonzo like, okay, I've not practiced for some time, but I'll go to court. So when we say he saved the day, that was how that day was saved. He was in court and that really saved the case. So that's a part that I felt people needed to know. That's how we ended up with Kalonzo and Eugene representing us and actually making our case hard on that day in terms of the judge telling them what the next step will be. But on the other hand, we are in talks with another legal team that is coming in, and we shall be briefing you once we have all that settled. But they will use the same material that we had already filed. So, Daniel, just before Daniel comes in, the previous speaker, Isaac, said about what he's talked about, the 7-year term limit, and how Kenyans need to file their petition against that particular motion in Parliament. One of the things I'm noticing going forward, TG, and this is my last point, is that most Kenyans don't know how to. So they need like a template. So for us to be able to be solving problems on our spaces is a few of you can come up with a template. I will not say one person. We need like several templates. So that now when you're telling Kenyans this is how you can show that you don't support a particular bill, use this template. Now, one person can be, or we can use the email and all that.
Tony, I'm not interrupting you, but I want to come with a solution on this term limit issue. I wanted to suggest if we can have, I can see Mary Box is on and so on. I need somebody to help me with this. If we can have a petition, because anything you do in the Senate, in my view, is a nullity because the Senate the numbers are all with these people. I'm not saying don't go ahead and send all those things, but we need a plan B. And like we did with the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, what I was thinking, if somebody could draft a petition so that I can be able to put an online petition, I can help to improve it. But if we could do a petition, then I would want to go back to Kalonzo and I would want to ask him, you know now where these matters are reaching, we are reaching a point where all hands have to be on deck. And I would like to undertake that on the issue of extension of parliament, although I'm really exhausted on the Jomo Kenyatta International one, I'm prepared to launch a second petition on this matter at the High Court. A lot of work will need to go on it, and I don't want to hog the space because I want to hear other speakers. But in terms of offering a solution, there can be no solution in Ruto's Senate or in Ruto's Parliament. We must fight this thing in the public like the way we've done JKIA, to the point that I'm a Ogopa. I can tell you, even the lawyers of government who come to the court like on 22nd, when they come, they see Tony Gashoka, they see Wamalwa, they see Kalonzo, even the judge is scared. Because they have been dealing with lightweights, and this is one of the things with these abductions and Ruto's impunity is because we have not been calling on some experience. We need to change our strategy. Our country is disappearing as people knock and bang their chests. This is a time to call the old and the wise to join with the young and the agile so that we can be able for the first time to look, and Ruto can see Kalonzo is my equal. So when he sees Kalonzo on a matter like Adani, he's not looking at it as though he's just looking at nobody. So I would rather, and I'm seeing Kenyans are beginning to change their mind about the need to come together. Because if we don't, we are going to lose everything. These guys in parliament, they remove Gachagua in 2 days. Are you thinking they will not extend their term of 7 years? They will extend it as we are here arguing. But if you give me a petition, I can ring Kalonzo and I can tell him, can we bang this petition in the High Court? Go ahead, Tony.
Tony, sorry to interrupt. I think if you go on Mkia Omtata's timeline, he has a really, really good petition. Actually, that's what I used. He has a great template. So you might just want to look at it if it can be edited, or if you can use it as a way to create an online platform where everyone can, something that is accessible to every Kenyan, because that's what you're lacking. I think that will be a great study.
If you DM me, so because I've been because just of the volume of work on the Jomo, if you can DM me and I send you my number or Tony Mureithi, just send that
right away.
Yeah, please do it right away. And in fact, all I want to do is if we can, in fact, I saw Charlo the Wakili was here and he disappeared because he was telling me that he could draft me even a draft petition, because all I can give it to the senior lawyers to improve it, but I don't have enough knowledge of, we need to construct something. So if we start a petition that we can put online, then on the basis of that and an affidavit, I can get a law firm to put a petition and have it by Tuesday next week in the High Court. And that's like we did, so that we have two avenues of fighting. We go to the Constitutional Court and call it unconstitutional for want of public participation. But I need people to help me with the work. So anyone who can offer, including the last speaker, please DM me or Tony Mureithi, and I move very quickly so we can help each other.
Tony, morning. Sorry, it's morning here. I was just waking up, and I've been trying to follow the cases, and I followed the previous one and now this one, and I'm sorry to hear about what happened with Ndegwa and Kibe. But I'm pretty sure we'll come up with something. I appreciate your effort. I see Nelson is here. I also appreciate his effort. I appreciate everybody's effort. Everybody, let's all do our part. If you have a way you can help in this, let's do it. Let's not just talk and not be of action. So I'm so happy to see that we're actually fighting this Adani thing, because I believe it's despicable that this government can make us look like a bunch of idiots that need people to come and run our country for us. We're not going to accept this. This is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. I live in the US and Kenyans run almost, we come here, we take over, we run. What do they mean we cannot run our airport? No, we let's keep fighting, and we're here to support you, Tony, and your team, and we appreciate every single effort you and your team are putting in and sacrificing your time, because this is what we need at the moment, and this needs to be teamwork. It needs to be teamwork. Everybody here can help with this. We have something we can do, and you need to find out what you can do. That is all. That's all I was going to say at this moment before we start.
Yeah, and where do if you can see Nelson, Tony, can you see Nelson? I had wanted him also to come on.
No, Gigi, I can't see him. But if Vero can see him, you can send him the mic.
Yeah, I just sent him the mic. But we do need to
another thing I wanted to explain. If you look at my timeline, you will see the letter. I don't know if you understood when I was briefing everybody what shocked us on the 22nd. And I just wanted to show you how the politicians are selfish. Gashagua's case was coming up, and the lawyers who are handling the matter on our behalf wrote a letter to the Deputy Registrar of the High Court to say they can't be available on the 22nd, and went and joined the Gachagua case. And it was shocking. But I got Mheshimiwa to come as an emergency because the matter was at 11, and we were able to preserve, and I explained that we are working together with the Law Society because they already have conservatory orders, and we have been given a date of the 11th of November, but I have no longer any more concerns because our court acknowledged the orders of the LSK will remain, and therefore they will be enforced before we make our application for consolidation, so that we don't need duplication of conservatory orders.
I really apologize for this. So I gave Nelson the mic. At the moment, I know we had other speakers lined up, but if you could just bear with us briefly. Nelson, please go ahead, and if you have something you want to say in addition to what they're talking about, go ahead. It doesn't look like Nelson can hear me. So Josephine.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony, and Anthony as well. And good evening, fellow Kenyans. Good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are from your timelines. Yeah, thank you so much, TG, for the good job that you are doing. We really appreciate. And I really appreciate at least what you are doing. It's a great thing that I can say. I know somebody can get to a panic mode, especially when you realize that you're in court and you do not have a lawyer and you don't know how to go about it. But one thing I can certify is that anytime you have a shortcoming of a lawyer and you realize that you don't have anyone to arrest you, always respond to your case, because we always have that opportunity, and I've done that severally, and I've won at least around 9 cases against the government. That's as an individual without a lawyer. So I know it's done, it's doable. It's only that when you are not prepared, it can hold you by a shock. But take courage. Next time, just be composed, be ready, know your case, and whenever you realize that you are disappointed with the lawyers, just appear in person. Let the court know that they need to give you time, and that's the position as at that particular moment. You choose whether you are going to represent yourself or you get another lawyer. That always the court does listen, and that does give you that opportunity to do what is needful, as long as the case has not recurrently repeated or been adjourned severally, more than 3 times, and also it being on your side, because it could have been adjourned more than 3 times, but it's on your opponent's side. Then that does not affect you as well. So thank you so much for.
Josephine, it's okay, but I don't want to overspeak on this matter. But take it from me when I say it was a serious problem. Let's leave it there, because it was a really serious problem, because the conservatory orders are the only things that can preserve JKIA. And Danny and the government want to move in yesterday. And the LSK matter is coming for a ruling. And the moment their conservatory orders expire, the country is exposed. And therefore, that was necessary to be done. But I'm saying there was no problem, because it's not that I panicked. It's that I was able to call Kalonzo and Eugene, and they were able to do their work. It's just the misconduct of lawyers. And I don't want to go beyond that, because I've published the letters on my timeline of how they behaved. And as Tony has told you, we are going to change our lawyers. Go ahead, Tony, or Mweru.
Yeah, thank you, Josephine, for your contribution. I mean, this is my request for everybody that.
That was my first point. Yeah, I was just saying that it's doable. So thank you so much for the good job. However, again, we need to ask ourselves as Kenyans, if the government is giving out everything to other private sectors to actually own our country and even our parastatals, then why are they collecting taxes from us? So we need to see there are so many loopholes in our country, and there are many things that we need to do. However, I'll be also joining you, Anthony. I will see whether I can manage to do something, and then we'll be joining together also in the same petition. I really appreciate. I'm committed to that, and I'm still working on the document. Once it's ready, I'll also be joining you. Thank you so much, and may God bless you for the good job you are doing for our country. Fellow Kenyans, let's stand up for our nation. Let everybody know that we are getting into shit, and we should not allow this to happen to us. Keep on asking yourself several questions, and what can you do? Do the little that you think you can do. Even that what you think you cannot do, you can do it once it's joined with another idea from another person, and we can all succeed. Wherever there is a will, there is a way. That's what I can say. Otherwise, thank you so much, Tony, and for the good job. We really appreciate. We really owe them a high esteem for also accepting to take up the matter without preparation. We are really grateful as Kenyans. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Josephine. I mean, that is what I was going to request everybody on the space. Whatever little you can do, please join the team and help us fight for our airport. Even if you have any legal expertise, even if you're good with investigating, you're good with typing, whatever you're good in, analyzing documents, everybody's efforts need to be on board in this. So, I mean, Nelson, if you have something to say, please go ahead. Otherwise, I'll have Marable, then Nothing, KE, and then Daniel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, for the work you're doing, and thank you everybody who is involved in this petition, and thanks for hosting the space as well. I just had a few things to say, and I would like also for you guys to add CPM Mwangi to the speakers panel, because I wanted him to speak about the PPP Act, because there is a controversial thing that is happening to this PPP Act. There is a PPP Act of 2013, and every act has regulations. So for the PPP Act of 2021, which is being used by the government to, enter into all these PPP projects, does not have PPP regulations. So basically what is happening is that there was a PPP Act 2021, which was an update of the 2013 one, but there is no regulation to go with it. The regulation has been delayed by design. It was supposed to be signed last year, it wasn't, and then this year it was supposed to be signed but hasn't been signed. Everything is ready, but the regulations are still not signed. So what is happening is that they're illegally using the regulations of 2013, which is illegal and unconstitutional. So maybe this one is something that can be taken up in court. And probably if we look into more details, we can even go as far as tell the court to declare the PPP Act of 2021 unconstitutional, so that we can go back to the PPP Act of 2013. And then the second point that I want to say is that we need to go to court, so that we can ask the court to remove this. There is 4 ways of public procurement, and one of them is the PIP. So maybe we need to go and discuss in court whether we need to remove this framework from the procurement framework of public procurement, because it has too many loopholes. So lawyers in the house, the ball is on your court to check it out. We can gather PPP experts, because you have to have some kind of certification to be able to be an expert in PPP, and lawyers, and then we can look at these acts and see how we can file a petition in court to see if we can make this PPP Act of 2021 go away and remove, this nightmare of PIPs from our backs. Thank you.
Nelson, before you go, just stay on. That is very important. What I was going to ask, I think I sent Mweru the amended petition on the Jomo Kenyatta case. And if she could share it just with you and any other lawyer who wants it, because we are asking several constitutional questions. And in fact, why we amended the petition was to include that new directorate or PPP. And I think the petition covers it entirely, but it will be very important for people to look at this petition, because first of all, it's a people's petition. Although the plaintiff is Andani and the Treasury, we are seeking certain declarations, constitutional declarations. May it be easier for people to have access to this petition and read it and add or have any comment that they want, including any submissions that can be prepared by way of authorities and other things like that, because the petition, actually, the more eyes on it, the easier, Nelson.
Yes, this is a very good idea. Yeah, you can make it public for us to be able to access it, and we can work on adding these comments to the petition.
Mweru, do you undertake to get that to Nelson?
Yes, I will. And now that I have Nelson here, just so you know, people who are on the space, in case you're not aware, that he's being sued. He's receiving a lot of lawsuits. So if there's a way you can help support him financially, I don't know how to get the money to him. Please just let's be open to assisting him, because come on, if it wasn't for him being so bold, and we won't be even having this conversation.
There's another thing that Nelson sent me the other day, which is to always remember to congratulate the workers of the airport. And I want to say that when he's here, that without the Kenya Aviation Workers Union, Moss and the Secretary General, a lot of this success of securing the airport would not have happened.
Yeah, we need to support them, and Mos Ndiema is a very solid guy. What most people do not know is that Uhuru Kenyatta jailed him for 1 week because they were against the Greenfield terminal. So he has salt in the game, and I was speaking to him and I asked him, "Have you been paid? Why did you go to State House?" So he was a bit mad at me.
So Nelson, the very good news is that he's now appointed one of Kenya's top lawyers, Friend Gatia, is representing the workers, and there are parties in our petition. So in other words, we are on one side with the workers, and that's great.
Exactly. So he's a solid guy, and he's firmly behind this push to reject Adani.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Mara Box, go ahead, and then we'll have Nothing KE and Danielle. I mean, I have a lot of speaker requests, so let's try to be brief if you can.
Yeah, greetings, Mweru, Tony, and all the members of Point Blank family. Saturday, I think I saw news of our friend Gaito being arrested. I've not heard anything that has come out of that. So please, in case you have any information on that, please just let us know. Back to the points what Tony made. Tony, I have submitted 2 memorandums this week, the petition on the critical infrastructure, and I also did the one on the protest. The one on the critical infrastructure was easy because I just went to the website for the interior, and they had a questionnaire sort of, and you just had to fill it out. The most interesting thing that I saw there was that you have to leave there your phone number. You cannot leave the phone number bit blank, but we just give what we have to give. The one for the interior I'm seeing is not structured, so you can just follow what Okiom Tata did. But apart from that, we're also creating a database whereby we have various sample petitions that you can log into and get them. And I think also Mweru, with your help and having them on your timeline would be very helpful, so that anybody who feels like they want to make a petition, especially to Senate and to the National Assembly, can just get a draft from your timeline and just modify it and change maybe the names, the telephone number, and the ID bit, but have almost the same information, because it has to follow a certain structure. Secondly, I think for the lawyers, they are becoming very, very unpredictable. We have seen LSK take a back. These days, they don't come when people are arrested. It's very hard to see LSK coming. What I heard about what happened to Tony is very unfortunate, because sometimes we depend on these people, not just as lawyers, but also as friends. And if you leave something of national interest like JKIA and you go chasing after the wind because of one person losing an office, it really doesn't make sense unless it really had a lot of money to do with it. And when you talk about money, I've had an issue of over 5 billion spent on regarding impeachment. And I think when lawyers hear money, then they follow the money. And it's very unfortunate that Tony had to really, but also on a lighter note, it's really nice because right now then Kalonzo Musyoka has actually shown himself as the person to go to when we really need him. And let me also take this time to thank Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa for coming through on this time, because when Kenyans call upon leaders, the people who show up are the people we work with. We don't have favorites, we don't choose. So whoever comes to the table.
Maribox, I wanted you to stay on that issue, because on the issue you're raising on the extension of parliament and the interior issues, I wanted to ask, because if we can give a brief to Kalonzo and those groups, because all you need is a megaphone. We are not in politics. There are no elections at the moment. But the problem is, I know Oki Mtata well, but he's a lone ranger. You know, he does things, and, you know, if they succeed or fail, you don't know until you read it in the newspaper. What I'm saying right now, I can do with this forum, and that's why I'm so excited to see Nelson here, because when Nelson got involved in this, I got involved. And then when I got involved, Eugene got involved. When Eugene got involved, Kalonzo got involved. You know, and the more we are all hands on deck, that is why we've got Ruto on the run. So I'm saying, if we approach the extension of the term in the same way by building a coalition, instead of these, Lone Ranger tactics you've seen even within the Gen Z movement. Marbox?
I understand, and that is exactly why we need wise elders like yourself to really advise, because even if I send my petition to Parliament, how will I know that it was received? I get no acknowledgement. I just see the sent. But if we have this concerted effort by especially our elders and people who have done this before, and I like it when you bring such an idea. But I would like us to go through.
And remember, Wiper has got about 10 senators. They've got Manzo, who is a lawyer. They have Wambua. Kalonzo has 20 members of parliament. He has got people in the Senate. It's just that we need to... Anyway, go ahead.
Yes, and you also realize that the judiciary has become very defensive. You see what Judge Muilu did the other day. So we also want somebody who the judges can respect. And, Kalonzo, Eugene, and all these people come with that authority, which any courts in Kenya can listen to. So I really, really applaud that idea, and we are going to push on through it. So if we can find a way to push our samples through Mweru, because I don't want to really bombard your DM, Tony, because I'm sure you're a very busy man, and we don't want you to be receiving like 100 messages in a day. So we can use Mweru. She can filter what she feels like important in terms of petitions and the samples, and the most important, she sends it to you or maybe Tony, and so that you get what is workable, because also I've seen so many petitions which also fall short of the requirements of Parliament. Lastly, Tony,
but do the last one for the 7-year term. That one is very urgent. That one you can send her so that I can get the Wiper senators not only to reject but to help take in what has been sent by the public, so they can then voice it, even if they're in the minority. They can make sure that our voice is heard in the Senate and in the media.
Right away. That will be done right away. I've seen the advocate Charlo also had a sample. I'm going to share that one. Tony, thank you for taking time from your holiday in Diani to come and defend Kenyans. And I urge you to really, really put effort on it. Keep on grinding, no matter the obstacles that will come on the way. And also know that we are with you, because you are with us. This is a fight for all Kenyans, and we shall not tire on this road. So I'm going to send the petitions, the ones I have right now, to Mweru, and she can see what she can do with it. And let me also thank Nelson for what you've done. You might not know it, but you're a hero in Kenya right now. And you will know this one day when you children write songs and sing songs about Nelson, the person who blew the whistle on JKI. So we are with you. On November 11th, we will be together and see what the court will make of this. Thank you very much for the time. God bless.
Yeah, thanks, Marabo. Just go ahead and send me the anything.
Moro, I think we can bring in Daniel. It was nothing KE, then Daniel.
Hi, everybody. As usual, I always start by saluting our comrades who paid the ultimate price, the wounded, the injured, and Kenyans at large. I'd like to thank everybody who's hands on deck on this particular case. Tony, thank you and your team. And Tony and Moiru, I remember where the inception of this issue started. Sorry for the hiccups. I just wanted to add that there are lawyers who are sworn to the bar, and they're not practicing, but they're very willing to plug into issues like this. Like there were some who, I remember the day they were sworn to the bar, ended up getting involved to release comrades who had been arrested. So if you can reach out to LSK, I'll try and do that as well and plug them to you. They can help you with clerical work in terms of filing their cases and digesting them for you. Another issue.
Please let me interrupt you there, because I want to interrupt you there. I really need your help there, because I've spoken to friend Gatia, and he has told me that we must be very careful on the next farm that we choose. That would be very helpful, because We have until the 11th to go for the most important case, as Mara Box has said. So I would like by next week to have decided on a firm and lawyers to a point where we have public confidence. You remember Ndegwa Njiru has been on these spaces with me several times. By the time I instructed him, I had every confidence that this would never happen. Why I published the letter for everyone to read in the timeline is I was shocked to see somebody of his stature and Kiba Muigai writing to the deputy registrar of the court that they can't represent JKIA because they are going to the Gachagua case. It made me suspicious, because if you can't handle a case, you tell your client, so you make other alternatives. But on that day, they did it. So if you give this case to somebody, as you say, who is not sworn to the bar and the country, they can sell us out. And after all the risks Nelson and everybody has taken, I feel a public debt to be very careful. I'm doing this in the public trust. So go ahead, but please know that I need DMs of people who can help in the legal issues so that I can talk to them when we are not in the space, so they help me make a right decision in the next few days.
Another thing I wanted to highlight is Wakili Chalo every day shares out these petitions and the bills that they are trying to pass in Parliament. And I've pointed him to Wanjiro because the last 2 days I was a bit held up, and Wanjiro has been holding spaces on those particular issues. Wakili Chalo, by the time he shares with you an issue, he's already drafted it in summary, such that if you're going to sign, say, opposing the term limit, he makes it easy for you. He makes sure the document is not amendable, because the first time we were trying to fight the infrastructure issue, some people were able to amend the document. So now when he shares them, he makes sure that they're not amendable. Because I think Parliament was trying to change the document to state as though people were supporting what they were doing. And then, so people are only supposed to sign, and then the link is supposed to collect the information and you can oppose it. So yeah, I'll plug you to Wanjiro. She's been spearheading that on Spaces, and maybe KOT, you can help her on highlighting these issues, so that we don't leave anything behind. We are falling through the cracks of the mess they are creating on a daily basis, because as people are focused on one thing, they keep spewing more trouble for the nation. Thank you for committing to safeguard this Adani JKI issue. I look at it from the point of border security, that we cannot relegate to a foreigner. And I don't like when people say that such infrastructure has been given to foreign firms before, because what they are giving us is actually not value for money. Another thing on PPP, which is private public partnership, the government is required to share, to have public participation on such issue. So they're just taking a shortcut, and especially because they came up with this intention to remove conflict of interest when it comes to government project, which is another hole they're digging us into. We support you. Let us know how else we can support, so that we don't end up losing JKIA. We salute you. We thank you. I'm sorry about the disappointment, but I would like to warn you, it can happen with any lawyer. It can happen with any lawyer. Very few of them will be committed to the letter. So prep yourself and probably stretch your option. I salute you for this commitment. I thank everyone. And we are here. We are here to support you. I yield the mic so that we can have other voices. But thank you, everybody, for this.
Moiro, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. Nothing. Thank you so much, and thank you for your volunteering and offering to help. And
so we can have Daniel, then Fabish, then Sophia.
Hello. You can hear me, right? Because there was some chaos static when she was talking, when nothing was talking. Now, before I start, I'm going to ask that you guys let me finish, because I'm going to have two questions, and they're very important that I finish all of them. so they can be a very nice package, yeah? So that you can answer the questions in a very nicely neat way. Even if the question will jump, the answer will jump at you, especially Tony, because I know the answer to the first question will jump at him immediately. So let me just finish so you can answer them, and even the legal minds here. The first question is, with this case right now, what is the, if the case is won, what is the extent of the restriction? Like what is the extent of what we will protect? Not just the airport. Is it going to extend to other assets, brick and mortar assets like the port? What is the extent of the reach of the restriction we're going to get if we win this? And the second question is there any way we can tweak the current petition or use the wins from this petition to then create a petition to protect other assets that we are not even thinking? Let me give you an example. There's a president in this SADC countries, is it Namibia or I can't remember the exact country, that ended up selling 25% of the landmass of his country to a UAE company. He sold 25% of the landmass. With these financial instruments that are being created around climate change, he ended up actually giving up 25% of the entire landmass of the country, and I'm hearing he might even extend it. Now, is there any way we can use the wins for now? Because when we all know our president is all about this carbon credit stuff, and there's a lot going on behind carbon credits with the land that we have, the national parks and all these things. Now, is there any way we can use that as a new front, or what we have now, can it be used to maybe fight that battle after we're done?
Was that question for me? So let me just quickly say.
Yeah, Anthony, I'm done.
Okay, let me quickly say this. William Ruto is actually a sophisticated criminal. Because this is the entire matter that Nelson broke. You know, this Directorate of Private Public, whatever, was created so that you don't have any information. Remember that you cannot make a petition without evidence. You cannot make a petition without documents. You cannot make a petition from just the newspaper report. And why they made this issue of PPP is because the government invites a single-sourced individual, kept in secret and mostly done abroad, so that at the point of signing, they have not told Parliament, they have not advertised, and nobody knows. So by the time they are signing and you're aware, even if you go to court, the judge will ask you, where do you have this information? Now, if I can now speak about it because I couldn't speak about it before. When Nelson and everybody started this whistleblowing, some of us went undercover. And Mweru was the first person who was beginning to talk about getting the Andani background information. And so we decided to go into in a different way. The airport workers went on strike, and Kenyans forget. And they said we are not going back to work until all the documents are given to us. That was the first tranche of documents that we were able to get, because the government had to give the union by law those documents so that the union could agree. That was the first crack in the matter. The other cracks of the matter I don't want to talk about but if we talk in a different forum, I will tell you. But then it took about 2 months to build a case about JKI. I can tell you without fear of contradiction, even with the way the lawyers misbehaved, the petition is filed. And the petition, I added in the public interest, I added certain other individuals so that the matter qualifies as a matter of public of interest. That means we added, for example, Wiper Party, we added Jubilee Party, we added the DAPK Party. All these were added as petitioners so that it is not Tony Gashoka on his own, that Wiper has 3 million people, that this one has so the court is going to be looking at the petition as a Kenyan petition. So I did not want to hog or own the petition. My idea was that we make it a public document so that even when a judge is looking at the weight of the issues being asked, and then of course, in addition, we have the workers. So why I'm emphasizing on the JKI deal is we need a win against Ruto. And I can assure you we are going to have a win on this matter. And if we take one win, let's say, for example, we defeat Andani in this case and certain constitutional declarations are made against him because the petition is sustainable because it has been well researched and well packaged. We can use that to blacklist him even in other cases he already may be doing or already being awarded. We can actually use the JKIA win to nullify or to bring back to court question other issues, because by that order of the court, he will be blacklisted, because among the prayers and other things we are asking for in the petition will be, who is this man? And we are discussing his conduct, including in Malaysia and in other countries where he's been banned. And Mweru has agreed to share this petition. I think the time has come. Anybody willing to have this petition, it's now a public document. Please ask Mweru for a very comprehensive document that we put together, notwithstanding the fact that I need to change the lawyers. And I don't think the lawyers were disloyal to the petition. It's just that this Gachagua man and the money that is going around, I don't know what happened. I was just shocked to see them leave a petition at the hour of need. But anyway, the petition before they left, particularly Kibe Muigai, who is an expert in public law, he did a very, very good job. So the petition is there and it is solid. And if we win one thing against Ruto, it will give us a stimulus and the content of orders to be able to go about the other issues and unearth and unmask Andani.
And also, Tony, I was asking, can we also, after this, as we forge forward, can we also think about the stuff I said, especially the land and also the port and all these other things that we might not think? We can kind of like encompass them, even for Kalonzo especially. He can use that as a rallying call. Be like, okay, fine, I'm also here to protect the resources of the country. I'm not just a politician. I think he can even use that in a political sense to kind of like drive the minds towards it. So we're also thinking, this person is not just here for politics. We can actually see him, I think he should also pick that up as a way, like we also have these other assets and we can be able to protect them and people are not aware. I think even for Kalonzo, if he's listening here, he can try and use that, in a political way.
I'll send him the recording in the morning, but I can't agree with you more because I saw the change in the court when he stood on his feet. There is that respect. There is that, seriousness that he's adding to what Nelson and his team and all of you in your prayers have done. I think there is a place for that kind of face to kind of make the courts take the thing seriously.
All right, thanks, Daniel.
Thank you, TG. Thank you, Daniel. Fabi?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Fabi.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you so much, TG, Mweru, Nelson, Anthony, and everyone. I don't know even how to thank you, TG and Nelson, our gentleman, that you decided to sacrifice everything and stood up for the country. You are a hero. And also TG, that you take everything and you are battling. I know that you are having a lot of pressure, but notwithstanding the pressure, you say that you are standing with Kenya. I also want to extend my gratitude to Kalonzo Musyoka. He is indeed now showing us that he has interest of this country at heart, because for him alone appearing and standing at the bar to defend the interest of this country is not something to be taken for granted. William Ruto is trying to bombard us with a lot of issues so that we can be diverted and we can lose control. Yesterday, there was another bill, a very critical one, that also should not go unnoticed. It is called Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill. When you study that bill very well, it actually, I think, even emanating from this Andani deal, and also in a way attacking Chapter 1 and Chapter 37 of our Constitution, because it says that it is going to list, let's say, Parliament, JKIA, Uru Highway, and other infrastructure as critical infrastructure that will be protected and out of bound for everybody to access without authority.
Now, it contravenes a lot of chapters in the Constitution, including the rights of information, because it imposes a hefty fine that anyone who, whether journalists or even the whistleblowers, that you solicit information from those critical infrastructure, the fine will, or even maybe you demonstrate in those spaces, you will be fined for up to 10 to 15 million or 10 years in imprisonment or both. Yesterday, we were in another space and there was a wakili that also we tried to give out our memorandum. And yesterday, 5 o'clock was the deadline. We don't know how it is going to go forward in the Senate. So, TG, I hope also that you will get notice of this and follow up, because if this one go through, then we are done as a country. This is going to take us back to Moi era.
I don't want to speak a lot because, I want others to contribute, but I undertake that I'll talk to Kalonzo in the morning, because I think we have about 8 senators. I can't remember how many, who he can direct to help us with this matter. I think there's Senator Wambua, Senator Manzo, I can't remember, but from Ukambani at least, we've got about 8 senators already in the House who are wiper. So I'll talk to Kalonzo in the morning and report in the next space.
Thank you so much. Yes, because we have seen now that Ruto is attacking us from every corner. And I want to agree with you, because the fight now that you have decided to take into Ruto doorstep, it is going to harm him. He will later realize that he's committing a suicide by himself. Thank you so much. And thank you also for taking time and update us. We have been waiting for this moment, and this is a big win for the country. Indeed, this is a big win. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Fabish. Let's hear from
Thank
Sophia.
you, Fabish. I want to bring in CPM, KOT, then Sophia in that order.
Actually, no, it's Sophia, then Ryan, then CPM, then KOT. So, Sophia, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
TG, thank you so much. Let me just start by thanking you for all you've done with the JKIA matter in the courtrooms. Nelson, shout out to you. I have also been a little perturbed as to what happened yesterday, but I don't want to disparage my colleagues. But I just want to point out one thing that for me is very important as somebody who lives in Kilifi, is that in so much as there's so much happening with JKIA, there's a lot happening with the Malindi International Airport as well. So I just wanted to point it out. I don't want to take too much time because I know it's late in the night and we have so much to discuss. But in terms
I don't want to interrupt, but the case is against the Kenya Airports Authority, which controls all of that. So remember, we talk JKA, but all the airports are covered.
Thank you, Tony. But there is a specific nuance that is happening in Malindi International Airport. So I don't know if it is subsumed within your petition, or there is need for us to include additional information.
If you DM me or Anthony or Mweru, we will send you the petition. The petition is, you can read what we've put, then you can get back to DM me or Anthony Morevi or Mweru.
Noted.
All right, thanks, Sophia. Let's go to
CPM was actually, I
Ryan.
do know, I saw about the Malindi issue today. I'm actually trying to get it. Was that your submission?
Daniel, Anthony, I don't think you can hear.
CPM.
Sophia is done. So Ryan,
Yes.
Can you go?
Hello? Was that your submission?
No.
There was a lady talking about the Malindi issues.
I haven't spoken yet. I have another issue.
No, wait a minute. CPM, who was the lady speaking so that I know who I should DM the petition to?
Sophia, I'll send it to you in your DM. It's Sophia. So Ryan, go ahead.
Okay, CPM, go on.
Is it me or Ryan?
Okay,
Ryan, go ahead. Then CPM follows.
Okay, thank you for the space. I'm not much of a lawyer, but I had a suggestion to Tony since is in touch with Kalonzo. I think it's high time for him to step up. I think we should urge him to step up for us and don't sit and wait for Raila to push him over so that he can come and cry again. Fenye amesema yeye si watermelon. Let him show the leadership and push forward through the Adani to show the leadership he has and that we can trust him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ryan, for your contribution. Let's hear from CPM, then KOT.
Thank you for the space. Allow me quickly brush through five aspects from associate level of knowledge. First is what Nelson said about the PPP regulations. You know, a regulation describes how an act works on a day-to-day basis, while an act describes what the law is. So when the PPP Act was passed in 2013, the regulations followed in 2014. When the Act was revised in 2021, the regulations were retained. Now, there are 2023 draft regulations that still sit at the Treasury, and via a post that is in the comment section, you will see that it will have also partly curbed this situation because there is a rule on it that entails Adani is supposed to submit several documents, including company profiles, tax information, etc. So unfortunately, I haven't yet seen the updated petition. Sorry. So perhaps you can advise where I can source it from, so that to also check if that is also covered. Because in court they will make reference to the regulations of 2014, and it will be quite chaotic. Even the regulations themselves said they are to be used in accordance to the PPP Act 2013. Then the other thing, the PPP Directorate published a project pipeline status in July 2024. And that way, I think it was about after a month when Nelson exposed. So the rules of the Act says that when a project, it had written that the JKA deal was at the commercial clause. The Act says that when a project is at the commercial clause, you're supposed to know everything. Who is the project details? Where are they from? What have they done? What are the transaction details? So everything should have been public as at July, or let me say 1st of August. And then last year, the PPP Directorate published terms of reference for transactions advisors who are supposed to do due diligence of PPP project. It's supposed to be an independent person appointed by contracting authority or KA for this matter, or in consultation with the directorate. And the terms of reference are a very simple document, about 6 pages. I believe Nelson can share it. That actually, if you even check at the summary page, let me just cap it in 10 seconds. It has already disqualified Adani because it says the due diligence is to be done and to make sure that the person has not debarred in any country from participating in PPPs, is not corrupt or engaged in acts of corruption, directors have not been convicted of any felony, etc. So that is also another point that I wanted also to point. And then finally is the section 62 of the PPP Act actually gives us power as citizens to stop that process when it is against public interest. And civil unrest is actually written in that document, subsection E, that it's part of the process that we as the people can engage to cancel off that. And also, to close off now, there was the issue of that we can do it by ourselves. I think the government will win against that argument because we have to understand the differences between the wording funding and financing. The government can finance, but it cannot fund. You see, financing is looking for funds for the project. Funding is paying off for the project value. It's just like when you go to a supermarket, you have 5,000 to spend, right? So it's you to buy 10 things without 5,000, or buy two things without 5,000. So the government can come up with that argument, and they might
Excuse
win
me,
it.
I don't want to interrupt you, but it's a very important point you're raising, and you have a very short window. I've already sent Nelson a DM, and I would like you, because I need your number so I can WhatsApp you the petition, because whereas the amended petition has been filed, remember the workers are also interested parties on the other side. So if you look at the petition and there is anything material that is not in the main petition, kindly do it very urgently so that after you look at it, so that the Kenya Airport Workers Union in their reply, you know, when they do, you know, they're replying, and then we have a right to reply to their reply. So either it comes in their documents or when we are replying to their responses. We are not late because we have filed the plaint, the petition in chief, then they are meant to respond. And after they respond, we have one more right to reply. So I am urging you that this document be dispersed tonight, this minute. I've sent Nelson a DM. If you could give me his WhatsApp number or yours, I'll send you the petition right now, this minute.
Done. It's done.
Okay, I think I'll have a look at the petition, and then we'll chat you.
All right, thank you, CPM. Go ahead, KOT.
Okay. Thank you, Tony, Mweru, and all other guys who are on this space for having this great discussion this evening. And of course, I'm coming in from a point of we having the lawyers like Tony and others who are pushing on this end. And so personally, I feel like even as much as you guys are doing it from the point of you being the lawyers, filing the petitions and following up in the court and everything, then some of us who are not so much knowledgeable in that field, we can also take part in the initiative that you guys are doing, especially on this Adani JKIA takeover stuff. Because if other people on the other side, we can now join you by piling in more pressure, speaking to people on the ground, because I've been on the ground and I feel like some of these people down here, they don't have that information. But whenever they have that information, of course, they will amplify the voice by questioning, especially those people who are coming from the villages. You know, these people, they do so much engagement, especially on the FM radios and, of course, in their meetings. And so it will be so good to ensure that we enlighten them, of course, so that whenever these people are coming on the ground, especially those people who are pushing for these Adani staffs, the political class, whenever they come down here, they find that the ground is totally polarized, so they don't have any peace down here. So from my end, I feel like any other person who is not a lawyer, if you feel like you can't actually represent the movement to the court on this matter, then let us take up that mantle of educating other people on the ground on these matters, how they affect them directly, so that when the lawyers are doing it, the legal process, then us down here, we are educating people now, they'll pile in more pressure. Otherwise, I want to thank you, Tony, and Mweru, Nelson, I can see you are here, and any other person who is on this space for congregating here and having this concrete discussion. Thank you.
Okay, OT, before you drop off. So I know the next court date, then correct me if I'm wrong, Tony and Anthony, is November 11th. We probably need feasible. We can amplify this and make some banners, and then if people are okay doing this, I'm not one to push people because I'm not actually on the ground to show up. We'll need some moral support outside the court. if that is plausible. I don't know what people think about this opinion. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure that would also make a statement, because we need to make it hard that the fact that people are not given the opportunity to have public participation in this, they can show up in court. So if you're able to just amplify this, like November 11th is the court date, I would communicate to you the time, and people want to show up to court, that would be great too, because especially after what happened today, where some of the lawyers, yesterday, where some of the lawyers pulled out, I'm pretty sure Tony and the team would appreciate having some moral support. So next speaker is Neves. Neves, if you're still here.
Mweru, just before you go to the next speaker, let me just comment on that in less than 1 minute. So personally, I'll be so willing to do a very good mobilization outside the court, because I'm able to do that. Let us do a very nice mobilization there. Get people outside the, if it's Milimani law courts, let people go there to air out their views through the placards and chanting there that they really don't want their identity.
It's 11th of November at open court in Milimani. 11th of November. And so you can go ahead. So, to save each other's time, you can now plan for 11th of November.
This is a good idea, Tony. I will also try and help out Sonko to do the mobilization.
Yeah. Please tell him. And he thinks very highly of Kalonzo. So Kalonzo will be there to lead the team. And by tomorrow afternoon, Tony and Muridi and I we wanted to appoint the new lawyers. So I write one letter of change of advocate, as you understand. Nelson, if you check in your WhatsApp, I've sent you the entire petition and the notes associated to it.
I got it. Thank you.
And so the last day to reply is the 8th of November.
Thank you.
Also, before we proceed, if there's anybody here who is a lawyer or it has any form of legal expertise, Tony, you probably need to sort of mention what happened yesterday. If you want to help out with the team, your assistance will be really appreciated, because he's looking for a new team to represent us in court. So if you're willing to just volunteer your services, that would be also greatly appreciated. So the next speaker right now, can we have Sahara, then Jasiri, then MMESQ? Jasiri, go ahead, and then MMESQ. All right, health data, go ahead. All right, Sarai. Wait, can you guys hear me? Because I'm not seeing any responses.
No, we can hear you. Can you hear me, Mweru?
Yes, I do.
Then we can hear you.
All right, Sarai, go ahead. All right, Anthony, please just give people a synopsis of what occurred while bringing new speakers. The ones I have on board are not speaking.
No worries. So, like TD said, after the Gachagua, the deputy president's case started, we lost. The deputy president enrolled the services of Senior Kibe Muigai and Degwa Njiru. And then the cases, and Mweru had mentioned this, you actually asked me, have you noticed the petition was brought to Tuesday? So Tuesday, the two lawyers had two cases, our case and the deputy president case, and they chose to go with the deputy president. And one of the things I feel when KOT, Sonko, and Nelson say, the issue of the public showing up in courts, it helps to build that public awareness, that people see that moral support. That is what is really, well, that is what the deputy president is doing with this case, is that when he goes to court, he jumps the court with people. We need to do the same on our end, so that now our case becomes more of a public case. And because the media will say that the people are involved in this case. So, yeah, that is what happened. So we lost our lawyers to the deputy president. And I am not going to cast aspersions. Maybe the money and the urgency there was more. But we are very happy that Eugene Omalo and Kalonzo Musyoka came in at the last point and they said, you know what, we are going to represent you guys as we try and get things in order. Other than that, I'm very happy with the case we have. I do know there's that Malindi issue that lady was raising. I saw it today, but I didn't get the details of it. But it's something they are trying to petition separately as workers about assets or something that belong to KA or something like that. But I'll get the details tomorrow. So I see Rasji is here and Neves. And the someone called Kenyan Boy, that one.
President William Ruto now seems to have realized that,
let me just pass the mic. So Rasji, if you can hear me, you can take the mic. Then Kenyan Boy, then Neves. We actually just around 5 minutes to the close of the hour.
Thank you so much, my brother.
Knew about that. So wasione hakuna kitu itafanyika, tutakosa kujua. Ruto alitaka commit na Kome for anything, it was exposed. And it's like sahi wametuweka sana kwa mambo ya Gachagua to be a dim light of everything. We don't want that. We really don't want that. We want our country to stand and the cash to flow. People are suffering. People are working 24 hours with nothing. We are working so hard to get just money to eat and to live. Hata sengine unaweza shindwa kulipa rent. People are dying in the hospital. People are sick. So tukaeni while kesho while tunangoja hiyo Friday, despite anything, tukwe tu na one agenda. Hata kama tunaenda kwa hiyo thing, please call the person you're going with. Yeah, a lot could be planned. Kuna mwingine anatuambia sijui MCA wapi ni mada. Yeah, kwetu mada kama anataka kwenda kuua watu. If the agenda yalichaguliwa MCA aende auwe, mwambie endelee kuua. Kama ende tampatia seat damu za watu, mwambie endelee. But one day he will pay it. Watoto wa Moi sahi wako wapi? If you should ask, Kali rule our country for 24 years. Watoto sahi wake hata wana say na baba wali rule country for 24 years. What's that? Pia wakina Charlene Ruto wajue tu. One day watakuwa wanatamani kuongelesha watu hao. So, despite whatever you are doing bad to somebody, it will come back to you. In a karma, it doesn't matter how long, but your generation has to pay. So, kina Charlene, whatever their dad is doing, they'll have to pay to this country. Massively. Totally massively. So, wakae tu wajue whatever they are doing to us, it's hurting us, but this country, I know we will conquer it. Despite anything. Mimi najua tunaenda kufika mwisho. Na tushafika mwisho na tutaichukua hii country yetu. As the youth, as anybody, tutaichukua. I wasn't in the speech of Morana, nilikuwa kwa gari sikuisikia vizuri, kulikuwa na makelele, but me I'm fully supporting Morana. And I know we'll have a change in this country. I know that. I know that we'll have a change in this country. We will talk with the people, we'll have a follower. So tusishtuke na hizi vitu ndogo ndogo. Let's go and change our country, my people. That's the take of today.
Thank you, Precious. Thanks, Mom.
Thank you.
Yes.
Kim, kidogo niambia huyu Kim hapa kwa comment. Yes, Shiko. Kim, hapa tuko hapa si opposition party, so that's tunafanyanga hivi, tunafinyanga watu kama wewe. Endelea Shiko.
Precious was the first person to call me and check on me. Hii time tumekuwa Narok. And Manze, thank you so much for checking up on me and for telling me next time ukiniacha maybe tungekuwa na wewe tungewapiga. Thank you so much, my dear. I appreciate. So she means what she's saying. What I have to say is our forefathers walitokea. I will keep on insisting on this. Mababu zetu walitokea wakapigana, tukajitoa kwa mikono ya wazungu. Now it's our time to fight these people ambao ni wa Kenya ambao wanataka kutufinyiria. We fight Ruto, we reject Adani. Me, I don't care. Hata wakinikujia waniue. Wataniua, lakini watoto wangu wataua watoto wao. That is what I know. So wacheni tupigane tuhakikisha Kenya yetu haitafinyiriwa tena. I was in Uganda the other day, and what Museveni has done is making sure that hao watu wa Uganda hawana mashamba. Wale watu, they do farming kwa shamba za gava. What they get is food. What they get is free education, and that's all. Tura tunyumba sisi tukigrow up tulikuwa ushago kwetu is what is in Uganda as we speak, and this is where Ruto is trying to take us back to. So let us say no to this one. Huyu mtu anacheza na watu wamesoma. Huyu mtu wacheni ajue tu sisi throw in the country. Hii pesa wanaiba wanapeleka other countries, wanaenda wanainvest huko. Why don't we block these people before they do too much? This Ruto guy is gaining power. Gain power ya Senate, gain power ya Parliament, na gain power ya Judiciary. We only have us. Let us try our best to make sure that we have used our military. We know they love us. We know they are for us. Let us join hands with these guys. Heri Kenya yetu irudi kwa military than tuuriwe na watu wawili watatu wenye wanataka kutubariza. Let us fight for our Kenya. Let us say enough is enough. Mumeona Philip Generali akiwa pale Jakarada. Hawa kina Omosho wanasema same thing. Enough is enough. Wamemarizana na Raila. Let us make sure that we have preached the gospel that Kenya yetu haitaenda kwa mikono ya Adani. Me, I deal with idiots. I know how they operate. Muhindi akichukua uwaja ya magari somewhere, anahakikishanga amerudi kwao India, amechukua watu wake 10, amewaleta kwa ofisi. Wale ndio watakuwa wana operate kwa ile kampuni. Akifungua hospitali, anahakikishanga nurses and doctors wametoka India. Is this the country we want? Tukienda kwao, are we able to operate in their country? No. Tukienda China, Mchina amekuja amejaa Kenya. Tulisikia the other day tukiitisha pay bill yao tuwalipe madeni zao. They said hatuna deni yao. Saizi wamejaa hii Kenya yetu. Hapa Kilimani ni wao wananunua wakijenga manyumba. Why are we allowing such things to happen in our country? Let us rise up. Watoto wetu wasituraani vile tunaraaningi wazazi wetu. Yaani kuna siku nilisikiza mtu akisema, babu yangu sijui alikuwa anafanya kazi gani. Ati babu yangu akafufuka leo hii na mwambia akufe tena. Juu Nairobi iligawiwa babu yangu akiwa. Babu yangu akifanyia Kenyatta kazi. Let us rise up, my people. Let us do something. Let us support our leaders. Let us ensure that kama ni Murara, kama ni Omtata, kama ni Eric Omondi, these people has to unite for our Kenya. Na mwenye atakataa kuunite, akwende akienda kabisa. It's either they are for us or they are for the government. Hatutakubali division from the government. Hatutakubali kupiganishwa na hawa washenzi. Muriona wakitaka kuua kijana mdogo wa 23 years mwenye tulikuwa na yeye Narok. This is not how it should be. Imagine the moment wameua yule kijana. Huyo kijana generation yake imefika mwisho. And this is what they are trying to do. They are terminating us. Let us rise up and fight for each other. Let us know Shiko wako aje, Shiko wako wapi. By the time inafika wanatu abduct, vile wali abduct akina Okayo, wakaenda wakawaweka for some days. Kuna watu wawili watatu watakuwa wamejua Shiko hatujamuona online leo. Wacheni tuende tujue yako wapi. Dawaka hajapatikana. Let us be our brother's keeper to make sure that we put to an end to this brutality. Askari akigawanishwa askari moja, I guess they can one askari is to 300 Kenyans. Our askari kama wanaturemea, wacheni tushike wao tuwapige wote. Tuhakikisha hakuna askari atakuwa na breathe. Kama ni hizo bunduki tuwanyang'anye wote. Tuhakikisha hawatakuwa wakiongea tukiongea. And this is how we will win our country back. This is how we will be able to produce. Our parents will be able to do farming again, and we will be able to work again as a country. And that's all I have to say for now.
Hey, host Makofi, Shiko, thank you so much. Thank you. Acha, from the comments, you have just injected as it should. Bensu, long time Bensu. Are you there? But your network inakaa kidogo.
Before hata Benso ingie, nataka kuwakasirisha. Nataka niruhusu tu niwajamisha kidogo. Juu lazima tujue enemy yetu anafanya nini ili tujue tunamwataka aje. Niruhusu tu niwajamishe tu, wacha msikie.
On changing the constitution for parochial, selfish, personal matters is no space to go. I want to be very clear that as president, I will not participate in mutilating the constitution for purposes of serving selfish, personal, parochial interests. The same way we opposed BBI because it was meant to achieve selfish, parochial, personal interests. We will oppose any move to change the constitution. I will be at the front to say no to any change of the constitution, to change term limit, to change things that benefit individuals. Here, that is unnecessary, that is uncalled for, and it is an exercise in futility because it will not happen under my watch.
Shetani huyu anasema, when was that cost? Today.
Sasa nawaambia pressure imezidi.
Kama ya Dani. Asituenjoy kama ya mbwa ya huko.
Mimi nimejua sauti itawapea DP. Poleni, kwanza ninaomba msamaha, naomba radhi.
Asituenjoy kama ya Dani, alisema kichwa yangu ni mbaya na tukasikia tu Dani imetupeleka koti.
Sijui ilikuwa siku gani, but huyu jamaa anajifanya. Sura ingia Benso hata nimejua.
Let me now talk. Yeah, you see, guys. Okay, thank you, guys. I've heard what Nani ametuonyesha Dawak, and yes, indeed, whatever the president said, it will never happen, and I say it will never happen. Why, guys? You see, changing a constitution is not a simple matter. It is we who are supposed to participate. It's not a simple thing. You know, we are living in the era that people are ordered that, and he said, let him even not just, try. Wachana hata kusema, tusikie tu sasa tu, hiyo mocho nimewekwa pale. Wachaneni hii yenye mlikuwa mnasema ya finance bill. I said, you know, last time I spoke, I think someone said, I'm speaking through emotion. It's not. I say tutachukuata bunduki. When we say that, we mean it. Right now, things, you guys, people are tired actually. Sasa kama 5 years peke yake mazetu naumia the heat. Right now, jamaa wamepofisi 2 years only. But you guys, you are feeling the heat. Sembuse, 7 years. Na 5 years peke yake tunaona ni kama sijui ni 10 years. I rest my case on that. Now let me come to the reason why niliomba kupandishwa. I was just there in the comment section listening. I like listening first before I react to anything. Sio poa kuton something kama hujaelewa mtu penye anatoka na anaelekea. My question is just particular. Unfortunately, Dawak, you dropped the person that I wanted to ask these pertinent questions. And the questions were to go to Lisa and Queen. Queen, I want to inform you something.
Lisa, if you're around,
even if you have a brother in the military.
Lisa,
okay, thank you. Queen,
come.
Yes. Nakusikia.
Asante. Meanwhile, Lisa, let me tell you one thing. Queen, let me say something. You may have a brother in the military. There are things atakwambia kuna zingine hizi kuambia. And I just want to debunk something, what I was keenly listening to what Lisa was telling us. Yes, I agree with you, partly,
that KDF, the internal police officer, they have their roles to play. The reason why the police, the regular police, are always misused by the politicians is because their roles define them to be engaging us on a daily basis. For military, their role is to protect our borders. But, I want you guys to underline the word but. In case there is any unrest, something that maybe it can jeopardize the peace of the country by maybe a particular group that is maybe not lawful, prescribed under the constitution, the military is allowed to step in when maybe the normal regular police wameshindwa. They are not meant to beat wananchi. I agree 100%. But someone said, Lisa said, until they don't take commands from the president. Guys, read the constitution well. The president is the commander-in-chief of what? The armed forces. Underline that. So whenever we are arguing this thing, there are people who doesn't know this. We need to educate them. We need to inform them. Ndio tujue mtu ajue space yake ni gani. The moment tukitoka nje, we are requesting maybe help from the military. We know how we go about it. The military can also respond to a call because as per the constitution says, the power belongs to the people. If we are peaceful and we invoked that article 1 of the constitution, the military not to talk in mass numbers the way someone said here, I think in the Queen that your brother or whoever told you, what they always want is the mass. The mass is mean at least good number of the people of the nation to come out to show that enyewe wamechoshwa na leadership of that president or that leadership at that moment. And someone saying that they don't get commands, I want to take you back. We are Kenyans and we are in Kenya. We stay in Kenya. We know what normal happens. Thank you. We are in Kenya, we've been seeing these political things. Hatujaanza kuona hii political events because during Ruto's time. The military still, they are under the presidency. It can be misused by the so-called the politicians, especially not when I say the politicians, the president. Let me be specific. Politicians can misuse the police, normal police. They can be misused by the president.
I'm just being directed by my producer. I'm just being directed by my producer. I'm coming back to you, Benson. Let's hear what Gashoka is saying.
The Kentraco out. Right now, ODM is negotiating to increase their share in government. Bill Gates has just come and signed a private deal with Ruto, and he has just given $50 million to Kamala Harris campaign in private. If that's about $5 billion, if you can give Kamala Harris an American $50 million, what do you think you can give Ruto? We are in a state of chaos. And one of the reasons I'm so happy on this space, I've been trying to tell people, stop this Gen Z, Kifua, Nini. Let me bring some old wise men to join with us so that us guys, those who are slightly older than me, Eugene is my age mate, Kalonzo is older than us. If I can bring that sector and then we can get the 20 senators or MPs who are solid, then we join with the force of Gen Zs, the lawyers, the whistleblowers. We now have something called a coalition, where we can start somewhere so that we can look at Ruto with also people of his equal force. He can't arrest Kalonzo Musyoka. You take it from me, he can't even dare. But now, if we come here in the space and we just abuse Kalonzo and abuse him every day, then what do we want? I asked Kalonzo the other day where he got the name Watermelon. He told me Raila is the one who called him a watermelon. And now who is a watermelon? So in politics, we cannot be adamant not to change our ways. I don't want to hold the space. Mweru is in charge.
Yes, thank you so much, Tony. And yes, let us do away with the diversion tactics and just focus on the end goal. Thank you so much for the space.
Good. I'll still come.
All right. As we go ahead, I'll have the most. Go ahead, Tony.
Go, Tony.
No. Move the mic.
Yeah, the movement. Are you here?
Good.
May I conclude? Conclude what I was just saying, kindly.
Benson.
Okay. Benson Maliza.
Because I was raising a very pertinent issue that, guys, you need to know. And I'll be very brief on this. Let me remind you during 2017 election, are you aware that the military were misused? And I have evidence personal, but I may not disclose it here. The KDF was sent to Kisumu, to be specific, and several Luo people were killed and thrown into the Lake Victoria by KDF. Who gave that command? It's the president. Even it's in the public domain. So whenever we are arguing our points here, let us be specific and also remember the history of the past so that we can have the present, work on the present and make it better. The military can still be misused by the president to kill his own people. Because that time it is only Luos who Raila told people, vote for me na mrudi kwa nyumba. Other tribes did that and they went back to their homes. But Luo, because most of them, they love Baba, and Baba to some extent they are their God, they had to come out agitating why Raila's win was stolen.
30 seconds.
They were just nini na walituma kule waliuliwa. And we know all that, and you know it, guys. So let me rest my point, and those are the questions that I wanted Lisa to answer to it. They also get command from the president because he is the commander-in-chief of armed forces. Thank you.
Lisa, I agree to you. He told me the same. They operate on orders. He told me on the same, like, don't, some things maybe we might be looking it as vitu kidogo, but there's a time he used, akaniambia, when you decide to go to the street, we are given orders. Nikamuliza, can you be given orders, shoot to kill? Akaniangalia tu, he didn't say anything, but akaniambia, it's good to be careful, or rather request before orders zipeanwe, like wananchi waki-request before, like hiyo kuambia watu protect before it can be easier. But when they are given orders, hawana, it's true venye tu amesema Bensu, hawananga, otherwise like awajuangi kawe ni sister yake ama mama yake, it becomes different.
And quickly, Queen, okay. When even the previous, it was leaked. It was leaked.
Thank you, and Anthony, for all that you're doing. What we are trying, guys, you stopped discussing about your mambo ya wanajeshi hapa. Wachaneni na hiyo mambo kabisa. Hiyo mambo wachaneni nayo, please.
All that you're doing. I think I've diarized the 11th of November. As legal counsel, I would like also to just have my input. Maybe I can assist with the documentation. So maybe I'm just keen to maybe have the petition as well.
Send me a DM now, so I'll send you the petition right away.
Very well, Tony. Thank you for that. Yeah, so that I can also, I'm keen to appear on that day just to see what is happening.
I am your client. I have given you instruction. I am your client.
Very well, Tony. Asante. Jioni njema.
Thank you, Cedric, and let that be the spirit. If you have a way you can help us.
Dark. Host.
Proceed.
Yesterday we spoke about Kalonzo and this team, the old team. Do we really? I don't know where Tony is coming from. I've been following his tweets and I've been seeing him akisema those are the old and wise people according to him. For the coalition, I support it, but to what extent? To what extent? We might lose ourselves along the way. We know all these people are dirty. When you see them not supporting a cause, it's because they know watafinywa ama kuna mahali ambapo wanajulikana wamefanya kitu. Kalonzo is not for grabbing land. I don't know about Eugene, but birds of the same feather flock together. So is it to what extent? I think that should be pertinent when we want to form these coalitions. I'm okay for any wisdom, but I was saying here in the comments, you should define old and wise, because some of us, we might seem young in age, but you are old and wise because you are led by wise people or wise elders. Wise than these people. That's why you find the brains maybe of someone like Morara it doesn't reason like someone like must go. You know, I don't know. I hope I'm making sense.
Kuna wazee wajinga pia, we should know that.
Exactly.
Some of these people hawajanyamaza juu ni werevu, some of them are cowards, others are stupid. That is why they are not able to come out and tell them not to kill us. Kwa nini hawajaongea? Over 100 youths wameuriwa. Wamekuwa wamenyamaza kwa nini?
Apparently, IPOA, who was saying, see, Morana Metuambia IPOA is managed by Ruto, so what do we expect? I don't expect anything from the institutions. This is a very personal level. And yeah, well, let this be the basis. Kama mtu hakutusupport wakati wa Genz all along, all through. What are we doing with them? Use and dump. Next point, I think.
And I can just say, like, maybe tunasema we are going to use the old people, Kina Kalonzo. Kina Kalonzo want to be back to politics to fight for their properties and rights. Hawataki kutufaitia sisi despite anything. Hawa wanatafuta chance ya kuingia kwa government at this moment. Yeah. As a lie, I can go with
waongoze maandamano. Hiyo ndo tu kitu yenye tu wanaweza tusaidia.
Yeah, hiyo tu.
Will see Kalonzo kwa front line da work.
Hawezi. Kalonzo hawezi. Lakini Martha anaweza. Martha Karua anaweza.
Guys, let me tell you one thing. For us to succeed and revive this country, we said we don't want to associate with these politicians. They've messed us out. When you see Kalonzo sending to support the Wakina Kashako and the rest, it's not that it's genuine for this country, just because he wants maybe to be supported or he wants to remain relevant, because they're eyeing the ones, I don't know, and I need to bring Joy the Kuyu and support him. And that's the mindset they are playing with us. And as we are saying, we want to move.
There's a strategic reason why I'm concentrating on Jomo Kenyatta because that case we are going to win. We have all the documents. We have the workers behind us. We have got, this one we can win. The moment we win, we have an indictment against Andani, which we can take to India, we can take to the US. He will be indicted. So, News, you understand, you can't go on a spread strategy. We'll get him by getting him convicted. Convicted in one is convicted in all. He will be a criminal ab initio.
For the
last thing, San, go ahead. This is the third time I've given you the mic.
Sorry, I had a network problem, but I'm back. Thank you very much for the mic. Mine just about to emphasize about this Adani thing and everything. Actually, we just have to understand that Adani is Ruto. And he's just using Adani as a scapegoat. So we must deal with him. So for the lawyers who decided to follow the Gachagua way, well and good. Let them go that way. For those that we still have, we are okay with them. We are happy for what they are doing. Tony and your team, Amenya, we thank you for what you did. And for everybody that has been fighting.
I'm going to lose friends, but you play with the public. I put it out there because honestly, anyway, it's for the public to judge them.
No, lose friends, no problem. Okay? No problem losing friends. But remember that you have those friends who are true friends to you. Understand that? So whatever they do, you are doing for our interest, not for the show that are paid. Not us the billions and millions. For them, they only have peanuts. We cannot allow a bunch of people just to take over Kenya and think that it is their village. No. This is our home. We were born here. We will die here, we'll be buried here. For them, no matter where they go, they'll be brought here to be buried. So they can't sell our country for their own interests. So Ras talked about something, and it's about the Subaru boys. Those are goons for hire. I can't call them the police or whatever. No, those are goons, and we must find a way to deal with them. They cannot abduct us, kill us, steal from us, and do what they think. No, we cannot allow that. Ours is not just about to take videos and everything. No, we have to act. Because Kenya is becoming something else. It's like abductions are now becoming out of the day. Mtu amekuwa abducted na sawa, hii itaisha. Mwenye atapatikana akiwa hai ni sawa. Mwenye atapatikana amekufa ni sawa, na tunasonga. And they are happy. We don't allow that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Jonah, but I agree with what you're saying. So Jonah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Acha turudi huko. Rudi huko TikTok.
Aya, tufanye hivi. Hebu huyo Onyanch, I'm ready. Go ahead. What do you have to say? Quickly. Onyanch. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Mbona mnakomplain sana na hii government nyinyi ndio mnatupea.
What else? Next, what we don't know?
Yeah?
Nini ingine tunajua tuliweka hapo kwa power. What else do you have to say?
Nyingine.
Ndio nasikia mnakomplain. Then hii mambo na Adan wao acha achukue hiyo airport. Hiyo airport sisi hata tufikange hapo. Wakikuyu ndio wamekuwa wakibenefit kwa hiyo airport. Sasa bwana mnatupigia kelele, sijui Adan sijui nini.
Haya, nini ingine? Is that all?
Educate that guy. Don't drop him. Educate that young man.
And I want to get all his points.
Anafanya kazi wapi kwanza huyo Nyancha before aseme Wakikuyu wanachukua?
Okay, please tuende kwa kaunti gani?
Nani?
Wewe kwa kaunti gani?
Mimi kaunti niko, mimi niko Kakamega.
Okay, that's the reason. That's the reason.
Onyach pia sisi tunatoka Busia, lakini the fact that tuko kwa hii platform ndugu yangu si ati ni juu Kenya ni ya kabila moja. Na the fact that tuko hapa ndugu yangu ni ati tunataka kusaidiana.
Unaona nini? Mimi tangu nizaliwe nimekuja kurealize kwamba hii Kenya imekuwa ya kabila moja. Wakikuyu anashindanga wamejidai sisi mlima. Sasa tuachie wao washughulike,
tuwasaidie. Ndugu yangu yote tunafaa tuache hiyo maneno ya mtu wetu kwa sababu hatuwezi komboa hivi.
Wacha malize. Queen, wacha onge.
Kwa saizi mimi kwenye nimefikia najua sahii ni kila mtu angangane na mzigo yake, kwa sababu wao wanasemanga wakati tukipiga kura wanasema wao at without mountain sijui hakuna kitu inaweza fanyika. So kwa sababu wao wameshinda wanajibebanga hivyo, tuachie mzigo wao wenyewe wagangane nayo, usiwe kwa sababu wametoa tu nini vice president, kwani wangapi wenye wametolewa?
Ngoja sasa ni kutukufunja.
Nyancha, please. Hey, nyamaza.
Sasa hiyo ni siasa. Sasa sisi tukufunze. Ngoja. Sasa umekuwa sasa mwanasiasa.
Umekuwa too much.
Wacha tukuelimishe ndugu yangu. Hebu unmute tukuelimishe sasa. Acha kupiga tu mdomo.
Huo ni primitive, ati kabila.
Kwanza tunategemea huko Kakamega.
Nataka uniambie ukweli. Ngoja, nyamaza ulizwe. Hebu niengage huyu jamaa. Just a minute. Hata mpaka nimedrop huko X. Onyach. Unmute. Nikuuliza swali. Unmute tu. Uniambie.
Haelewi unmute, mwambie atoe speaker kwa Kiswahili.
Toa speaker.
Lakini guys, I want you to understand ya kwamba this is the mindset on the ground.
unasikia
nikuulize, wacha nikuulize.
Oya.
Nataka nikuulize swali, Onyancha.
Ni sawa na
ngoja nikuulize. Ngoja kwanza ulizwe. Mtu anasikizanga.
Unajua sasa tunaongezea issue. Sasa kuna wengine nao wanaleta ile wako na nini?
Now, let me tell you, my people.
Kama ndio watu wako, inabidi tuende ushago tufanye civic education.
Msishangae kidogo, let me inject kidogo. Msishangae, amesema ametoka Kakamega and it's in every county. Don't even tell him that you're primitive because it's Kakamega. It's because you're Kakamega, that's why you're reasoning like that. These are the people on ground and there are our people. This is just one sample. Amekuja kutuambia kazi iko nyingi Kakamega, tuchange moto wewe.
Civic education. Tuko na hard time.
Kipigwa nalo wa Kakamega majenzi. Watu walikuwa wanatuambia tumewatoa kwa sherehe ya gavana.
Hiyo si poa.
Mnatutoa kwa sherehe ya gavana, mnakuja kuharibu hospitali. Mlikuwa mnafanya nini kwa hospitali? This is what is happening kwa ground.
Let me explain to you guys something. Unataka kuona these politicians inakuanga hivi. This is a village. Let's say it has how many people? 10,000. And the only person ambaye ameomoka kwa hiyo village apata tu ni hiyo MP wao. And maybe 20 of his cronies only. So una imagine umeitoa sherehe 10 kilometers a meter si support. Tunataka tu mwelewa mindset yao. Tumesema hapa we are here for unity. So we will always unite to the likes of Onyancha. Paka tushike mkono tuone penye tutafika nao na penye tutaweza kufika nao tunawaacha along the way. But I want you to go into their mindset. Umeitwa sherehe, haujai kula nini nyama kwa muda mrefu sijui wiki moja. Whatever you worship as food ama whatever as entertainment for you is what you find in that governance office. And then uniambia utaenda huko, alafu nakuja kumtoa hapo mpeleke place nyingine hata complain. I'm not supporting them, but I want you to understand the mindset that we will be dealing with on the ground.
We have a long way to go. Imagine kama hao ndio watu wako huko. Imagine na education imeshi.
Exactly what they want us to be. Tukue wajinga kama wa Uganda. Hakuna kitu wanashikanishanga.
No, that is actually what happens in the ground. By the way, people do. I think kila mtu kama kuna mtu mwenye uchago yake ni Kakamega, unasikia kazi iko nayo. You can hear that? Kama kila mtu anaweza. Imagine that is how it is.
No, he's not primitive. Anajibu hapa chini. Acha kwamba mtu si primitive.
Where they are.
This person is not primitive. Ndio anatujibu hapa, ng'ang'aneni na mizigo yenyu, muache kusumbua watu. He's not primitive, this person. Huyu ndio anataka tu kutusumbua akili zetu. If he feels like kwa Kikuyu ndo ana benefit, yeye mbona kwenda ku benefit? I don't want to talk about tribalism in this sense, but Onyancha will make me speak some tribalism in other part badly. Onyancha is not primitive, anataka tu kutusumbua sisi akili.
Nso nimekurudishia list.
Breathe in, guys. Take a moment. Breathe in. Hapa tuko Dawak Media. Here we talk matters good governance. Tukiona ushenzi, we will not tolerate, but we will always reach to a certain point ambayo tutaweza tolerate anymore. This is what I'll say to anyone who has a mindset like Onyancha. I'm a Kikuyu and I don't support whatever is going on because it's bullshit. Kama wajamko uone ya kwamba the generation of our parents is going to be swept away because a new generation is coming of you, someone like you and I. These Gen Zs na millennials is who are going to take over the country. Kama uone that the generation of our parents is going to be swept away. Now all that mindset to go away. Tabaki hapa na wewe kama Onyancha, wewe tabaki na wewe uso kwa uso, tupambane na wewe na hiyo mindset yako, na kama ita change pia wewe kuwa swept away. This is very spiritual. Make sure you're on the right side of justice and truth. That's all.
Dick Lobodgard. Benson nimekuletea Lisa, umemuona hapo.
No. Hello everyone.
Yes.
So hope kila mtu ako fiti. Nimekuwa hapa nikisikiza. So leo hata mimi nimetuma hiyo nini yangu kwa hiyo Senate na Parliament, hizo vitu zote. So na pia huku leo mimi niko Meru na mimi ni comrade huku Meru. So leo tumekuwa na kuna sijui kama mnajua Tongaren, the voice of Tongaren, na kuna KOT Sonko.
Yes.
So wamekuwa huku na wamepita wamefanya civic education, wamesema na farmers wazee hivi, wamejaribu kuambia kuhusu hizo bills. Alafu pia wamekuja tukapatana, juu ni comrade hapa Kemu, tumepatana nao. So tulikuwa tunasema juu sisi pia comrades, kuna vile gavana imetuumiza mambo ya funding, na waliunda committee ati ndo wajaribu kuangalia views tutatoa. Wametembea kwa campuses na nini, sio tunangojea feedback. So tunasema hiyo time ikifika, kile watasema, si tunataka turudi kwa ile old funding model. In case gava ikatae, tunaitisha pia nyinyi support hiyo time, tumtokee pia mtupige support wakati tunajaribu kufaitia hiyo issue. Yeah, that's all.
Hey, thank you for joining Ditchlows. Na uko ukikuja na marafiki zako tafadhali, but yes, we are supporting you, but pia nyinyi msinunuliwe, don't be cheap.
Hatuwezi, anakuaga hapa kila siku, mimi uko hapa daily.
Mnajua William Ruto ako na shida na comrade wote juu hii kitu inajirudia kama ile ya Moi. Unajua Moi ile time akipigana na watu alipigana na comrade sana. Sasa William Ruto anaona comrade wanapiga simu nyumbani kuelimisha wazazi. And you guys, if we'll be able to get to these platforms as a comrades, hata kama tunaingia huko tunawabayada credo wanapiga simu manyumbani, watatusaidia sana. And if Shiko if you talk with Morara, njue unajua hizo ndo intelligence zenye anapiga. I think hata tunastahili tukue na tour ya all campus zote Kenya mzima.
You know, the reason as to why it's up on Narok, it's because hawako wanataka tukanyange Masai Mara University. Because the previous 2 days before tuende Narok, tulikuwa tumeenda KU. Na hiyo story ilifikia hawa watu. So they tried their level best to ensure that hatujafika Masai Mara University. So we need comrades, kusema tu kweli, tunawahitaji sana.
Guys.
Tuko nitakuja na wengine, nitakuwa nakuja nao.
Good, Shiko. Sasa hiyo ni challenge kwa nyinyi watu ofisi. Si sasa tukwambia sasa na kuambia watu sasa tukuja ofisi. Sasa nyinyi mpate comrades kule. Comrades wanawahitaji. And hii moral spirit is needed huko kwa comrades. Hao ndo watatusaidia kufikisha hii simu. Me believe kila village iko na comrade ako campus. Every village inajua iko na comrade ako campus. Na huo mmoja juu anaaminika ameenda campus, anaweza convince hiyo kijiji. So what if hiyo kijiji iko na watu watano peke yake, na wanaelewa hii spirit yetu ya movement, that means we'll conquer. Na William Ruto atatuambia ushit. I believe in spirits of comrades power. Good. Lisa, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Tumesema nini? Hujaingia kazi?
Bado sijaingia huko. Kuna issue ni vile ulisema tunyamaze kidogo, but I would love to say a thing or two on the same.
Hebu nikijini hiyo mambo na Benson. 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 Nini mambo yenu wawili?
Okay, allow me to enlighten this.
Yes.
Can they allow me to say
ndio nikaona to drop your kitu.
Sometimes it's good to question, although, he is also very cautious, which is also paramount, but sometimes it's good to make it clear to them if Dawaki will allow us to so do.
Hiyo kwa mikoroni mwenu, mnajua Dawaki inanga msimamo ya maneno yoyote. We don't own any information. Sisi hapa inakuanga platform tu ya Wakenya. Hebu hiyo ni mambo yenu sort, alafu mtu guide. Sisi tunawasikiza.
Okay, sir. Benson, I want to let you know.
Yes, I hear you.
I want to let you understand that most of us who are in KDF, we are professionals. You will find that, especially from the level of candidates and all that, These are people with background information or professionals, apart from being a KDF, Mwanajesh, whatever. These are professionals. You find we have doctors here, we have lawyers, and so on and so forth, right? So that's quite paramount. Number two, I also want to tell you that the KDF, we are not exemptional as far as the Constitution is concerned. That's why I'm telling you, some of us are experts in other areas. The Constitution of Kenya, and I want to draw your attention, Bwana Benson, to some of the most critical things. The issue of KDF is enshrined in the Kenyan Constitution. They are not exemptional. We are not exemptional in the Kenyan Constitution. In fact, if I want to refer you, if you go to Article 241 of the Constitution 2010, in particular, in fact, when you go to Article 3C, it states very clearly that the KDF may be, and the word is may. Let me use professionalism a bit to make you understand this. That KDF may be, the word is may, be deployed in Kenya to assist and cooperate with other authorities. This is only in situation of emergency or disaster. That one, underline that. Or probably in cases of unrest. In this case, this way we would be called upon. In the case of unrest or instability, with the approval of the National Assembly. For you who are lawyers will agree with me in this platform. With the approval of the National Assembly. And by the way, to be specific, I don't remember the whole thing when I was in school, how it was saying, but I remember it was talking about that we may be deployed to restore peace. The word was to restore peace in any part of the Kenyan affected by unrest or instability or with or something like that, but with the approval of the National Assembly. That is the Constitution, and in the you can rush to Article 241, that's what gets under the Kenyan Constitution. In fact, it goes further. The 2010 Constitution goes further. In the
Lisa, just interject before as you continue.
Please.
Whatever that you are saying, it's actually what I said. I want you to address the other side that I said. I will not repeat it. You know where I raised my concern. Whatever that you said, I think it is a panel. I spoke, it's the same thing that you are telling us. So can you maybe address that area that I said? And I think if you listen to me, and if you are ready to respond to that, go specific to that area that I raised.
In 2 seconds, I'll be there.
Where kindly.
Yeah, Benso, in 2 seconds, I'll be there. There are two things I want to arise. To bring you to your attention. That when we talk about defending with the earth, it is about protecting the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of the country. That is number one. When we talk about assisting and cooperating with other authorities, the defense forces the word is shall assist and cooperate with other authorities in situations of emergency or disaster and may be deployed to restore peace in any part of Kenya affected by unrest or instability, or only with the approval of the National Assembly. What do you want, Benso? Number one, we are guided by the Kenyan Constitution. Number two, I want to tell you that I'm criminally liable personally. There's nothing to do with the president here. I'm criminally liable under the normal law, the civil law, and under the lawyer Mwanajeshi. We have the martial courts on our end. We are criminally liable. That's why we don't fall into that category of, we are under the commander-in-chief. So good is it. We are under the president. The president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Kenya. So is it. That one does not eliminate the constitution. Remember, the law is supreme. And then okay, let me put it to Konashida in this way. When you are under the disciplined forces...
But Lisa, you are referring to the constitution, and those words that you are saying, they are enshrined in the same constitution. It's the same constitution saying that. So please be guided with that, kindly.
And that's what I'm saying. Ndio ninakwambia Bwana Benson, the fact that the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Republic of Kenya does not take away the constitution. Excuse me. Na ndio nimekuambia mimi leo hii nikicommit offense, sitaenda kusema ati unajua president alisema twende tuwe wananchi. It is neither here nor there. I'm criminally liable mimi mwenyewe, and that's why we are called the disciplined forces. We don't, if the president is to give an order, for example, and I refer you to what happened in the last protest for you who know these things, the same thing, the president called upon us to go to the streets and help in that. But the president was very dormant, and he never agreed to sign that I, as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
Liza, so you're thinking revolution, you're thinking tuna need to change Kenya. Does it exist to some few people who kwa hizo forces?
Not to some, excuse me, not to some. I have said times without number, and I'm repeating it here again. And I gave an advice here. If you want the armed forces to protect you, it's very simple. We don't need all those stories. You just, those placards of yours, you should never be armed. And I think Dawak and bear me witness, I said it here in this platform. No one of you should be armed. Carry your flag, carry your bottle of water, carry your flag, carry your smartphone, whatever. But you should not be armed. And it should be very clear. Protect us from the impunity of the police. Protect us from the police. Protect us from the murderers. Whatever kind of a thing. That message should be very clear before even you attempt to go to those so-called demos. The armed forces will be out to protect you. And mark my words, I'm using the word protect. And this is what I'm saying. We don't have a safe haven for KDF. We don't have a heaven for the KDF, and then we have another earth called Kenya for the Kenyans. These things, they are cutting across.
Risa.
Yes.
May I get you that you as the Kenya Defense Forces, you are not supposed to fight Kenyans.
Never.
You are supposed to protect Kenyans.
Never should a KDF. Let me tell you, never will this one happen. I know what Benzo is trying to talk about. Probably you can talk about a people too.
Lisa, but yes, that's not my question that I wanted you to answer.
Ask the question, Benzo. Ask the question again.
Law that
ask the question.
You guys.
The question.
My question, whatever that you are saying, all of it is what I said, and I'm in line and I'm agreeing with you, the role of a KDF. You get? Yes. My question was so specific. You said you don't get orders from the president. And I clarify and I differed with you. I said it is the only president who can misuse the KDF. But president can still misuse the KDF and misuse the police, and other politicians can misuse the politician, but they cannot misuse KDF because KDF, you only have one chief of commander, which is the president. And I gave a reference, Lisa, understand that's now my concern. I gave a reference 2017. If you are in forces, you know what happened 2017. There are some people, KDF, that were used to go and murder some rural people in Kisumu. And personally, as I speak, I know where I'm standing, and I know all the proof and evidence, because I know I have the intelligence from the said place. So, and you are in Kenya, you know better than me. So, kindly, that's the question that I wanted to tell you, that the KDF and the military can be misused by none other than the president, if he wished to. But as per the constitution, the way you are stipulating, it's right.
I get it. I think it's the same. It's the same to everyone. It's the same to everyone. The same way. It's the same way Masgo is imposing his rule on everyone. It is the same. But tunasema, we are getting to the point ya kwamba we are going to follow the constitution to the core. Because it's supposed to be that way. I get your point, Lisa. I get your point when you are saying we should carry placards. Because that's how it starts. I'm looking at how the military take over countries, have operated. It's when the masses have said, no, we are not able to trust the police, we are not able to trust our MPs or our members, whatever, our people, politicians. So let's start this movement, ya kwamba, when we are going out at whatever time, let's raise the placards, as Lisa is saying. When what will happen, let us see.
But you guys, I think hiyo mambo tutajaribu kupeleka hata space tuone watasemaje. Unajua hiyo kitu yenye Lisa anawaambia si wenye mnafikiria. Watu ni waoga bado. Wakenya wanaogopa wanajeshi.
Yeah, thank you so much. I like the way you're putting it. It is true. That's the problem. Sijui nitajaribu kusema namna. I don't know what you're going to say. The mwanajeshi is here to defend. Let me tell you. The armed forces, the disciplined forces, they protect the people. They are not against the people. Let me tell you, this is what I want everyone to understand. The disciplined forces are here to protect the people, not to fight with the people, number one. And that's what I'm saying. There is no direct order that will come that go and do X, Y, Z, go and execute X, Y, Z in the name of manipulation without being signed. Why am I telling you this? For me, I'm not a policeman. Mwenye atapotelea huko ama, remember, like, let me tell you, these things are not as simple as you're thinking. That you are going to kill somebody because you are
but you agree with me, you can be misused by the president.
Let me tell you.
Anyone can be misused.
Anybody can be misused. Let's agree on that, and then I request even now we can stop that matter because it's very sensitive when it comes on that. Let us just agree and you understand my question very well. Everybody can be misused, but KDF can only be misused by the president. Let us be clear on that.
No,
then we stop that matter.
No, just a minute.
Please finish.
Yeah, please. There's something I don't want Benso to go to the public. This kind of fear. Yeah. This kind of fear that the wanajeshi are going to be misused by the president, this is what I want to eliminate from the Kenyans. And I told you, we are saying by example, the last time the Gen Zs were on the protest, you saw the military, and he went on social media and he said, the military will be in the streets. You saw it. The military were on the streets. You saw it. Excuse me, Benso. And when they were on the streets, did you see them harassing in Kenya? Did you see them harassing a citizen?
In fact, Teresa, the person who protected, the people who protected me are militaries.
Yeah, the military, and this is clear. Let me tell you, when we talk about an unrest,
you're not answering my question. I've given you a reference.
Let me clear this one to the public because I know what the public is going through. Remember, Benso, even as you claim to have intel, which I do agree with you, but you don't have more intel than I have. I can just assure you for this. In fact, I have total intel. I can even tell you what will happen on that day. Let me just be very clear on you. Let the public be very clear that the military is not out to destroy the country nor to fight the people. The military, we are very disciplined. And through our code, through our oath, let me tell you, the disciplined forces will protect the people more than anything else. I want us to be very clear to this public here. Let no one have a mentality that these people can be manipulated by the government. Despite the fact that Benso, that loophole may exist, I don't know to which extent it can exist because nimesha kuambia as we are going, for example, Benso mkikosana na kama hapo zama Wambui, for example, you people will go to the normal court, to a civil court. For me, I'm liable to a civil court at the same time to a martial court. So for degree yangu ya kukosea iko higher than degree ya mwananchi wa kawaida kukosea. Na mimi nikikosea nitakuwa na like my punishment will be more than when a civilian atakuwa amekosea. Na niko na mtu wa kuniangalia anaitwa martial law. So please let it be very clear to these citizens here. Be very clear that whenever you will see these people out, whenever you see the military, that is when you are very safe, as long as you are not armed. And I've told you, if you feel mukona woga zaidi, before you proceed to the maandamano, just go to any barracks and to release your placards, and you will see they will come out in their masses and they will protect you. Thank you.
Lisa, mimi siko ngoja kidogo, just a minute. Mnajua mimi sometimes mimi ufikiria, lakini najiulizanga ama niko normal wakati mwingine nikijiuliza. Juu sasa mimi nataka Lisa akikuja hapa next time akuja na wengine kadhaa na hizo masudo accounts wakuja wa msecond. Nyinyi raia siwezi waruhusu msecond. Nyinyi mnajua nini?
Hapa chini unaona kuna mgeni anasema ya agree. Mimi niko na swali kidogo Lisa, niko na swali. How safe is it for you? The fact that unakuja hapa na studio, how safe is it for you?
Alafu upatie shikwa malizia.
How safe is it for you? Why are you coming to the studio basi? Humility.
Yeah, thank you. Even at hapa chini kuna watu wengine, but we are very many in fact in this platform, and I want any other KDF or somebody in the military, let them come out here before we give to Shiko and say yes or not to what I am saying.
Exactly.
Please, after before niongea anything, let someone else who is in the military come on the platform. Inua yeye.
I'll pick you. Unajua sometimes watangeni ni kuwa speaker kama huyo.
Dawak, my question was not answered, but let me leave it at that point.
Yes.
But let me.
Benzos nilikuwa nimekuona. Anyway, inaitwa Dawak Media. Hii sisi ndo sauti ya Kenya.
Dawak, yeye ulikuwa umeniona. I agree with what you're saying. Let us rest it that way.
I want you people to ask yourself this one question.
Yes.
Why did Ruto send our police officers to Haiti na akakosa kutuma KDF? That is number one. Why did he not allow KDF waendelee kukaa kwa barabara when he realized that they were not beating us? Vile nani walikuwa wanatuchapa, askari walikuwa wanatuchapa, na any other maandamano, instead of him calling for KDF aliita askari. What other question do I have? Why was there an elimination of Ogora before all this, what is happening now started happening? Because you people can bear me witness that easy vitu zenye zime happen of rate, it's after elimination of Ogora. So let us ask ourselves those few questions.
And I'll
maybe
try
we
to
agree or disagree with the Risa at some point.
At the moment, pia sisi tuwe na listening ear. Lisa amewambia to just to be secure with himself, haizi identify more about herself, but amewambia nyinyi kuweni wengi kwa ground. The problem pia sisi hatukuwagi wengi kwa ground. Msikizeni tu pia mfate instructions zake kidogo. When we are many, they'll support us. Hatuwezi kuwa watu 10 mnataka military watu support. Wameambia kwa sababu wanaona ni watu wachache wana fight, they cannot fight pia waonekane na they are preventing their work. Wameambia tu while Friday kuna hii mass come out at large, chukueni wenzenyu tukuje wengi. If we are many at the ground, they'll help us. Lakini tunaendaga maandamano watu wangapi? 10. Tunaweza count Wambo, Dennis, watu 10. Tunaongeaga hapa sana wengi na but we're not there on the ground. So tumsikizeni pia kidogo, tukweni wengi kwa ground if we want support from the military. Watu wengi wanaongea hapa nataka wakuagi kwa ground huko chini. So how will they help us? Na nataka pia wa overthrow the government how? Watu 10 na hao wako wengi. It cannot happen that way, guys. So pia nyi kuweni kwa ground. Wamewambia kuweni wengi. The mass people will be helped by the military. But we are not many. Tutaongea kesho Friday ikifika kila mtu anakuambia sijui niko na kazi, sijui niko wapi, mwingine atashiki simu. No.
I'm telling you, it's interesting. Haya. Unajua mambo ni mingi sana inaendelea siku ya leo. Wanakimbizana na mambo ya kesi ya ndani, and people will be marching 11th of November kwenda kotini kusikiza hiyo kesi. So guys, we are still pushing our movement and tuendelee kuungana na kusapotiana. So in fact our topic tonight was to talk about our movement. But wakati mwingine kinawakanga kikiwaka juu sisi ni sauti ya Kenya. hatunanga maoni ama msimamo wowote, bali sisi tu tunapeana nafasi kwa Wakenya wazungumze yanao wahusu. So kama wewe ni KDF, ama wewe unaweza support Lisa, unaweza msecond, anaweza furahia sana. So unajua sometimes ni vizuri you second the motion. So that to Juama is many of those who will say aye. Anyway, kukufa tutakufa. And I'm telling you, shida ni venye wewe utakufa. Unajua heri ukufe kama soja wakati mwingine jo. Hata kama tunaona
watakufa wakikula ice cream, wakikula hivi popcorn. Hivi popcorns. Tutakufa vibaya sisi wote wa Kenya tukiendelea hivi. So please, that is not a threat.
Aje tutakufa vibaya. Penye Ruto anatupeleka, unajua watu wengine wanaona kama hizi ni siasa tu guys.
Hey.
Abuka chini hivi ukiwa Mkenya ufikiria wewe utakufaje?
Wengine watakufa wakikula popcorns, mimi nakwambia.
Nimaliza.
Unajua wacheni niwaambie, mnajua kitu yenye inanishangaza mimi kama Mkenya. Ni venye Wakenya wanapuuzilia haya mambo ambayo tunayazungumza. Mimi nimeshtuka. Juu hata naona Jumapili sasa naweza enda kanisa nihubiri kidogo sasa juu kanisa imeanza kukubaliana na sisi. Kitu yenye naona hii movement sisi ni manabii. Na msiniambie ni hallucination. Wewe wacha kucheka, mute. Cheka kama umemute.
Mimi kwanza Wairimu.
Muniambie hizi ama ni hallucination ama ni aje? Hii movement ni kama
dawa kwenye nabii.
Dawa kuna John nilikuwa nimekaa chini umefanya nikaamuka. You see what dawa? Hata mimi nashangaa sasa kila mtu ni nabii kama ujui. Nasikia kila mtu anaamka anasema yeye ni nabii.
Unajua?
Aje tu hata nianze hapo. It is becoming messy.
Yes, it's becoming messy. Unajua kitu yenye inanishangaza na hawa wachungaji. Sisi tulikuwa sijui ngapi tumeanza complain huko April, tulianza kupiga hii mdomo April huko. Kanisa inatuambia hapana, vijana mnapiga kelele, peeni hao viongozi nafasi. Wakuja tukaandamana. Katuambia peeni viongozi nafasi. Tukaenda tumetokea mpaka 88 tukapigwa. Tukashindwa ni aje.
Kwanza 88 ndio utajua watu wa kusema tutokee. Na unaenda unajipata.
88 wacha nikwambie. Walikuwa wamejipanga. Unajua walikuwa mpaka wametoka mashambani. Yaani wote wameletwa Nairobi. Wa prison wote wako Tao. Ulikuwa unaangalia hivi mzee, unashangaa. Unaona Blue Boy kule, unaona Django. Sasa wachungaji mpaka Ole Sapit, bishop wangu Ole Sapit ameongea.
Take responsibility kidogo, hatufikangi pamoja. As in, mimi na wote wako kwa speaker panel wanaweza enda kesho streets, lakini hatutaipatana kwa sababu wewe umefika saa ngapi? Mimi nawaambia ile siku 25th June tulikuwa tunajua hiyo kitu inasomwa 2 PM na tukaingia kama nyuki 2 PM. Otherwise I will take the responsibility ya street yenye hatuingiangi the same time. Mnajipatanga watu kidogo na ni rahisi kushikwa sana mkiwa watu wanne.
Tuseme hivi, mimi for sure my analysis ni the country is not yet ready for another maandamano. So whatever we'll be doing kama kuenda on Friday, hata usiite maandamano, you're just going to submit your petition. That's simple. But the real man. Good evening. Karibu upward. Tusikize kidogo.
Dawak. At the same time, remember ile time to reshare number heshimiwa wetu. These other people, MPs.
Okay, thank you. Hivi mimi siku
kujua itafika mahali ichukue katiba ya nchi yetu na ipitia kama pastor vile anapitia Biblia. But hapo ndio nimefika saizi, like unaishinda na katiba kwa sababu unataka kujua ukweli ya hii kitu. Guys, katiba yetu imebadilishwa mbaya sana. Katiba yetu imebadilishwa sana. Kuna article 9 ambayo inaongelea mambo na national symbols. Kipengee ya 3 inaongelea about national days. Madaraka Day, Mashujaa Day, Jamhuri Day. Hizi vitu zilishachezwa tu nayo. Kuna mavitu tumeletewa hapa hivi, utamaduni day, sijui nini. These guys wanachezea katiba yenye iliundwa na imekuwa existing. Na wanafanya hizi vitu zote without our consent kama wa Kenya. Without our consent. It is high time for us to go to the portal ya government and we do as many petitions as possible. Na every petition yenye una petition tutapanga. Now let us come with a procedure. Tupange petitions zetu zote. Then kuna petitions zenye ni very important. Kama hii ya leo it is very kwa sababu hakuna vile watu wanaweza amend our constitution without our consent. Way. How are we going to do it in a very professional way? Tumeangalia. These people wanna create kitu inaitwa one. Hasira. Inajua tukikasirika nao na hasira hapo ndo wanatuita sisi ni magoons. Hatuwezi tusiende direction yao watu. Let us just be sober in mind and let us change this thing. Let us change the movement. Tusiende direction yenye wanapeleka movement. Kuna direction yenye jamaa wanataka movement iende. Let us sober up our mind na tutulie. Like sometimes hata kama wanasemanga wamekushika uko uchi, sometimes jifanye ni kama hujajua uko uchi na ukauke tu hivyo. Sometimes jifanye ni hujajua uko uchi na ukauke tu hivyo. Because imefika point one, sisi kama vijana inabidi tumesober up. I just want everyone to sober up. Just sober up. Usikuje na hasira, usikuje na anything, just sober up na utulie. Then tupange hii kitu vizuri. One, we need petitions so that even the person mwenye anaenda nayo kwa judiciary atakuwa na evidence kwamba wananchi wamekataa hii uongozi yenye iko. And the only way ya kuonesha kwamba wananchi wamekataa hii uongozi yenye iko ni more than 2 million petitions zikuwe pale. Kwa sababu ukiangalia vizuri sana katiba inasema if unaweza kuwa na signature ya watu 2 million umetoa hiyo government itaanguka. So if we will have 2 million petitions zimeenda kwa Senate na zimeenda kwa national government, mjue mmeangusha hii kitu. So we need to make sure that we have a system ya kupetition na hizo petition zote tuzisanye. Hata kama tutabeba na lori 10, wacha zote ziende huko. Real people, real votes, real IDs, real signatures. Then tutafute lawyer wa kupeleka hizo vitu kwa mahakama. Na tuambie tumepetition, hatutaki hii na hii na hii ibadilishwe, lakini hii ilibadilishwa. So because wamechange without our consent, sisi wenyewe tumeamua kufanya tu. Our MPs and our senators, they are not representing our people. They are not talking what the people are sending them to do. So let us now send our document to that house. Wakutane nazo huko.
Good. I'll still come back to you. Thank you. Guys, mnajua hata moderators mmejipata nyinyi wote chini kumburu. Guys, don't worry. Sometimes nimeona sura zingine mpya nikasema yo. Sisi wengine bado tutarudi, wacha tuwasikie. Lucy, good afternoon. Lucy Wilson. Oh, pole. Unmute, please. Lucy, unmute, please. Nimejipata nimecommute tena. Unmute yourself.
Hey guys, hello.
Yes, Mrasha.
According to me,
Mnanisikia sasa?
Sasa tunakusikia.
Okay, habari zenu? Nilikuwa nataka kuongelea juu ya sijui kama ni huyu Lisa ama ni huyu mwingine alikuwa anaongea juu ya ama ni niko na echo. There is something alisema very important na nikaona hiyo kitu ndio happen all the time. Mpaka nikajiuliza, no wonder hiyo kitu happen all the time. Sijui kama notice saa zote za maandamano police wanachukua hizo placard all the time. Ni karatasi, lakini that's the first thing wanachukua before hata wachukue mtu. Na huyo kijana akasema ati tukienda maandamano tunakuwa na placards, na hizo placards zinaambia the military we need help, na hatuna silaha and we need help, and that is very important. Kwa sababu nikaona askari saa zote wanachukuanga hizo placards, ndio nikaona kuna ile kitu wanaelewa. They want to remove hizo placards ndio military haiwezi kakuja because hatujaitisha help. Nikaona hiyo kitu ni muhimu sana. Ndio nilikuwa nataka kuelezea hiyo. Watu wakienda maandamano, hata mtu akiwa na flag, unakuwa na karatasi inasema I'm not armed, na can we get help from the military or something. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Good. Thank you. Mrasha.
Yes, unajua mimi nilikuwa naonelea kwanza hii story kwanza na IEBC hiyo ndio kitu nilikuwa nataka tuishughulikie before tufike 2027 so that tukue tunampush tukijua tuko na
IEBC. Uko pande gani Mrasha? Uko pande gani ya Kenya?
Eldoret. So that tukijua tunapush government yenye tunajua 2027 tuko sure na election itafanyika. Lakini tuwezi push to government 2027 na IEBC. Hiyo ndio kitu nilikuwa naonelea Morara kwanza angepush so that sisi tukue behind yeye.
Jerry.
Yes. Mimi nasema aje, hii gavata hakuna haja tuipush ifike 2027 ati ifike election. Hii gavata tunafaa kuipush iende nyumbani. Wote waende tu nyumbani, watu wachie nchi yetu. Kuna watu wenye wako busy sana, kuna watu wenye wako very eager kulead na wanaweza tu lead fiti sana, si hawa watu. And then hii vita sahi kuna vita inaendelea kwa hii movement, mara sijui nani ndo fake, nani ndo genuine. Hii kitu itatukolapsia movement itaenda tu hivyo, na by the time tunapigana hivyo ndo furaha ya huyu jamaa. Sisi by the time tumeconcentrate kwa kuangalia nani ndo genuine, nani ndo fake, yeye anaendelea tu na kazi yake tu. Anajua tu nyinyi focus tu kwa vita, lakini mimi nachapa tu kazi, naenda na waibia. Kwanza hakuna kazi anachapa. Alafu hii ni movement iko mingi tu hapa social media. Huko ground tunafanya nini? Hiyo pia ni kitu tunafaa kujiuliza. Si kila mtu ako hapa ako na simu. Kuna tu mshosho tu mahali tu amekaa na ngojea tu 2027 yeye aende apigie huyo Ruto wake kura, ama hata kama ni mtu mwingine, ama hata kama ni ma-DVD atakuwa amevaa, ampigie tu kura. Hataki kujua hata huyu jamaa ametufanyia nini hii nchi. Atapiga tu kura juu ni mtu wetu, venye watu hufanyanga. Mimi ndo naweza sema tu.
Thank you very much, Jerry. James the plumber. James, are you here? If you're not here, Honorable Steve Musembi, MCA. Musembi.
Yes, how are you?
I'm fine.
Uko wazima?
Wazima.
Mimi kitu ambayo ningependa kuchangia kwenye huu mjadala, sisi kama vijana wa Kenya, ama sisi kama wananchi.
Uko upande gani wa Kenya, ndugu yangu?
Mimi kwa saizi niko maeneo ya Nairobi. Lakini nyumbani ni kule Busia. Umenipata hapo?
Yes, tap guys, tap the screen guys, tap the screen guys. Twende, nakupata vizuri kaka.
Mimi kitu ambacho
hapo chini guys, Ruto must go. Twende kazi. Yes, honorable.
Mimi kitu ambacho ningependa kuchangia ni kuwa huyu mtu hana nia ya kusaidia Wakenya. Hana nia ama hana ile roho ya kusaidia yule mwananchi wa kawaida ambaye alikuwa anasema kule ile wakati ambaye alikuwa na wania hii kiti. Hana nia ya kusaidia yule mama mboga, yule mtu ya bodaboda ama mwanafunzi ambaye yuko shuleni. So kitu ambayo tungefanya kama sisi watu ambao tunaumia, tukuje pamoja, tuweke mawazo pamoja, tujue tukienda hii direction tutaweza kutoa huyu mtu kwa kiti, na tusimruhusu kufika kwenye wakati wa uchaguzi, kwa sababu I'm very sure na ninataka niwahakikishie huyu mtu akiweza kufika wakati wa uchaguzi, ile IEBC ambaye atatengeneza watu ambaye ataweka pale, huyu si mtu ambaye tunamwamini kuwa kutakuwa na fair election wakati wa uchaguzi. So tukiamuka saa hizi, kama angalia saa hii wanataka kuongeza term limit ya kuongoza, uchaguzi itafika wakati gani? So tuamuke saa hizi ambayo hivi vitu zinataka kusetiwa, kupitishwa, tuamuke tupinge asubuhi na mapema. Hakuna vile mtu atajiongezea wakati ya kurule Kenya, na sisi wananchi wa kawaida hapa tunaumia. Hakuna kitu ametufanyia under almost 3 years. Hakuna kitu amefanya. Kitu ambaye anaendelea kufanya ni kutuumiza, kutuangaisha. Tunalia machozi usiku na mchana. Paka tunashangaa, this is the kind of a person alitembeanga kila Jumapili kwa kila kanisa akicontribute sadaka na michango ya over 1 million. Anataka kurudisha ile pesa ambayo alikuwa ametoa. He's using the impeachment of Gachagua kutufinika macho na mambo mengine huko inaendelea. Saizi I'm very sure nimekuwa pesa zangu kwa NHIF. Niko sure nikienda hospitalini saizi ile pesa ambayo nimekuwa nikisave kwa hiyo miaka yote sitapata hata shilingi. Anaweza niambia amepeleka wapi, ama ametumia, ameweka kwa mfuko yake ku bribe au amempesa na masenators kutoa Gachagua kwa kazi? After all, I didn't voted for those people. So tujue chenye tunafanya, tulete fikira zetu pamoja. Kwa sababu I'm very sure ifika pale atatukanyaga kama chochote tukubaliane. Na wacha niwaambie, na ninaomba kitu moja, hii mipango yetu isiwe tu matastuka
network yako inakusumbua ndugu yangu, network yako inakusumbua kidogo. And mimi nataka niwaambie Wakenya wenzetu, mnasikia Steve, hiyo ndo feeling ya ground. Hiyo ndo feeling ya ground. Hivyo ndo nataka muelewe, hivyo ndo ground iko. Kama ujui Kenya kuko aje, I hope uko hapa Sauti ya Kenya, hapa Dawak Media unasikia. Born of God. Huyu anajiitwa mtu wa kuzaliwa na Mungu.
Niko hapa. Yeah, I want to say something. First of all, I want to talk about this military assistant. I was once serving. I stopped it. Inaitwa misuse. Lisa was talking about something very sensitive that I really request the members in the group, in the team, to be very sensitive, especially when we are given an internal aspect of what is happening. Because first of all, I realize whenever we are being given a taste of what is happening in the base, a lot of people want to know deeper, like they are asking questions as if they are, what do we call these people?
Lisa is back. He's there to support you. Guys, tap the screen, share the live.
A lot of people are asking very many questions as if ni manini au ni wanahabari. They want to make sure wanatoa more information as if wanataka kuuza Lisa. So this thing, I want to talk, and please let us be very careful, especially for every member in this group and anybody who wants a revolution. Whenever there is an inside information, especially from our KDF or any secret service that wants to help us, please stop questioning to expose us. Because if you keep questioning him against what he is giving, he has the best of information. Let me tell you, there's a time when when Uhuru was in the seat, when barracks ya LD ilikuwa wanasafirisha easy weapons. There's a lot of shit that happened. And a lot of shit that was happening is now what is causing our country right now, leakage weapons. Whenever Lisa is giving you information, listen, and don't ask who is the KDF here, who is who and who here. Don't ask that, because we are a lot of us in this team. We are a lot of us in this group. So just take what is being said, please, members. Chukua ile kitu yenye tunaambiwa, like tunaambiwa tuandike mabango, tukimbie street, wacha ikuwe hivyo. And then if you want to know something better, please erase to come a question in the group, alafu tuichangie sisi wote, ndio whoever is a military and whoever is not a military achangie, ndo tusikuwe tuna expose wase, because I am very sure we are not all of us here white as angels. Wengi wenye wamekuja hapa wamelipwa na Ruto. Like they want to get that small information, waende watengeneze mountain in our questionings. So please, if you get somebody who is questioning too much on the inside military yenye tunaambiwa what to do, huyo mtu atolewe kwa group mara hiyo ashukishwe. Hakuna kitu anatusaidia. Another thing on police brutality. Asking about why police are killing us, it's quite of something that we just know it's not because they are not human. They are human, but they are pushed to do that because they are also playing in a way they want their jobs. When Ruto was becoming the president, more than 100 of police, 1,000 of police walikuwa wanasema Ruto akiingia unafanya nini na resign. And I tell you the truth, a big number resigned, included. A big number resigned, and they are willing to give security to a member or people when you are chini ya ground wako tayari kuwa protected. But the problem is, the more we are coming into protecting our own people, when you wanataka kuliberate Kenya, sisi wenyewe tunatafuta way venye tutawaangamiza. We are leaking the information. Do you think being a manager is that easy? If we get one person who is standing like the moderator of this group, who is standing to give us a group, there is a possibility that there is a number of people who wants to make sure that you're not running this group. You know why? We are instinctively created to go against the right thing. Like most of us, tujaumbwa like we are upright. Tunasikia ukiniambia enda, kuna hiyo kiujinga kia kukanusha kinakwanga ndani yetu. Like ukiambiwa enda, you want to make jokes over everything. Like whenever you're doing the right thing, kuna wale wasi wenye waliumbwa tu go against that right thing. So we saying that Ruto must go. There is somebody too hapa hivi ajaiona ubaya wa Ruto. Na hata umuonyesha hiyo ubaya anafeel ni kama hiyo ubaya ni uzuri. So we are aware. So police killings or brutality inafaa tu kuisha na sisi ndio tunafaa kuisukuma iishe. Because hakuna mali tutashtaki kitu. Because ndio wanajeshi wa kuja nje kuonyesha hey, now we have to protect our people, we have to protect mwananchi. Itakuwa imefika pale juu, itakuwa imefika mahali penye nobody is listening to us like right now. No MP will listen to us. Tusidanganyane ati sijui tutapeleka petition isikizwe. Petition, those guys are married to Ruto. Before you take the petition, just like what happened to Gachagua. Oh, sijui petition yake ilichukuliwa late, sijui ABCD. Whatever we are going to do will just happen the same way. So let's not lie to each other that we will take a petition and this petition will be listened to and that our lawyer will stand for us and that nobody is going to do this. We better create chaos, but we create chaos without guns and whatever. We create chaos with our banners. Like we make the country stand still. The army is ready to protect. The army is ready to come into the limelight, like into the face. So another talk is about IBC. This IBC thing, I told people before and I want to tell you today. Ruto will not create the IBC. That one should be put in the bank. And he don't want to create the IBC. Because one thing he knows, if he create the IBC, the petition will be taken and the rule of law must be followed. And he's avoiding as much as possible kuleta issue ya create IBC because anajua IBC ikiwa in, we will want IBC to act. And actually a lot of youth and rebellious people will come against him. Akina Wanjigi wanangojea tu ya IBC tengenezwe. Wanangoja tu IBC tengenezwa. Akina sisi, we are waiting for the IBC to be created so that we take our signatures. Do you think he's a fool to amend the IBC? He's not a fool. Another thing about the IBC, mark my words, today we are talking about this. The I remember the Ose Kamago, what that thing named Kamago. I want to bring this into sense. The Ose Kamago will be under the IBC again. And Ose Kamago will be the Adani electronic thing. Inataka muisikie leo. The Ose Kamago thing that is going to happen in this country, there's no way when Ruto is still on power that we are going to vote mercilessly against him, iende pass. Adani is taking control of our airport. Adani is breaching our security out. Adani is going to control everything, even the IBC issues. You will be voting, itapitia Adani, ndio irudi Kenya. So we'll have another Ose Kamago called Adani Kamago. Let's put this point blank. Then the fake and genuine thing about what has been talked here about those people who are standing against our brothers and the sisters who are standing to protect the Genz injection thing or the Genz movement. Bro, whoever is fake is around you. Whoever is right is around you. And everybody is willing to bring change. The problem is money. Your brother is paid. Umeongea naye a few minutes ago, tuko kwa hii group, tumemaliza kuongea hivi pap. In few minutes amekuuza. In 10 minutes wamesema hii group kuna venye si sawa, wameanza kucomplain. There's people who are paid even to break this group. Just to complain for no reason. And they are paid 200 shillings, 1,000 shillings, like hata kama ni 20k. I'm asking a question. Will that 20,000 feed you and give you all you want? Will that 1,000 shilling give you everything? What's wrong with our youth? Something that happened in Narok was a foolish reflection of how we behave like zombies. How do you just stand and beat somebody for coming to create awareness? For now, let us know. There is no Baba. There is no Ruto. There is nobody in the government willing to come out openly and tell us that whatever is happening in this and this, they will go sit down and disagree. Then they will come out watupatie information kama hearsays. Wanatupatia information kama hearsays. Oh, tunasikia. Rather than msea tuambie there's a meeting that is going to happen. A call 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the Genz guys. Go inject this thing in the team. Nothing like that. Wanakuja wanatuchezea. If we have to piga kura tena, my friends, let's burn it. Tuchome. Tuingie hata kama naingia na kama kuku yenye ina kichwa. Let's do it. Because kama ni kuamend, my friend, or tupeane signatures, haita happen. Thank you for your time.
Allow me to interject kidogo bwana host.
Yes? Yes,
I want to support, and this is what makes me more proud when you find that people are coming out. I told you, we are not against you, we are for you. The sasa because I'm inject kidogo, and I also need to add, because this issue of the IBC, I did not want to bring it that much because munasikia kuna wasaliti ndani yetu. I want also these members to ask themselves. In fact, let me put it, the way mumesikia mumeambiwa hapa, na born of God, that's the reality of it. Think of the IBC thing, it will not work. In fact, just to be more even precise, this judiciary you are seeing and you are running up and down, the judiciary as well has been hijacked. When you see, I don't know who did what and all that. When you listen to the CJ and you're not seeing her coming out, and in the near future she may resign, they are compelled to some levels. And as my brother born of God here has just said, there are some of the people who are born to do bad, whereas at the same time there are those people who are born to do good. Now at least there is, yani kuna kitu sasa mnajaribu kuelewa. Mimi hata born of God, hata labda hatujuani, probably tupatane tu tujuane through uniform, but you know, you can tell the military is here with you. We are here for you, and I want to support what born of God has said. The only way now is street. Hakuna story ingine. If the stories are people could not make this guy go, the only remaining way is the street peke yake. Thank you.
Good. Jamal, hayuko. Jamal upo? Kama hayuko nitateremka huko chini kwa kiongozi mwingine anaitwa Tony. Tony.
Unanisikia? Hello?
Good. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, I've heard you guys talk, and to be honest, the things gonna make a lot of sense. They carry a lot of weight, yeah? In support to that, let's first of all tufikirie tu hapo nyuma kidogo, because again, where we are right now, hatungekuwa hapa hatungekuwa hapa because so many people saw this thing coming. This guy was known before he even assumed office. Jama is a strategic kind of person. And to be honest, just like you guys been saying, you know, watu hapa chini, hata wengi wamelipa kwa hizi social media platforms where their job is to record everything you guys are saying and they will take them to NIS. Some of you guys labda mtaanza kuangaliliwa nyuma wajue ni wewe ni nani unatoka wapi, and that's why you see most of these guys mnapotea tu. All right? So now, let's ask ourselves these questions. Why is it that we're finding it easy to act out of emotions, knowing that with this kind of person who's so strategic, at a counter all the moves that everybody's trying to plan? He knows how to counter all these things. Can we sit back and ask ourselves, how can we operate without really coming to this kind of platform? Because this platform is open to everyone. Right now, what we're like 206. These 206 kind of people, those that you can't even see, everything that you guys are planning, saying, and orchestrating, and suggesting. Now, this is what I'm saying. Before we got ourselves here, we know pretty well that this guy was not meant to be a good leader from the get-go. There are so many people for wonders. Kunapata prophets. Walikuja hapa wakatuambia ni aje huyu mtu atawamaliza. Na sasa tuko kwa process ya kumalizwa. And to those of us who did not support him, me, I've never supported him, I will never support him. I'm now sitting back, seeing the very people who supported him crying. And I'm asking myself, when we guys were trying to ask you guys not to support these guys, mbona mkusimama na sisi hiyo wakati? Because kwa sasa, tukisema tunataka kwanza strategize na wana mpango za kila mtu hapa, because I will never support this guy. I don't even like seeing him. Let alone hata tina watch TV, hata na ona news, sijui hata kwanza kuongea. I always flip. That's how bad I don't like seeing this guy. But the bad thing is, there were people who were supporting him. Na bado kuna sympathizers wale wanamsupport chini. It's just that now they don't support him because now ameshikana na nani na baba. If that is why you're deriving your emotions from, then it will succeed. But if it's coming from a point where it first started from, because watu walijua vizuri kutoka kitambo, that this guy was not the right person, then we can easily move together. Because those that forewarned the people that supported him are now sitting back thinking, kama tuliwakataza mkakataa, sasa hizi tunaumia, wacha tukarangike sisi wote. Okay, we should come back and ask ourselves, what is it that we can do to make sure that those people that did not support him from the get-go, na sisi wenye tulimsupport hiyo wakati wa kwanza, we come and have the same idea, na tuko na the same agenda, so that we be able to move together as a force. Na huyu jamaji wanajua hivyo, wale hawakumsupport, now he's trying to befriend them. It will be easier for him to even buy them out. Na akwe wale watu ndio sawa wanasimama na yeye. Na wale wenye wasaizi walikuwa wamemsupport kwanza na wasaizi wataki kumsupport. Ndio kwa sasa wanakuwa wanaumiza waweke watu in a corner. For example, I'll be honest with you. It is easy for this guy to make it be a thing where, Mount Kenya has always been leading us. You've had 3 presidents, so we're not going to give you a chance to lead again. Us guys, we've had 2, and it's okay if we pass it to someone else. Why? Because he knows that he's failing. He can easily do that. The question is, if we work together as Kenyans, let alone Storia Genz, because Storia Genz has now been manipulated. Let's move as Kenyans, because again, even the millennials are suffering. Even the alpha, what a suffer. If we come together and to share the same idea, let's say, akili yetu itakuwa pamoja.
The problem is that they are not buying the idea. You see, it's not they are being discriminated. It's the problem they are not buying the idea.
They are. The problem is approach. If the approach is right, because again, this thing should actually be about the suffering of the common man, because all of us guys are in this. Whether you supported or you didn't support. Now that everybody is feeling the heat, can we now work from a point to make emotions candle and then to work the heat that is now burning everyone? Wale watu wenye walikata kumsupport kwanza when he was going for the high seat, to waweke wa feel, okay, you know what, we are working with you guys concurrently, na sisi vile tunawak na nyipia mwak na sisi, in order to kuena a common goal. Because this thing will still not succeed if us guys, if what wanna operate differently. People are working out of emotions, and people are working out of emotions because they've been lied to. everybody's suffering. Kuna watu wameambiwa sasa mabiashara zenyu zitaumia. And then now, because we all know that the Kikuyu community wengi wao ndio kwa biashara, right? Hausa washapewa hiyo uoga ndio waanze kureact out of emotions. And trust you me, someone will make money off the fear yenye washa implant kwa roho zao. Somebody will make money off that. Ataambia okay, tuanzeni kuweka pesa aside ndio tuweze kufanya hivi tupushie agenda. But the truth of the matter is, if kweli kama tunaumia kama wa Kenya, then by the way, me see Eric Mondi. Someone is calling me Eric Mondi down here. I'm not Eric Mondi. Kama watu wanaumia kama wa Kenya, tupush agenda ya wa Kenya wote wale wanaumia. It's equate sababu ya sisi kama watu wa mlima, because sisi honestly me am a Luo. Come on, we felt the pain ya kuibiwa kura mara 3. It's worse off than seeing Gachagua going home. It's worse off, I'm telling you. So being in a position whereby we are moving as Kenyans sababu sisi wote sasa tunaumia, then that be the driving force. But not a thing where tutaanza kuitazuma Genz, tutaanza kuitazua watu wengine sio wagani. No, this thing is about everybody. Saizi kuna maguka, saizi hawezi access hosi. Kuna shosho ya mtu mwenye atakufa, na mtu akikufa sababu hawezi access madawa, ni madawa for everybody. Hakuna kabila yenye inapewa na nyingine inanyimwa. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yo guys, mimi naitwa host Dennis. Jamaa, nimeweka hiyo namba yangu ya data hapo, lakini nimekuwa hapa nimehost hawa watu hapa nimehost na waelewa. Sisemi kitu. Jamal, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam, my brother. Habari zenu?
Nzuri sana, karibu sana.
Samahani kidogo nilikuwa busy. Nawasikia hiyo maoni ambaye mnawapatia wa Kenya ni maoni wazuri sana, mashallah. Sisi wa Kenya tuwapendane. Unajua ujamaa za yes guys. Netoka. Hello?
Tunakusikia.
Yes brother, samahani kidogo, unajua nilikuwa kazi sasa nikakuwa.
Umesema uko county gani? Uko upande gani?
Nairobi.
Twende kazi ndugu yangu.
Niko Nairobi brother. Guys. Sina neno, aendelee tu. Sisi tunasema Master Sakaya aende nyumbani kabisa.
Thank you. Good. Hapa kuna mtu mwingine anaitwa Karisa. How are you?
I'm good brother. How are you?
Mimi niko salama.
Mimi nimekokolea zako mingi sana. Point yangu, either we bring IBC or we don't bring IBC. Either we change the constitution or we don't. The main person here who is messing up the country is the head. Ona vile Imani Kichungu alisema, hii nyoka ondoa. Nyoka iko Gachagua. Yes, I don't support Gachagua because he has scandals, and the scandals, if some of the scandal have bitten a Kenyan, he's not good. Same, the kichwa mwenyewe sasa is making flashy deals for himself at the messes of Kenyans. Mimi nikisikia mtu akisema anataka sijui IBC, mbona haiko, nikuulize, ni mwaka gani Kenya using your ID unaenda kupiga kura na ikachagua president? It has never happened. It has never happened wakati wa Moi. It never happened wakati wa Kibaki. It has never happened wakati wa Uhuru. It has never happened wakati wa Ruto. So when we call upon reformation of IBC, people are after money. So for this person, sorry to say, but this prayer I've been making it. Kama Mungu anasikiaga, hebu asikie. Kuna magonjwa mengi, kuna vitu mingi zinaweza toa watu. For me, anything that comes my way, it brings an impact of taking this man home, I'm into it.
Karisa, uko county gani?
Sign kwa Kisumu.
Oh, good. Guys, nataka watu waelewe kitu moja, sababu ya kuulizanga mtu ako county gani. This is not a tribal platform, and nataka uone hao ni maoni ya watu wote. Tumetoka Garissa, tumeingia Kisumu. So, kila mtu ana feel, imagine hivyo ndo watu wana feel. Na sasa katikati ya hao, kuna wale wenye sasa wamebebwa na ile upepo ingine ya siasa za kikabila. Sasa tutashirikianaje kusaidia wale wakuja watuelewe? When nilisema at the end of the day, me what I'm fighting for from today, it's about the unity of our movement. Regardless of everything.
Do you know what I'm fighting for? Personally, what I'm fighting for? I'm fighting for those kids that we are going to give birth as a nation. What type of a country are we giving them? Look at the education sector. It's a mess. The hospital sector, it's a mess. The energy sector, it's private. Utapata pisi majob. What are we bringing for our kids? Okay, mababu zetu, they kept quiet or they did their best, if I may say so, but to me I think they didn't. Should we put ourselves in the same shoes? People have died wakati wa hii Gen Z movement. Innocent lives were lost fighting for us. Imagine, say uko 20, uko 30, uko 40. Imagine on your 60s, unakumbuka there's a guy when I was young died because of me. We have to wake up and do this thing as Kenyans, as a whole. History. Another thing yenye mimi wanaona kama it's a childish thing is the tribal thing. Because yes, we'll fight for Gachagua, you'll fight for I don't know who you'll fight for because he is your tribe. But what are you gaining from that? You're gaining nothing. Hiyo tu kusema ni mtu wetu, so what? Akupi kazi, actually ukimpigia simu, ni promise after promise. I have an uncle, personally I have an uncle, he's a governor in one of these counties in this country. There's no single thing I've got from him. So, mtu akinambia sijui, ni mtu wetu, sijui, it's childish. Ni wewe kutengeza environment ya, you will work, get your money, juu hakuna mtu akuja kupata pesa bure. So we need to wake up. Our sisters, our brothers, our uncles, our aunts. Hii kitu Morara anafanya, if he's very genuine, he's doing it from his heart. I salute him, I support him. But na isikue tena, kuna mtu hapo nyuma kuna mkono yake anamsupport.
Morara anasupportiwa na Wakenya, namba yake ya M-Pesa iko hapo.
I have his number, but unajua hii Kenya iko na mambo mingi. Okay, I don't talk about Morara.
Let me tell you something before tuendelee. Kila kitu nimeambia watu wasikue brainwashed na watu wa government ama bloggers wa government ati kuonyeshwa Morara ako sponsored na mtu. Wakenya ndo wanamsponsor, mpaka wengine wanaanza kuita conman. Unaona? Na hii pesa yeye anapewa na Wakenya. Na nikasema hakuna venye government sponsor ati Morara iji-expose. Ijivue nguo, yani ni kulipa univue nguo mbele ya umma. Kuna hiyo narrative ilikuwa inaanza kuingizwa na watu. Yani government inaweza jivue, yani inaweza jianika iseme hapa tulikula pesa, hapa tulikula pesa, hapa tulikula pesa.
Mimi, I will never support this man because there are many things I won't support. Because there are a lot of things when I was growing up, I have seen, I've heard that he's very responsible of. I won't say he's that, but look at Muhammad Ali. There's a time he was doing these documentaries of his, and he talked about Jacob Juma. He came and talked about Msando. All these, they were reflecting back on the snake. So,
nakupenda tu hivyo hata kama unanifuruga.
Dawak, can I remind people what we want? Asubuhi tulikuwa hapa. In the morning we were here and we discussed how we are going to bring people to work
Anyone
together.
Anyone who is against Morara, I'm not with him.
Yes, we were here, tukasema we want to bring people to work together. So tukadecidaje, we will reach out to all these people wenye mnasema. If we reach out to a person na akatae, please don't blame us to decide to move on forward na wenye tuna move on forward kama sisi, because we want to bring everyone on board, lakini reach out to we tell people to come on board wakatae, please msisimamishe movement because of anyone. Let the movement continue. Me, I wanted to paint a picture of Ruto to just understand what you're dealing with. What Ruto is doing right now, Ruto is rogue. I don't know who can explain the word rogue in Swahili or in layman's language. Ruto is rogue in such a way that whatever scandal you are hearing is a stain. Ni kama mahali ameweka mkono na ashachafua, and sasa you are hearing about it. So whatever you hear from this government, they don't mean well. And we can no longer trust anything this government does, or whatever they say something, we know there is something bigger behind it. For example, they have said the banning of macadamia and the banning of this other product, the avocado. We cannot know whether it's fight against the farmers, but you cannot trust for whatever reason they are doing whatever they are doing. Now, you need to understand that whatever we are dealing with is a person who has been doing money laundering, and he has all along during his campaigns he was getting money from rogue governments, including Uganda, and he was getting money from al-Bashir. Ruto and his government has been doing money laundering worldwide, and the USA know about it. And if you want to know something, when Ruto came into government, the first thing he talked about dollars. He was saying, oh, we are going to do this to the dollar, we are going to do that to the dollar, until akaenda akatembelea Macron. Now, when he came back Kenya, his tune changed, and ever since, his tune has been changing. So, some people want to keep Ruto in power, and that's why Ruto is rogue. The reason why Ruto is brutal at this particular moment, it is because he is exposed. When you wanna feel that Ruto is going nowhere, Ruto is exposed. One thing that I know, uki accept bahasha kutoka kwa Ruto, or if you dare touch Ruto's money, he will silence you forever. The only way you can protect your sovereignty ni usikubali kununuliwa na Ruto. Hata wewe dawak tu wacha tu nikupe example. Ruto akuapproach akupea 200,000. Ni hivyo. Ile siku yenye you will go against.
Mimi nimekuambia siwezi nunuliwa. Mimi wa Kenya naridhika na wakinunua data ya kukuza hii platform. Mimi ninafanya kazi yangu.
Unataka kununuliwa na Ruto.
Mimi siwezi nunuliwa.
Ukinunuliwa ndugu yangu wewe utakununuliwa mimi.
Ukinunuliwa sauti yako inazimwa. And if you try to speak against him na asha kupea pesa yake, he will come for you. Lakini si pesa yake, ni pesa yetu. Have you heard these church leaders in Kiambu wenye wanasema wanatumiwa NIS agents, wanakaa huko nyuma ya kanisa? Au ni watu wali-receive bahasha kutoka kwa Ruto? Saizi hata judiciary ni pesa anamwaga. This guy is willing to pour so much money to buy everyone and to buy anyone to silence us. So that's why the biggest weapon you have is to stand against him and paint his name internationally. Tuchafue jina yake on an international platform. That's the only way we can deplatform him on a larger scale. And nilikuwa nataka kuambia hii mambo ya term extension of leaders, it's not happening only in Kenya. It's happening around Africa. It's not mambo ya term limit extension. It's not only happening in Kenya. And I want you to take you back to 1963 and 1966. Between that 1963 and 1966 is when most countries got independent. And what happened? Immediately, most countries got independent in 1963. Almost immediately, almost all leaders who helped to fight for the independence of these countries were taken down either by assassination or being killed. Between 1963 and 1966 is when we lost Akina Kwame Nkrumah, Akina Patrice Lumumba, and dictators like Akina Mobutu Sese Seko came in. Yeah? Lakini hata Mobutu Sese Seko si alikufa. We are in that phase. Yes, my 30 seconds. We are in that phase of dictatorship. I've said Ruto is rogue. Just go and find the definition of the word rogue. We are in that phase of dictatorship and it's in full gear. It's coming for everyone and anyone. Wenye tuko hapa, we've said it and people are saying it. We'd rather die fighting than live on your knees. Na hapo ndo Ruto ametufightia. Just keep that in mind. Die fighting than live on your knees. And let's support Morara, Team Morara. Tumesema ni Team Morara, Team Inject. Thank you, Dawak.
Good. Thank you.
Kanisa.
Thank you. Yes. Nawasikia guys.
Tuambie.
Okay. Mimi wacha nichukue tu fursa kusema ni asante na niseme ni asante kwa kunikaribisha na niseme ni asante kwa kunipea kiti by the way. My name Pastor Edwin Anyona, coming from Kisii place known as Nyamira. So mimi kitu yenye nasema ukweli na ukweli, sitatei na sionei. Ruto ako vibaya. Ruto avae aende nyumbani apumzike. Lakini sasa hivi kwa maana yeye anaona kwamba anayo mamlaka na ujuzi sana kushinda wengine, wacha aongoze.
Msimamo wa kanisa iko namna gani sasa?
Msimamo wa kanisa kitu ambacho mimi naweza sema dunia na nchi yenyewe imekufa, lakini tutie maombi. Na nikirudi upande wa Mulala Kebaso niseme Mulala 2027 God willing tutamuweka kiti. Pia mimi nitakuwa MCA kutoka huko kwetu na jama jangu itakuwa ni jama ja Mulala Kebaso, iende isiende. Hilo ndilo ombi langu na namuweka kwa maombi popote kila siku atembe hapo. Na
wewe utakuwa wa chama gani tena? Rudia, utakuwa wa chama gani?
Nitakuwa jama ja Mulala Kebaso.
Sema inject.
Popote tutembe hapo, tushinde tusishinde, lakini kwa imani ya Mungu najua everything kwa okay. The Bible says in God there is no anything too hard to Jesus Christ. I really know. Na niko na uamuzi.
Very good.
Tushikane mikono, tutembee moja kwa moja. Safari ni ndefu lakini tutaishinda na tutafika. Thank you guys. Continue. Thank you.
So kanisa tunasema Ruto must go, right?
Ruto
must go.
Ruto mimi sitatei.
Na vishindo.
Aende
kabisa, aende atue.
2027 in check.
2027.
What do we?
Hello. Hi guys. I'm so happy to join you.
Ushaingia na ushawaka.
Nakuja na kiherehere na waambia but what a debut.
Roja kidogo. Nataka kurudi hapa chini tena. Nataka kurudi hapa chini tena kwa Tony. Nimesikia kitu mzuri alikuwa anasema.
Tony atuelezee mambo, maneno.
Alafu sasa nipe Zulu Gladys.
Hamna shida bros. Amute.
Alafu sawa. Tony. Moderators wangu kwani wameenda kulala?
Bado unaitwa Dawak. Bado unaitwa Dawak.
Guys. Ebu kidogo before Tony aingie, ebu niwekeeni za data guys. Niwekeeni za data. Nataka Tony unmute. Tony nataka unmute. Before hata mtu mwingine. Tony you're back. Ama ni Jeff. Jeff unasema nini? You unmute.
Waku kidogo nitoe customer hapa. Naongea na nyinyi sahi.
Okay. Sijui bona Tony hataki ku unmute guys. Genz, I mean Gladys, how are you?
I'm good. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
So, not siko nyumbani, niko Zurich. My name is Gladys Shehe. Maybe you know that name from somewhere.
Yeah.
Sasa, the thing is, I follow you every evening. I follow many others, and I listen every evening because I know it's not an easy way, but we are getting there step by step. Kitu ni kwamba, sisi tuko sote na internet. Nikipiga simu nyumbani, nikimpatia my mom aende kuuliza, wanajua hii. Those people in the villages, uko natoka, know nothing. Washawahi kumuona Ruto in my village. And that is the only thing they know. And they know that when they come to be asked, they will still stand and go and give their IDs and their voting cards for Ruto. It's so painful. My dad used to be an MP. Sahi, he's an MCA or whatever. But still, even though he's trying so much, watu wako nyuma sana. So it sounds and looks like, of course, I'm not there, I'm far away, but it is only people in Nairobi, in Kiambu, in Meru, just around those areas that are the ones who normally take part on these platforms. What about the people from coast? I just hear a little people like one or two. I've never heard any other people. Kuna coast si Mombasa peke yake, kuna Malindi, kuna Kilifi, kuna Kitale, kuna so many other people and other places. If Morara, because I am very begeisterd with his work, I'm sorry, I don't know that word in English. He's doing very well. Maybe he has to send some people to go and also give some lessons to those people in the villages, because these people in the villages are the ones who are bought for votes kwa pakiti ya unga. That's just
can I please kindly interject?
No, let
it's
her land.
It's us. You have to tafute pesa. You know, this is what we are saying. We
let
do
her land
civic education.
I'm back like I never left.
So actually, I know that it needs a lot of money. It's not about only Morara. Me, I'm telling you, my dad was an MP and now he's an MC. He tries, he goes to the villages, he talks and he does whatever he has to do. But because of what he is doing, of course, he's also tired because hata hivyo ni wale wameshukishwa chini, wamedhulumiwa na wameambiwa, you keep quiet, hakuna kitu unasema. So the only thing is to use just the other small little people that we are able to reach. If we can find another way of reaching these very interior people, it will be a good idea. Of course, I wouldn't say no if that time comes that we have to fund for people to go and do that in the villages. Nimejaribu ile yangu, but I'm seeing that haiendi, it's not moving, and those people will still come to the same and do the same. Because of course, hata watu, when they are mobilized to go and stand in the offices, uko Kilifi, uko Malindi, uko Mombasa, Kitale, and wherever it is, to go and make noise in their municipal councils or whatever, they will understand that something is happening. But nobody is doing that. I am sure you are all aware it is just a little bit in Mombasa that happens. Sijawahi kuona kwa TikTok, kwa YouTube, kwa Facebook, anything happening in the other areas. That's my take.
Good. Yeah. Glado, thank you. Thank you so much. Manze, glad is hata upandangi, leo umepanda.
Yes, because,
Mimi wachani niwaambie hapa leo tumekuwa mpaka na Eric Omondi.
Thank you so much.
Sisi.
Tony ni Eric ni Tony. Angekuwa si yeye, hangetoroka, angekuja na kamera.
Mimi nawaambia tuko site. Tuko site.
Tuko site kabisa.
Mnaona?
Tunaona na mashoine bwana. Tunaona na mashoine dawak.
Sio boy pekee.
Sio boy pekee yake.
Aki ya nani?
Mungu,
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, you're welcome. Actually, also the thing is, hata hiyo watu wanasema, it is very true. Sasa sisi, mimi like I'm not at home, I cannot be affected, but I have not been able to come home for a very long time because hata ukikuja nyumbani ni mashida tu. You would like come home to solve people's problems because they feel like wewe ni mtoto wa minister utatusaidia. Na minister mwenyewe ako kwa ofisi hawaendi kumfuata. Minister mwenyewe baba yangu hajawahi kunipatia kitu. So that is how it is. He's already finished with his working.
Okay, don't say it here. You know, there's one thing I wanted to tell you,
kama hujapatiwa nafasi ya kuongea usianimute. Utakuwa order. Guys, niwaambie tuko site. Achani niwaambie. Hapa kuna
tap Eric Omondi.
Kuna kitu kama hamjajua. Eric amekuja hapa na account inajita Tony. Na nyinyi mnajifanya hamuelewi.
Eric Omondi tap Dennis Itumbi tap.
Hapo ulikuwa umenotice.
Imagine nimekuja tu hapa juu historia ya Eric Omondi. Sikuwa nimenotice. Hata bado siamini.
I really needed to ask him some questions. Eric, come back. I've really missed you. Come back, Eric.
Really wata tuingie kwa but unajua hawa janoti ni yeye ameingia. Hawa janoti mimi ndo nimenote alafu Shiko akaniambia pale chini. Na mimi nikamwambia mimi huwa na host hizo vitu.
Mimi imenipita. Tap Itumbi, tap Eric Omondi.
Kuna kitu kwa TikTok kuna voice effects na ni mingi sana. Kama unajua settings kama mimi naweza change. So that tuamini.
Fair enough. Lakini the thing is pia tuna need kukumbuka tunasikizwangwa hapa kwa hii live continuously over and over again. It happens. Just be firm with your opinion. Be firm.
Yeah, how are you? Habari zenyu?
Niko salama sana.
Mimi natoka Mombasa. Sehemu moja inaitwa Kashani. Okay, iko kijijini. Ningetaka kuambia kitu kimoja tu peke yake. Sitachukua muda sana lakini ningetaka watu wasikie kuhusu Morara. Mimi binafsi niko na hope na sana kulingana na vitu anazozifanya huko nje tumemuona na tunatarajia makubwa, especially si kwa bado tungetaka kuje kama huko Mombasa. Maybe mali natoka watu wengi wamjui. Kuna some people that they don't have phones za hizi za internet na wengine wangetaka kumjua. At least angejaribu sana kuje kama huko Mombasa, especially kijijini, si Mombasa town peke yake, especially kijijini kama huko mahali tunatoka Kashani. Kuna vitu vingi sana tungetarajia yeye afanye ama si tungetaka kumwambia. Tusaidie sana. Tumebaki nyuma kimaendeleo na with so many things to end as in tumebaki nyuma tu sana. So sisi kama wafuasi wake tuko nyuma yake. Hivyo ndio vile naweza sema as much as that yeye anapitia, si tunasikia uchungu sana, ni vile tu hatuna uwezo, lakini tuko nyuma ya Morara. We support. Because kama MCA tuko kazi, kama MCA yetu haizi tusikia
I'm a Luo, yeah, but it's not that lazima ni support Mjaluo ama lazima ni support kabila ingine na tunaumia huku nyuma. Let us be honest.
Kabila tena.
Hakuna ukabila hapo. Morara si mkabila. Na mimi sitaki kuwa mkabila. Mimi nimeenda kuishi kwa Wagiriama. I speak even that language. Nimesahau kama mimi ni Mjaluo. Nimeenda kuishi na Wadigo na Waswahili na Wagiriama. Even I'm one of them. Hata ukikuja mali naka, you cannot even believe that I'm a Luo. It's just hiyo jina peke yake. Lakini ukiniona kwa vile nimejitanda, nakaa kama Mswahili. Lakini kuna shida zile tunaziface huku. Government haiwezi tusaidia. Right now tumefundisha watoto. Si mimi nimeishi huku, nimesoma huku. Tumefundisha watoto lakini si lazima tuwarudi kule bara. My uncle was an MP. Sister ke mamangu alikuwa ni MP Kanyada once. Lakini yeye haizi nisaidia huko. Huko mali na kando lazima nitafute usaidizi. Lazima sasa tuache ukabila. Yeye haizi nisaidia. Let us be honest. Watu wamekuwa katika uongozi na hakuna kitu chochote wanafanya. Why don't we give this guy a chance? Wakati naona vitu zinafanyika makubwa ni vile tu watu hawajui. This guy akona kipawa. Si tuko nyuma yake. Even hata kama ni kumsupport kivipi. Maybe tu ni vile sina hela ama sina vile naweza msupport, lakini angekuja huku kijijini aone for those people that wanaweza access internet kidogo tu na wako na iPhones na hata si iPhones na wako na simu tu hata maybe kama like Techno, lakini wanaweza sema ukienda wanasema uliona Morara jana? Kwani alifanya nini? Jana Morara alifanya hivi na hivi. Jana Morara alikuwa hivi na hivi. We are behind him. Mbia haje huku kijijini ndio hajua kama kuna watu wanamtambua.
Na mama, hizo video za Morara unaonyesha majirani
kabisa, wala hata msiwe na shaka huko Mombasa. Ile hata ni vile tu sijulikani, yani katika hizi platform maybe si vile sijulikani, lakini when I go around tell my friends, muliona vile alifanywa jana, muliona vile alikuwa Narok. See this guy ana inject nini na nini. So tamani akuja hapa Mombasa, especially kwanza kama hii barabara ya kwenda Kiembeni ni barabara kubwa sana. Hakuna barabara. MCA ndio amelala. Sijui niseme nini imefanyika. Na ni barabara si ati yani inafaa kusaidia watu wengi sana. Wakati mvua inanyesha sisi watoto wetu wakuja kuchukuliwa huku kijijini, inabidi tutembee. Vitu kama hizo na kuna pesa zimekuwa allocated. Angekuja akainject yani. Lakini sasa unapata hana support. Sasa sisi kama sisi wa kijiji watu wani tumetoka ile watu wa chini. You know those people that they're down. Ndio hivyo sisi tuko hapa. I live with them. Naongea mpaka Kigiriama sahi.
Thank you. Morara anatakikana Mombasa. Umesikia?
Je, tuko nyuma yake. Nitumie inbox me your number Owiri.
Ongea na huyo ni wako ofisi. Ni wa ofisi ndani.
Anajiita nani? Chiko.
Guys,
nisipokutumia Chiko, pia wewe nitafute.
Mforiane inshallah.
Ni follow, alafu just tell me hi.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Chiko ameenda?
Chiko ameenda, I think ameenda kukufollow.
Okay, ni sawa. Ushaniambia hi. So I will just send you my number. Okay. Tuje tukuonyeshe mpaka barabara ile ambapo yani kazi barabara ni barabara kubwa. Alafu unapata kama sisi hata wakaji wa hapa Kiembeni, tunajiita Kiembeni estate. Hatuna hata maji ilipotea na pesa zilipotea na wakubwa. Unashangaa sisi tunaishi inchi gani? You find these people they hata wajui wanakaa wapi. So hizi ndio vitu tunataka inject party kuje itatambua watu wadogo. Si kama ODM, si kama chama kubwa itambui watu kama sisi. Sisi ni kama those locals.
Good. Sasa sisi tunataka kuna viongozi wengine wa hiyo mtaa, alafu sasa tuleta Morara waungane. Sasa ikuwe ni nguvu kutoka
I'm one of them. I'm the treasurer wa mtaani by the way. Sorry, mimi treasurer. So, kupata hao viongozi wa hapa mtaani it's easy na iza wa connect.
That's so good.
Sawa.
Good.
Haya, asanteni sana, mlale salama.
Umesema tunaachana na ukabila hapo?
Tuachane na ukabila, tuangalie maendeleo jamani. Sisi wenyewe tuko hapa, sisi ni wabara, tunakaa na Wadigo, tunakaa na Wagiriama na hakuna ukabila. Ukabila ni huko Jaluo, huko. Sawa, one of them sijakataa. Ni utafika as in huyu ni Mjaluo wetu. No, Mjaluo ananisaidia na nini? Hakuna chochote anijui. My uncle was an MP. Kama an MP. Na nisaidi. Tuache ukabila.
Bora mtu anakupatia maendeleo hapo ndio unashika.
Hebu wa Kenya sikieni, tunawaambianga hapa ni sauti ya Kenya.
Hapa tunamalizanga ukabila style nyingine.
Imagine Owili
hata kama ingekuwa ni ukabila, my friend, mali tunakaa katikati ya watu. Hatungekuwa hapa as kama wabara. Na tumefika huko mpaka sasa tumekuwa kama one of them. Ukiniambia visa nitakwambia visa, Una lola nitakwambia naiona, So nimekuwa kama one of them. Kama ingekuwa ni ukabila singekuwa hapa.
Thank you. Nikiwaambia sisi ni sauti ya Kenya ya ground kule kabisa, mnakubaliana na mimi. Kama
whatever nataka kuambia wenzetu wa kule South Nyanza ama wa kutoka wapi. Sasa tusiangalie ukabila. Tuangalie kazi ile mtu anaweza fanya. Let us not stand at this is my tribe. No, tribe haitusaidii mahali popote. Tuangalie iwe anaweza deliver nini. Like right now we have issues my title deeds. Hatuna title deeds hata mali tunakaa kuna. Lakini huwa anaweza tusaidia vipi? Mali nakaa, am I comfortable? Naweza enda nikakaa Nyeri, naweza enda nikakaa Meru, naweza enda nikakaa Ujaluoni. Unataka kuangalia ukabila.
Sasa Owili sasa, yeah. Wewe kutoka leo mimi nimekuvalisha mavazi hata kama Shikoni nitamwambia kupe ya inject party.
Yeah. I'm one of them. Mimi nakwambia hata kuna siku niliona Morara akipiga huko Bomas, nilitamani hata kule, lakini sasa sina I don't have anywhere to go and
sasa kutoka leo Shiko utafollow Shiko na Shiko atakufollow akutumie uniform ya
Mara that.
So good, thank you Owili. Sasa nataka kuingia hapa chini kwa Dr. Chris Omondi. Guys, simulikia kama ni yule chairman wa diaspora kuja nibaie data. Hiyo masaa yote guys, hata data ya 20 baba mjani nunulia. Kutoka sana.
Hello guys, are you getting me?
Na sasa ni saa 6. Yes, Dr. Chris.
Yes. I'm so much proud about the lady that just talked, Miss Owili. And I believe whatever she said must be very much correct. The shallow people, the shallow-minded people are the only people that are not getting what Morara is doing.
Yes.
Morara is really a patriot. Morara is doing so much that nobody else can do. Because apart from showing us what is happening, he's even enlightening us how our money got lost.
Yeah.
So I believe we should unite ourselves to get behind Morara as much as possible. So in the name of tribalism, I believe I'm the first person to be. I cannot count myself to be one of the guys who tried to kill the tribalism, because in my house I'm already married to a Kikuyu from Nyeri and a Luo from Siaya. So I believe apart from marriages alone, we should talk about development, not even tribalism. We should talk about development, because as I think for us in Nyanza, Kisumu, once a time we even had a governor in Kisumu who was not even our own, the Shabir. And in Suba, not even Suba, Suna East, we also have another one who is not of our own. So I believe working with other tribes, we can move a lot very far from whatever we are doing. So
Dr. Chris,
yes.
Kuna wakati nilikuwa tu kule kwa ofisi ya Inject nikiongea na mtu nikamuuliza aje tunaweza tumia sheria pia kumaliza hiyo kabila. Maybe tuseme watu wa a certain ethnic community maybe from Nyanza hawastahili kuwa wanasimama ama wanavaa Nyanza. Watu wa Central wastahili kuvaa Central.
Not even that, you know, the very first thing that can kill the tribalism very fast is that, like my kids now, if a war come like the one which was some years behind, I was there with my kids and my wife. We were just seated down watching the TV because nobody could walk to go and fight with another one. We were just seated watching the news movies. So I believe sometimes marriages can even kill tribalism very fast, more than anything else. But I also believe that your idea can also work. If we push it,
able try to figure it out.
It can work. It can work. Yeah, it can really work. It can really work. Because in Kenya,
development.
Yes, and then unajua, so long as huko kwenu, you can develop that area more than ukiwa kwenu. Because ukiwa kwenu for a place like my home place, they even thinking of, oh, anatuletea nini, na mtoto wa nani, anatufanyia hivi. So there's a lot of bullshit than if you are not in your home ground. So I believe we can also advocate for that.
I think it's a guys, sijua ni mairusho ninakuanga nazo mniambianga wakati mwingine. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria kitu kama hiyo. Mtu aniambie hii Kenya ipitishwe sheria kama wewe ni wa Garissa usikawai vae Garissa, maybe in a position. Ili sasa tukue na watu wa Nyanza wanaweza enda wavae Garissa, watu wa Eastern wanaenda wanavae Central. I think itakuwa sasa ni competition ya nini? Competition ya development.
I believe the way we've started it, and I believe with all my strength and heart that in the next coming government, a lot of the Genzs will be there. And we can push that thing for however few they will be there. They can still push it there because it was one of our agenda. I believe it can work. It can work.
But it can work.
I believe that's my take for today.
There's also a factor where we can use the tribalism card, because I don't truly understand that hiyo kabila strong, lakini tumia tribalism cards zenye umeenda unaongelesha hao watu wenyu, inject kwa hao watu wenyu. Hivyo ndio unatumia tribalism card ukisema hata mimi naongea lugha yako na nakwambia hivi. That is the one way I've been using the tribalism card.
Yeah, it can work. It can work.
Idea too. Okay. Guys,
thanks a lot, you guys.
Okay, thank you. Noni, just unmute.
Hey. Oh, thank you. Karibu nipotee Mimero, imagine. Mimero inaitwaje na Kiswahili, guys? Hey, nimenyamaza. You know, I'm not so much used to keep it so quiet. But then I like your idea. The guy who was talking, that was Dr. Chris. That was a very, very brilliant idea to maliza ukabila. And the other thing I wanted to say, you know, the way we are getting so tribal as Kenyans. Imagine na watu wameolewa na wazungu. Tunasema ati kabila letu. Wewe umeolewa ama umeoa mtu hata si kala yako, si rangi yako. And we are here yapping. Ati we need our rights. Mkienda majuu, mnasema we are fighting for our rights. Na wazungu wakikuwa wakabila kaa sisi. Mkifika majuu mnasema ati hey, kuna racism, sijui kuna nini. And you personally, in your village, ati brother ko sijui ameoa Mjaluo, ameoa Mkamba, ameoa sijui kabila gani, you cannot stand that. You know, Kenyans, yeah? I told you the other day, as much as we want change, but we have to be so real. You know, God hates hypocrites. And if we truly need to change our country, it starts with me and you. Okay, fine. I know our politicians or our leaders, they are not leaders, these are politicians. They are way, way back, reckless, ruthless. But at the same time, as we are pointing fingers on them, I also have to ask myself as Noni, me as Noni, if I get this kind of power, if I get here, will I at one day look at somebody and think, oh God, this is Dawak, this is Chris, he comes from this tribe. Chris sijui ametoka wapi, sijui nini, and then I'll look down on anyone. nita expect ati hongo. Juu mimi ni noni nimefika hapo. Sasa nawaonyesha mimi ni noni. And by the way, tunaona hizo vitu. Si tumeona watoto tunaambiwa ati mtoto wa single mother, we vote with stupid sympathy. Ati ni mtoto wa single mother. Nani hakuzaliwa? Some of us, we are also single mothers. But kama kabisa, we have to be genuine. Kama unajua umezaa hata kijana ni satan. Ni kijana haeleweki ati cause noni niko na pesa, I'll go there and I pump my money and I know my boy or my son is useless. I want to push him there. Ati noni's name, I don't care about leadership. I don't care about the generations that they'll come thereafter. I want my son because of my name. This kind of selfishness. As much as we criticize our politicians and our leaders, and I'm urging and I'm asking you Kenyans, please, kindly, we also have to change our mentality, our doing of things, and this greed, kwanza hii spirit ya greed, tuikeme, ituache, mnaelewa? Yeah, those people when you are wameishi majuu, let me tell you, those jungus mnaonaga, they are so fucking genuine.
Good.
Ati mzungu kama ni hospitali alikuja na gun. Some things I've watched, and Africa, and no matter how to kuwa hapa tuna scream, we have to tell you people the reality. We have to be real. Maisha change. Cause Afrika tunasema kuna churches million moja, but hawa wanasema ati, hata wanasema we believe there's no God. Unaenda kwa hospitali yao, mtu amekuja ako na gun, ako sijui na chains gapi za gold, aliandikisha hapo akiingia hosi. Akikufa, let me tell you people, hakuna ati about beating about the bush. Imagine they are so genuine. They respect even their dead people. Kama umekuja na nini, ni gun, ni bullets gapi, ni gold gani, nobody ataenda hapo kuchukua. Tujiulize hata sisi wa Kenya. And then before we talk about politicians, tukuje kwa madaktari. Kenya saa hii kama hauna pesa, doctors, daktari mzima, saa hii tunapayuka hapa. Ati nurses, politicians nini? How many doctors are here? How many nurses? Wenye wako na nursing homes. Mgonjwa akikuja kama hana pesa, they are dying as you're watching. Wanakufa. Yani mtu huwezi msaidia.
You're passing the mic.
Anakufa. So before we come here, as Africans, we have to be real.
Bon, ingia. 30 seconds zako zilisha. Tunatumia mtu 1 minute 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Let me just clarify something here. There's one of our Inject member has talked about Morara coming to Mombasa. I hope everybody was there. First of all, I want to say Mombasa is Morara is a targeted individual. He's a light that someone wants to dim, and those who want to dim that light, there are these guys in the government buying our own brothers to destroy that light. I want to challenge us, Saizi, like we are so many advocating for Marara. And that means you being in that platform, you're using a phone. And this phone, there's a possibility that you can record something on your own. Like, I want to remove this thing that we are talking here, saying it's called hypocrisy. The first is hypocrisy is supporting Morara, okay, in the group. Then at your own pace, you don't even have time to record something and circulate that video to just show your support on Morara. So me, I don't support Morara going to Mombasa, Kisumu, where and where. I am supporting everybody under the umbrella Morara to call themselves Morara. So we are all the Moraras. Let's begin today. Like, let's record something as Moraras and let's call ourselves Morara. Okay? We are the Inject Moraras. So whenever you do a video and send. You're saying, kuna hawa senyo wajui nini na happen. I am very sure there's some people at home there wanaweza ipata kupitia wale washamba, nafikiria ni washamba. Kama uwezi access TikTok, unaweza access nini Facebook. So the more we inject, like we become all of us the Moraras, we can reach to the village without the presence of Moraras' physical appearance in the village.
Muite inject movement. Hata usiite Morara.
Yeah.
Muite inject movement.
Yeah, muite inject movement. True. That's true. Alafu, being a Kenyan, it is as normal as it is right now. Like venye tunai-support saizi emotions sahi venye tunai-support hivi. I am telling you the truth. We are supporting it physically. Spiritually, what are we thinking? Please, guys, make sure that the same thing you're speaking right now, let it function. Let it be work. The Bible says, those who are reading the Bible and Quran and any book that you believe in, the Bible says, faith without action is dead. So those who says they want to be MCAs, MPs, and whatever, right now what we are thinking is how Ruto will go. Please, the chicken is walking without head. Let's try as much as we can and make the soup out of it. Because I am very sure Ruto is up to you, is up for you, is running very fast to counter everything that we are doing as much as possible, even to pay you. I said something later, I don't want to repeat that. I just want to speak the last thing here that I think it's very good. There's something about the universities, and there's this type, this chicken, we call him the chicken computer. Huyu vifaranga vya computer. Mmemwita nani, this sick, foolish man, mmemwambia tap-tapa hapa hivi. That guy, mwenye anakimbia university na kuambia the university guys that we are starting a movement to reflect that how the university students will acquire the best. Please, let's not sit in these meetings because it's like sitting before somebody who wants to shoot you direct. It's like a suicide bomber. Let's not go into these meetings just like what happens every day when we say we are not going to that Ruto's meeting that happened. And please, stop going to these meetings. No matter how good information is, stop going to this meeting. Let this person be as lonely as he can with these MPs. And immediately any MP come to our places and they voted yes, let these people be put to corner. Let's stop like supporting these people. Let's stop supporting them because there's nothing new they are bringing. They are these are the son of Satan, and they are coming in the name of God. Please, guys, okay? Even without the president.
Born of God, yeah. Let me ask you. Nani anataka kwenda kwa hizo meetings? Kama Gachagua anapoisoniwa, who are you people? Guy. Mimi na watu zangu naweza jipata kwa hizo meetings.
Okay.
Not unless mnataka kucommit suicide, yeah, indirect suicide.
Bonnie land, then you pass microphone to Jeff.
I'm mute.
Bon, okay. Land, then you pass microphone to Jeff.
Okay, let me land.
Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Let me land. Let me just finish. Please, the last thing I was talking about is about Morara. Please, make sure we don't expose Morara, and he's the only person who has decided to stand on the light and express what Kenyans are going through. Let us not support him in a way. Let us not support him in a way that we want to serve him on the plate in front of the enemies. Please, let's be the eject team and stand. That's my word. Kindly.
At least the board unanielewa. Jeff, sasa unaweza jianimute tuambie.
Guys, I'm very happy. I've been following closely for everything that everybody have been sharing. For sure, I'm very far from home, but the points that each and every guy anaongea, they are very touching. And the only thing I can do, my only civic education, me as a person, tunasema wenye wako abroad, the only thing we can be able to do at the moment is to support. Mimi siwezi kuwa kwa ground, but in terms of support, hata nikisikia kelele aje, these things inapita, naisikia inapita, venye inapita tu, like napiga hesabu yangu, end month napata pesa fulani, naika fulani kwa ofisi maybe. In fact, kuna kitu imekuwa kiniuma, and I feel like ndo maana nikasema shikoa sitoke huku juu. Like na feel ningekuwa naenda nyumbani hata kesho, ningekuwa nimefanya hiyo kitu. Unaona? So me have a program na sijui kama ni it's good kuiweka kwa hair, but hata nikiweka siifanyi leo, naifanya but kwa ofisi. So program yangu iko kuna mashini mbili natuma kwa ofisi. First, si Morara asiende kwenye anaenda kwa project, anaenda anatembea na simu hivi, nampea kitu inakimbia juu. Hiyo kitu mnajua venye inaitwa? Already niko na mbili.
Drone mbili, thank you.
So nataka iende kwa ofisi, Morara akienda mahali hata watu wakiwa aje hizo mbili na peana. Na